Hello, everybody. We are online. You're welcome on the first Ukrainian distributed ledger technology forum by IEEE. And I want to say some words about Sergey. It's organizing committee chairman. He will be a moderator of the whole event, hosting Incrypted. And I'm so glad that IEEE choose our platform to share these tons of cool content with our audience. So you're welcome to have your opening remarks to tell something about IEEE, because I know about it, and the guys who don't know the history of IEEE will be surprised. I saw some of your slides, so please welcome to share some information about IEEE and what will going on today.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Ivan, for for warm introduction. Thank you for hello, everyone, and yeah, we're happy to welcome you here today. So yeah, my name is Sergey Gribnyak, and I will start with the opening remarks. So basically, this is it is like first IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technologies Forum. My name is Sergey Gribnyak. I am the organizing chairperson. I also am a vice chair of IEEE Ukraine Blockchain Group and the vice chair of IEEE Standards Association P3228 working group on the standard for the recurrent transactions. So basically, IEEE stands for Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. The predecessors of IEEE was American Institute of Electrical Engineers, which was founded in 1884. And the prominent members of this organization was actually Nikola Tesla and Thomas Edison and many other brightest minds of that time. Another predecessor was actually the Institute of Radio Engineers with IEEE, which was a rival for American Institute of Electrical Engineers, and it was founded in 1912. So initially American Institute of Electrical Engineers was bigger, and it consisted with it had like a higher profile people joining it. But closer to 40s, 50s, Institute of Radio Engineers actually have done more efficient strategy in acquiring like academy people and including students. And in around 1950, they have become bigger. So in 1963, after the merger between American Institute of Electrical Engineers and the Institute of Radio Engineers, IEEE was formed. So what is IEEE now? So currently it has more than 420,000 members. It is a global organization. It is currently represented in 160 countries. Initially, of course, as it was created in the United States, the Americans constituted the majority of the members, but currently it is not anymore like this. So it is an international organization, and it can be easily observed by the boards, by activities, and many other things. So IEEE is creating like around 30% of the world literature on electrical and electronics and computer engineering. So it also have 39 societies, and it also is conducting around 1,200 conferences every year. So you may have not heard what is IEEE before, but you are obviously well aware about such technologies such as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and Ethernet. So utilization of these technologies are regulated by the standards of IEEE. So basically, IEEE was significantly involved in the mass adoption of these technologies. And Wi-Fi, it is basically a standard of 802.11, Bluetooth is 802.15.1, and Ethernet 802.3. So we are actually, I'm a little bit involved in the work with the standards, and we are currently promoting different levels of involvement for Ukrainian professionals and of different level, like researchers, research group, industry members, to participate in the activities of standard associations, utilize the standards which were developed by somebody, join the working group and participate in creation of standards, or create the working group and create the standards themselves. So in September of 2023, Ukraine obtained the status of official observer at IEEE Standards Board. This is the first event of this kind. So this is the first IEEE blockchain forum in Ukraine. So this is the first event which is happening between Ukraine and IEEE of this kind. So it was organized by IEEE Ukraine Section. It was another organizer was IEEE blockchain technical community, and Odessa State Polytechnic University was also involved. This conference was supported by Ministry of Digital Transformation and Web3 Institute, and there will be multiple presentations from members of these organizations. And media partners are Incrypted and Kiev Ethereum community, and we are using the infrastructure of Ethereum. And Ivan and the colleagues of Ivan, thank you so much for helping us on this mission. So the purpose of this event, basically, often in the real world, we observe that like industry, academy, and government, sometimes in certain direction, they kind of exist separately from each other. So basically, government doesn't completely understand the needs of industry and academia. Academia is existing itself, and basically could have been better connected to the activities which are happening in the world outside of academic institutions, and industry is basically is focused on its tasks. So the purpose of this event is actually to bring together all three participants and to encourage collaboration between them and between the with Ukrainian domestic participants and international participants, and we have quite a few of them during the event. So now, closer to the numbers. We have 37 presenters, which are coming from 15 countries. We have approximately 20 hours of contents, which is separated on 3 days. Each day will have multiple breaks, so you will be able to take rest and then return and get back to the conference. Also, important notice, because this is a remote conference, and basically many of our participants are in the different time zones, so we don't have a fixed start at 11:30 every day. So basically, you can go to our website, which is UADLTF.IEEE.org UA, and on the homepage you can find the link to agenda. And every day, so basically today we start at 11:30. Tomorrow's start will be at 12:30, and on Friday I think it will be 12, and on Sunday I think it will be 10:15. So yeah, and I will be reminding you during the conference about this, and in the closing session of the conference as well. So this is it on my end. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm passing this over to the head of IEEE Ukraine section, Evgen Pichkalov.
Sergey, do you hear me? Yeah, so I'm glad to welcome speakers, guests, and organizers on behalf of IEEE Ukraine section. Ukraine section was founded almost 32 years ago by a group of 50 scientists related to Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, which with active support of our Canadian friends. Over the years, we have grown from 50 members to 400 members per year. Over these years, we founded 15 technical chapters and affinity groups. Dozens of Ukrainian scientists have won awards, fellowship, and travel grants from IEEE. It's important to note that in 2017, we held the first IEEE milestone ceremony for historical achievements, which highlighted some huge achievements of Ukrainian scientists at worldwide level. Also, Boris Paton was elected by IEEE Board of Directors as an IEEE honorary member in 2020. Less than 0.01% have this title, and this was another serious achievement and compliment to Ukrainian science. Also, we held on average about 15 IEEE conferences per year on different topics. Some of these conferences have a successful 20 years history. In these difficult times for Ukraine, we are still developing and looking forward with optimism. That is why Ukraine section is proud to have founded this Ukrainian Forum on blockchain and DLT. We hope that this will be like a platform for communication, exchange of ideas, and IEEE membership development. IEEE Ukraine section is also grateful for all of organizers and partners of the forum, especially to the IEEE blockchain technical community. Thank you. So I wish all of you a great, successful, fruitful conference. Thank you and good luck.
So yeah, thank you so much, Evgen. The next speaker will be Dr. Ramesh Ramados, who is the chair of IEEE Blockchain Technical Community. Ramesh, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sergey, and you again for supporting the organization of this event, the first IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technology Forum. I serve as the chair of the IEEE Blockchain Technical Community. I'm also on the board of governors of IEEE Standards Association. So I'll just give a quick intro about the blockchain technical community. So the objective of this community is to serve as a collaboration hub to facilitate and lead educational, technical, and standards development across multiple communities, globally and also technically. We try to serve as a platform for folks to come together and collaborate. And that's the website, blockchain.IEEE.org. And it's everyone is welcome to join this community. We are on Facebook, LinkedIn, X, and so on. And it's just to give you a history, the blockchain technical community was started as a blockchain initiative back in 2018. So it's, we have a history of about 5.5 years, and currently the blockchain technical community is sponsored by about 10 organizations within IEEE. You can see the logos at the top. And one of the things that we have done as part of the community development is we have established about 60 plus blockchain local groups all over the world. In fact, there is one in Ukraine, and Sergey is one of the leads. And the event that's being organized was primarily from the folks who are involved in that. And a lot of these groups organize local events like the ones you see here, like Toronto, Shanghai, Bangalore, Seoul, San Jose, Tokyo. About 6 events have been organized so far, and of course the current one that's happening right now. And there's 2 more coming up, Taiwan and Tunisia. So you can see we have a very active community. As I said, some of them organize smaller events, local events, and some of them, many groups work together and create a bigger event. Like, for example, in India, we have several groups in India. They all, came together and created a much bigger event. In fact, the one currently that Sergey has organized is also a pretty large event in terms of number of speakers and the content. Now, you can check out the website. We have several committees, focusing on community development, which I just talked about. We have a committee on conference and events, education, publication, standards, and these are functional committees. They, drive certain operational aspects of the blockchain technical community. We also have technical committees focusing on, blockchain energy, blockchain and healthcare, blockchain and, fintech, and so on. Again, all these folks you see here, including myself and the XCOM members, the governing board, the volunteers here you see in functional and technical committees are, we're all basically doing this because we like working in the space, and we want to work with other experts in this space. So all of us are volunteers. So we always welcome folks who are interested in getting involved to come, talk to us, and we will find you the right place for you to do the kind of work you want to do in this space. So it's a pretty open community. Now, just to give you an idea what we have done in the past 5.5 years, you can see we've been organizing conferences since 2018. Every year, usually one flagship conference, but as I said earlier, this year we had several events, throughout the year, including the Ukraine event. We have several educational content. We have several published standards, and we have some position papers on blockchain and transactive energy. So this just shows you what we have done since the launch of the blockchain initiative. Now, here's a list of some of the published standards. You can find the list here on the website. Excuse me. So again, in the interest of time, I would like to direct folks to the website, blockchain.ieee.org. You can check out, a lot of that. There's a lot more details. I just gave a very quick overview, in a few minutes of some of the things we're doing. But if you go to our website, let me just go back to the website. Excuse me. You see there are different tabs here. You can click on these tabs like communities, events, education, publications, and so on. And you will see more details about that committee. So here's my contact. So if you're interested, please reach out to me. That's my email address. That's my LinkedIn. That's our website. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ramesh, for insightful presentation. I would like to, so currently we are by the way, exactly on schedule. So yeah, it is 12 a.m. Kyiv time. So, and we are happy to invite the next speaker to the stage. One moment. Joao. Yeah. Joao, hello. Yeah, you are on the stage.
So good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I guess you can hear me well, and now you maybe even can see me.
Yeah,
Am I right?
Yeah, we can see you. So yeah, welcome to our virtual stage. So Joao Rodriguez Freid is head of sector of building blocks initiative and blockchain at European Commission. So I am heading this over to you, Joao, and yeah, thank you for joining us.
No problem. Just one question. Do you see my slides? Because I lost.
Yeah, I'm adding them right now. Yeah, now we can see your slides.
Perfect. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me in this event. I think the objective of my presentation is to give you a short introduction about the initiative that we call European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, to which actually Ukraine is already an observer. And I believe some of you already know a bit about EBSI, as we like to call it. So my presentation will be going through the objective of EBSI and how we use blockchain in the public sector, right? Which is sometimes not understood by everyone as a possibility. And I will try to go through the use cases that we are currently investing in and how they can also be useful to you in the future. So my presentation is called "Can Europe Lead the Transition into Web3 and Decentralized Government?" And can we use blockchain to make information easy to verify and almost impossible to fake? Because that's really the use that we will make of blockchain. As I said, this is not about crypto. This is not about decentralized finance, nothing to do with that. We are going to use blockchain to achieve a completely different objective. And I think this perspective is also interesting to this event. And so let's go and start. When people talk about the European Commission, of course, they don't associate the European Commission as actually doing technology and deploying technology. They mostly associate the European Commission as a regulator, which makes sense because that's the main function of the European Commission. The European Commission has many regulations, including the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, MiCA, which is the market in crypto assets. So Web3, Web2, the internet is of course being regulated by the European Commission, but that's not everything that the European Commission does. The European Commission also does a lot of enablement projects. So we are not just regulating technology, we are also, together with the member states, using and deploying technology. And one of the initiatives in this wide space of Web3 and blockchain is the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, EBSI. So there are many departments in the European Commission, and I come from the Director General for Informatics. This means that I work with the department that is called Director General DG Connect that does the regulation part. So I don't do regulation, I do the enablement side. So that's just for you to understand where I come from in this vast organization called the European Commission. And I will be talking about only talking about this side of the equation, which is how does the European Commission work with the member states in actually using technology and deploying technology, and how do we actually enable blockchain to work for the public sector in Europe. And that will be the topic of my presentation. So to explain what is this project called the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, or EBSI, for many of you, you probably have heard it. Some of you have not. So for those that didn't, EBSI is a blockchain that is deployed by the member states for the member states. So it's totally separate blockchain from the public blockchains. It is a blockchain, as I said, run by the member states for the purposes of the public sector, which means that this is a blockchain that is public permissioned. So it means that only authorized entities can write on EBSI, but everyone can read from EBSI. So it's a hybrid blockchain. It's not public, it's not private, it's public permission. And given that we control this blockchain, even though it's deployed by every member state and therefore fairly decentralized, we use proof of authority to reach consensus. So it means that we are a quite green blockchain, and the concerns regarding the environment are taken into account by design. Now, we have been working on EBSI since 2019, so it goes back already quite a few years when the European Blockchain Partnership was created. As you know, Ukraine is now an observer of this European Blockchain Partnership that involves all member states. And essentially, the member states have gathered and said, we want to work on blockchain technology, and we want to do something that makes sense for us. So that was in 2019. And the idea was, can we create a blockchain which is for our own purposes, outside of the crypto and decentralized finance domain? So that took quite some time. That took to 2020, 2021 to agree on the development of this separate blockchain and to also define some of the first use cases that we would be working on in this blockchain environment. So that was 2021. That led to the creation of EBSI and the first release of EBSI around 2022, where we actually started to experiment together with several member states different use cases and demonstrated that EBSI was viable and was ready to be used. Today, we are in absolute pilot mode, practically acceptance mode. So it means that we are not fully in production, but the network is in use. And we are currently working in three main domains: social security, education with diplomas, and combating counterfeiting, so verification of authenticity of products. And in the future, what we aim at doing is to create a sustainable governance model together with the member states, which we call EDIC, that will ensure the continuity of EBSI and, of course, the expansion of EBSI to other domains and use cases. So to explain, I'm coming from the European Commission. The European Commission supports and sponsors EBSI. We don't run a blockchain node. The blockchain nodes are run by each and every member state, completely decentralized. We help them deploying the nodes. We support them with the software that they use, as every node is similar, and we provide a number of services that help the member states to run this network. So the Commission is working together with the member states, but ultimately the member states are running this blockchain that is called EBSI, that is public permission, and that works with proof of authority. And we use an open source stack, the Bezo stack, that you might know. Everything is online, everything is open source, and you can consult it online. Nonetheless, as I want to emphasize, the blockchain is controlled by the member states, and only the member states deploy nodes. So we don't allow for the moment other entities to deploy nodes, EBSI nodes. You can use them in terms of reading access, but you cannot write on this blockchain. This is not possible because the blockchain is controlled by the member states, and only entities that are vetted and allowed to write on this blockchain can do so. So now that you know what EBSI is, and you know that it's open source, you can go online, you can get more information. Let's then see how we are using EBSI and why we are doing this. So the objective of the member states and our first focus when using blockchain is to make information easy to verify and almost impossible to fake. So all the use cases that we're currently running have this common objective, which is to use blockchain technology or Web3 technology to make information easy to verify and almost impossible to fake. As you know, nowadays it's quite the opposite. Information is very easy to fake and very difficult to verify. Now, we believe that with the use of blockchain technology, we can turn things around and we can make information easy to verify and almost impossible to fake. And why does this matter? Well, simply because verification is actually the antidote to fake information. So if we are able to verify, we're able to know whether something is true or false. And this is, of course, very useful when we are in this world of generative AI that can generate, anything on the fly, and the tons of information that are being created nowadays. It's just, growing and enormous. So if creating something fake is so easy, it should be equally easy to verify its authenticity. We have to keep that balance. And we believe that we can use Web3 technologies to achieve that objective. So the use cases that we are currently working on as part of the blockchain initiative that is known as EBSI are in 4 quadrants, but all of them are about verification of information. So the first quadrant is verification of authentic documents. So there you can think about verification of diplomas. So if someone applies to a new job, it's quite difficult when you receive a diploma to verify the authenticity of the information. Moreover, if we are talking about cross-border verification, which means that the diploma comes from one member state to another member state. So the only way to do it nowadays is actually to go online and try to search that information. We want to make that much easier. Of course, if I talk about diplomas, it can be social security entitlements. It can be any authentic document issued by public entities or authentic sources. Then we have another very important set of use cases, which is verification of the authenticity of products. We call it anti-counterfeiting. So it means that when you buy a product, you want to make sure that you're buying a product coming from that specific brand and you're not buying a counterfeit. So that's another set of use cases. We have verification of authentic documents, verification of products, and then we have 2 other variants, which is actually verification of accreditations. So when you look at, again, a product, it could be accredited as being a bio product, or if you use a service, it could be accredited as a service that can serve a given purpose within a certain regulation. We want to make that accreditation easy to verify, which currently is not the case. So when people claim that they are accredited this and the other, it's almost impossible to know whether that claim is true or not. And of course, now we are dwelling also with generative AI, and we have a lot of challenges around IP rights management. So that's another set of use cases that we will be looking at and hopefully finding a way and a solution with Web3 technologies. So just to give you some ideas of the challenges associated with verification, and I take this from one of our partners, because in everything that is verification of products, we work together with the European Union Intellectual Property Office, which is known as UIPO, and they work with us on this verification of products and verification of brand ownership. And as you can see here, they estimate that 9% of you consumers, so they say 40 million people, were tricked in buying a fake product instead of a genuine one, which is quite a sizable number. And they say that 33% wondered whether the product they had purchased online was real or fake. So it really means that this topic of how can I know if this piece of information, if this product is a genuine one, is an authentic one or not, right? And then they estimate that this is actually, in terms of hard euros, around 119 billion eventually of counterfeit and pirated goods. So it's a huge market. So if we can find a solution to this problem, we are, of course, making people happier because they spend their money on genuine products, and at the same time getting this money back to the brands that own the products, instead of giving this money to the counterfeiters that of course have an incentive to continue to do so. So the product, if we don't find a solution to verification, the problem will most likely continue to grow. So to give you a quick example of why is verification still today a challenge? So that's me, and I will claim here and now that I have a major in economics. And this claim, of course, can be either true or false. And I guess that it's anyone's guess if it's true or false. So you have 50% chance of getting it right. You can pick one or the other. Now, if you don't want to guess, there are other ways to know if what I'm stating is a true claim. So let's look at this in a continuum where we put time here in the scale. As you can see, time is important because I don't want to waste days and hours verifying this statement, but I want to have a result that I can trust. So we need to always take into account that verification is a trade-off between the time I spend and the result I get. So if I want to spend really little time to know if what I'm saying is true, probably what you will do, you will go online and you will search my name, and you will probably find my LinkedIn profile, and you will see that I claim in my LinkedIn profile that I have indeed a major in economics. Now, would that be something that you can trust more than what I'm stating here? Probably not. So it means that indeed you went online, you found an answer, but that answer does not give you much more information than what I'm stating here to you here and now. Another way to do this would, of course, for you to ask me to send you a digital version of my diploma, and that will probably take some hours, and I will probably send it by email. But what tells you that that PDF was not generated by me and that it's absolutely fake? How can you trust that what I'm sending you is not just another way of faking my degree in economics? Well, another way to do it is, of course, to ask my paper diploma that comes from my university, and that will probably take days because it's paper. I will need to send it by post. Takes a long time. But the only way to really know if what I'm telling you is real is to actually contact my university. And that will probably take weeks because you will not need to get a contact there. You will need to call them, and then you will need to get in touch with my university to receive that information. So as you can see, today there is a real problem, which means that we don't have any solution that is in this space. Very fast, and at the same time, really easy to get a trustworthy result, a result of high trust. So that kind of optimal solution in this space is currently non-existent. And we believe that blockchain technology, coupled with digital wallets and verifiable credentials, can provide a solution that is in this space. So what does this mean? It means that instead of thinking that in the future platforms, social, like, platforms like LinkedIn, and I'm not just specifically talking about LinkedIn here, can be any of the other platforms, would gather more information about us and centralize that information so that they can provide more reliable information, which is definitely a way to achieve this objective. We can find a solution that is not centralizing our data and not creating a dependency on, these platforms. So, and that solution would be, as I explained, to rely on Web3 technologies and to have actually that information as verifiable information using verifiable credentials, using digital wallets and blockchain. Now, the blockchain will never contain my information. This is important for you to understand. We don't use blockchain to store diplomas or to store any information about anyone or anything, really. We use blockchain to store information about the issuers of the information. And I will explain a bit the use of blockchain in more detail. But what we want to do is essentially that the diploma becomes issued in a verifiable format that is signed electronically by the issuing entity, meaning my university, and that diploma is stored on a digital wallet and that it can be shared directly by me with anyone asking me for that information. Now, we use blockchain as a trusted list of issuers, where actually when the issuer, meaning the university, sign the information, right? They sign it and they make the public key that can be used to verify the electronic signature available via the blockchain. And they also make information available about them on the blockchain so that the verifier knows that this is a Portuguese university accredited by the Portuguese Ministry of Education. So we use the blockchain simply as a trusted list of issuers and a distribution mechanism of public keys so that the keys are available to the verifiers and that the information can be verified easily anywhere. So that's really the way that we are using the blockchain. We don't store hashes of the information. We don't store the information itself. When it comes to the diploma is on the digital wallet. The digital wallet is with me, the holder of the diploma, and no one else. Okay? So I hope you get a quick understanding of what we are aiming to achieve, why we are aiming to achieve it, and how we are already achieving it. Now, this same approach, the use of verifiable credentials, blockchain, and digital wallets, can be done without storing information on-chain, as I explained, just using the blockchain as a trusted list of issuers of information. This can be used for verification of information about citizens, about businesses, and about things. And we work with our sister DGs of the European Commission, the Director Generals, the other departments, to achieve this. So we are working on, as I explained, the education credentials, and we do that with DG Emploi and DG EAC. We're also working with the same DG, the Director General for Employment, for the posting of workers, mobility of workers across Europe. When it comes to businesses, we are focusing on this idea of brand ownership and verification of products, as I explained with the UIPO. And we are also looking at the trustworthiness of statistics with Eurostat. So quite versatile way of using Web3 technologies. And I believe that many other use cases can be added to this list. And if you're interested, you can go online and know more. Again, when you go online and you look at our documentation, you will probably see this type of diagrams that will show what I just told you. What we aim at is that issuers issue information as verifiable credentials, that is a W3C standard. The credentials are stored on digital wallets. We use digital wallets provided by the market. We just do a conformance testing on those digital wallets that then share information with verifier applications that can very quickly understand whether the information comes from the rightful owner of the information, thanks to something that is called decentralized identifiers, meaning it's something stored on the wallet that ensures that the information was received from the issuer, stored on that wallet, and it's coming from that wallet. And then, given that the verifier is not in contact with the issuer, they can take the information about the verifiers out from the blockchain, and they can be absolutely sure that the verifier is entitled to issue that type of information, and they can also get the public key that allows them to verify the electronic signature of the issuer. And finally, in case the key has been revoked, they can also have access to that type of information. As you can see, we are aiming at a very privacy-preserving way of verifying information where the user stays in control of their data. We have a multi-vendor open market approach. The wallet providers are not controlled by us. They come from different projects, either from the public or the private sector. And the only common aspect is that they have to pass a conformance testing exercise to ensure that the wallet is compatible with the specifications of EBSI. And once they do so, we put them on their website as having passed the conformance testing, and everyone can verify that that is the case. So a quick summary, we want to make information almost impossible to fake, but very easy to verify. And we believe that Web3 technologies can achieve this with high level of certainty that the issuer is trusted, alongside, of course, the time of issuing, the expiry date. We also have a high level of certainty that the holder is the one that shows the information. And finally, we know that the verifiers have easy access to information, and they keep, of course, the information that is shared by the holder and not more. So it means that, again, we are emphasizing here on the privacy of our privacy going forward. You can know more about the BSI and the Early Adopters Program online. We have an incubator program with many different entities experimenting or using these technologies. Everything is online. And we also have in Brussels an experience center where people can come and experiment with wallets, with verifier apps, everything that we do. So in case you come to Brussels and you are interested, you can come and visit the EBSI experience center. I don't know if there is time for questions. I asked that before starting the presentation. I try to keep to my time slot of 30 minutes, which I was apparently able to do so. So I will stop sharing the slides and I will give the floor back to you. Sergey, I think you're mute.
Yeah,
You're
my apologies. Yes. Joao, thank you so much for very insightful presentation. Dear visitors of the conference, feel free to ask the questions in the chat so we can see them and we can ask Joao. I actually have multiple questions myself. So they will be over two categories. First, from the organization standpoint, and the second is from technical standpoint. I wanted to ask, so first, you said that you are currently not launched on the full scale, but you already have a couple of pilots. I wanted to ask, basically in Ukraine, we're also reviewing multiple pilots and how the program should be organized, and multiple government bodies are working on this. And I wanted to ask, is the full scope of the project is defined already, or it is still kind of you are moving iteratively? If the scope is defined, we're not asking you to disclose it if this is the classified information. But in general, how do you approach to the management of such a large and ambitious project?
Yeah, as I try to explain, we have these use cases that have support from the policymaker in the Commission. So those are projects that we put like resources working on them, and that we, of course, support the business in making the use case work in this decentralized way. So eventually they have an alternative to do it via a centralized database or via messaging, and then we try to compare the different architectural designs. So we do this with resources coming from the EBSI team. So these are, let's say, the priority use cases. Now, in the early adopters, people are using their own resources to use EBSI, and they can be quite creative as long as they use our APIs. So if you have an idea of a different use case that can benefit from our APIs, you just go to the API catalog and you can use EBSI.
So people who are able to use it, are they? You said that this is a permission network, and which is quite clear. So yeah, for this use case, yeah, it should be permission. But the people who are able to use APIs, is it somehow permissioned, or they're?
We will need to work with you in terms of getting the first entity that we have to, of course, do a KYC, and based on that entity can then relay the permission downwards. So we need to start the trust chain of that domain. So for example, a Ministry of Education can enable, right, the universities to write on the blockchain without passing through us. So the idea is that you have an entity that we call TAO. It doesn't really matter now. You can read the specs, that we know and that we trust, and that based on that entity can then relay the trust to other entities without going through us. So the trust chain is created as from the moment where we have the first entity at the top. So in case you have, let's say, a interesting use case that can use our APIs, that doesn't require the development of a new API fundamentally, we would get in contact with you. You would say, I'm interested in using all these APIs. Okay, we would create a trust chain specifically for that use case. And then you would manage it on your own in our pilot environment, which contains nodes across Europe.
I understood. Thank you so much. And basically, are you using some for validation of these people who are people organization? Basically, their permission. Is it how is it organized? Are you using some decentralized digital identity service, or it is more in traditional way right now?
Well, depends. We don't have a single defined way, so it depends on the domain. We can be flexible. So we don't have one defined way for every use case because, as I explained, there are also early adopters that want to use the pilot. They want to use go to our catalog of APIs. We already have quite some APIs. Also, blockchain timestamping is in there. So many different APIs. So you have the APIs that relate to the creation of the issuers, the creation of the data models that can be trusted, that are used by those issuers. So you will see that you have those different APIs. We also have APIs for blockchain timestamping. So let's say that you are interested in starting a use case and experiment with that blockchain. We need to understand what is the use case. We need to know you. And then the verification process is quite flexible. We don't have one. I mean, we will not mandate that you buy a qualified certificate so that we can verify your electronic signature. We can be flexible on that.
Understood. Yeah, thank you so much for this. You also mentioned in the previous answer the nodes, right? And the network is permissioned. And nodes, who are the nodes owners? Basically, are the participants? Are those only states or some state bodies, or there could be some large enterprises, semi-government bodies?
Yeah.
How do you?
So for the moment, they are public entities.
Mm-hmm.
But this includes research centers and universities. So sometimes the member states have, as you know, digital agencies that are responsible for the digital program of that member state, and they have, the capacity to run their own node. But what we have seen is that sometimes research centers or universities also participate. Sometimes member states have multiple nodes. That's fine, but all of them are public entities for the moment. And of course, public entities that use contractors. So the contractors are. For, let's say, all intents and purposes, we are talking about public entities, even though, of course, the nodes and the cloud where the node is deployed is private sector. But you should think about that the responsible entity for deploying and running the node is the public entity.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for this. And now, basically, a little more of technical questions. You said proof of authority. Can you please explain why specifically this consensus algorithm? Why not something else?
Yeah, because at the time, what we said to ourselves is one of the main concerns around blockchain is the green aspect. And we have a lot of green use cases as well nowadays, wanting to explore the use of blockchain technology, even though they don't come really to fruition. And as we control the nodes for the moment, so you cannot just deploy a node, it means that the nodes are all trusted and they all comply with the same terms and conditions. So it would be easier if the ultimate validator would just be any node that wants. So you can deploy a validator node, or you can deploy, even though they all do validation, but the final validation node, we have specific nodes that assume that responsibility for the final verification, even though all of them verify. And that means that the blockchain is very efficient. We don't have any concerns in terms of energy consumption that could, raise some concerns from the parliament or the council. And that makes this blockchain, in terms of energy consumption, similar to any other information system, really. But we still get some pushback that blockchain is, of course, high energy consumption, not sustainable, and all those things, because people think about proof of work or proof of stake. We also don't have gas as a side product because we are, of course, within this public sector environment. So we don't have any stake, any staking. Everyone is doing this for the public good. So it made sense to go for proof of authority. It's just conceptually, it made more sense. Of course, in the future, if we would start including other type of entities that don't go through the same process as the current ones and don't have the same, let's say, level of trust as the current ones, then indeed an alternative consensus mechanism would be needed. I understand that, but for the moment, in the current design, it's the most fitting one.
Understood. Yeah, thank you so much for the answer. We have one more question from the audience. And the question is, do you collaborate with universities in the terms of diversifying and applied use cases or any theoretical extension of the scope and the framework?
Yes. So we work a lot with universities because we have this diploma use case and we want them to be issuers of their diplomas as verifiable credential. We want them, we incentivize them to do so. There were some grants as well, but the financial incentives are limited, of course. So we would like universities that are more interested in innovation and technology to look at the spec and try to implement it. We don't necessarily aim at replacing, all PDFs that are around, but if you can do so, that would be great. And then, as I said, some universities, they also deploy nodes. They come through the Ministry of Education of the country most of the times, and they are trusted entities, and they're very motivated. Some of them have dedicated research centers on blockchain or Web3 technology, so they have very good understanding of the technology as well. And we collaborate with them in different aspects: infrastructure, the use case, possible directions for the future. So they are definitely one of our main partners also in this idea of, and you can go online, you'll see that we had a demo day, and many of the participants of the demo day that gave the demos were universities, and they did that without our involvement.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much. Please pose the questions if you have any follow-up questions, and I will return to basically. I have a follow-up question to this to this response. These universities, basically, are they supposed to be? Are they only the universities in European Union, or, for example, countries which are affiliated with Horizon program can also participate? Because Ukraine, as you know, is not a part of European Union, but we are an affiliated country in Horizon programs. Can our researchers or our universities or any our participants can join this initiative?
I think it would be possible. I don't know about deploying a node. That I don't know, because I would need to check with. As I explained, we are on the technological side, so I come from DG for informatics. DG Connect is the policy owner, and they are the ones that are responsible for the EVP. And Ukraine is already, as you know, an observer country. So deploying the node, I don't know if observers can do that. It's something to be checked. But in terms of the use of the specs, in terms of, I don't know, a wallet, you have a wallet that you would like to pass the conformance testing, that is no problem whatsoever. if you want to just issue and read from the blockchain, that should be no problem in the pilot environment. So I would, of course, still need to check depending on the request, but I would not close the door immediately to that scenario. And this is why you are an observer, is to give you access. I think you already have access to even not everything that is not only everything that is online, which is only vsi.ec.europa.eu, but also to the wiki, because if you are part of the VP, I'm sure you are also having access to the wiki that is behind the ulogin account. So definitely, I mean, just get in touch with us, and we can have that discussion.
Understood. Thank you so much. We may return more like in a private format with some follow-up questions. I think one of the last questions, if no one from the audience will ask anything else, you mentioned wallets. The question is, what are these wallets and how do you select the wallets which you support? So, for example, like in
we don't.
Yeah. Basically, the industrial.
Yeah, we don't select the wallets.
Please.
Yeah, we don't select the wallet. So it means that if you go online and you look at our website, you will understand immediately, because it's so if you want a wallet, you have to go through a conformance testing that is actually online as well. So you don't need even to get in touch with us. You can start the conformance testing on your own. And what will happen is that if you are able to conclude the conformance testing, you will contact us and we will check the logs, and we will know that you have essentially your wallet conforms to the protocol that is needed to receive. So the wallet does not need to contact the blockchain, as I explained. The wallet needs to be able to receive the diploma, for example, from the issuer, and needs to be able to share the diploma with a verifier. So those two protocols have to be conformant to our specifications, right? Which means that by passing the conformance testing and showing that your wallet is indeed conformant with both protocols and with some additional specifications that we have online, you are then, let's say, having a discussion with us for us to get to know you, and then to put that information online. So if you go online, you will see that we already have multiple wallets that pass the conformance testing, and that we know that are, let's say, actors in the market or public initiatives that have created wallets, and they are advertised as conformant to our specifications. And then it's not us to prescribe the wallet, it's every use case. So every holder or every use case decides to use one or multiple wallets.
Understood. Thank you so much. So to summarize, for myself and for the audience, basically every developer of the wallet can go, prepare their software to comply with your requirements, and after passing the test, this wallet may use the infrastructure.
It's not really you. As I said, the wallet does not contact the blockchain. So in the end, if you are conformant with the specifications, we advertise the wallet on our website. So we say this entity that provides this wallet, this version was confirmed to be conformant to the specifications.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much for addressing this amount of questions. Yes, it was very insightful and very helpful, and we believe we can learn a lot from your experience. Let me give one final minute for other participants maybe to join some follow-up questions, and if not, we will process to another speaker. So any more questions to Joao Rodriguez Freid.
Thank you very much. And I guess that you have the slides. In case you have any questions, everything is really online, and you can, just look for what you need. Otherwise, we can have a follow-up discussion if you have, let's say, really concrete interest and a concrete possible use case. We can continue then the discussion.
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for being with us. And yeah, we wish you to have a great rest of the Friday. We hope you will stay with us or will join us a little later. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you.
So yeah, we are back. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker. His name is Max Siminchuk. He is the CEO of the Public Union Virtual Assets 2030 and the director of Web3 Institute project. Web3 Institute project is actually a very good and interesting project, which is doing a lot of good things. And Max, welcome to our virtual stage. We would love to hear more insights from you.
Sure. Thanks so much. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you well. I'm editing your presentation.
Okay. Is it already showing?
Yeah, it is on the screen.
Great, thanks. So yeah, hi everybody. I would like to present to you the Web3 Institute and the researches we do for the Web3 opportunities for developing the digital economy of Ukraine. Before we start, I would like to introduce myself. So I'm coming from the business and engineering background, working in the R&D for more than 15 years, and the latest years in the blockchain field. Did some outsourcing, product management, and DAOs, refi, and decentralized science as well. So it was always on the intersection of the social, public, and technology. So that's, I think, what led me to becoming the CEO of this public union. I'm gonna describe a bit later. And with this public union for quite a few years now, we're working side by side with Ministry of Digital Transformation in order to advance the state of the Ukrainian market of virtual assets. So the story, how it all came together, starts, I think, in 2020. So around the time, initially the team was formed in the Ministry of Digital Transformation around this market. And I was one of the experts in that team. And the question that really bothered me is that the field was so novel, it was really hard to kind of even understand its borders, and especially the vision, because the legislatures and the business had most of the time pretty different expectations out of it. So back then we started our big collaborative research around the virtual assets. It was done in the methodology called Foresight, and together with business, government representatives, and NGOs, different experts, more than 100 people participated in that through online and offline session. We built the initial understanding, and a number of working groups emerged around education and infrastructure. Like, how do we had this vision of digital Venice, strong economy, like freedom, and what kind of working groups or projects would support that vision, led to the creation of the public union itself, and also a working group on the usage of blockchain in the governmental services. Through this years, a number of businesses you can see on the right, and different partners supported our programs. One of the key projects was was a public course on crypto literacy published on the DIA portal. So it's fully available, free, online, showcasing different aspects of crypto. It was developed with businesses, but also some of the governmental workers participated in it, like cyber police. And it was also intended for general audience, experts, and even the government itself, because still the concept is quite novel. So we need to advocate for this. And this year, we started to think more about the technical capabilities, the infrastructure. There were already a number of cases developed in Ukraine for the Web3 public registries and so on. But there was no consistency or the strong movement or like a platform with like funding that would supported the systemic development of the Web3 ecosystem connected together, like everybody was using on technology and so on. So since the start of the year, we started to work on that, studying the like almost every advanced country has its own blockchain strategy. So we started we explored all of them and studied our own concept of Web3 economy, but understood quickly that it's not enough just to have a paper. Even the best paper that would be produced won't be sustainable for the long-term future until 2030 if we want to rebuild it. So we need a form of institution to support implementation of the program. And thus the public union, led mostly by businesses and NGOs like Virtual Assets, together with ministry, initiated this Web3 Institute project. When we were studying all of these strategies for different countries, say Germany or Singapore or India, it really showed that every country has its own, there's no cookie cutter approach. Every country has own needs, and the recommendation in most of the cases was to develop high value use cases. So as we were again in the state of war and looking for how we can use Web3 for that, the topic of the economic recovery was something everybody shared. So when we engaged Ministry of Finance, say, or economy, or anybody else, this is the topic that quickly took on attention. Like, how can we support this? This is like the dire need of our country, and the usage of resource, efficient usage of resource, engaging more resources to the economic recovery. All of that are the things where Web3 can contribute. Another big topic is the digital trust and security, and of course anti-corruption. So due to the effects of immutability, transparency, where are the best places we can apply it? Maybe humanitarian supply chains, or some ownership rights, or maybe the identity solution, how to preserve the personal data of our citizens. So this is another big topic we're keeping in the mind. The third topic is the integration. It also means a few things. First of all, of course, as we saw back then, the integration of the DeFi, let's say, and is beneficial for both, but still has a long way to go before they will be working tightly. And besides that integration, we also can speak about the integration of Ukraine to the European Union. So, of course, we are closely following the development with the EBSI blockchain and the sandbox, and we intend to build something that would be easily integrated with the European framework on regulation and the technical level. And the ESG impact, it's like we can speak about the needs of the energy markets, the centralized energy markets, financing green energy, financing sustainable agro. So promoting the citizen engagement in decision making, all of that ecological and social governance impact topics are something also we keep important to us. So what is the Web3 Institute? It's basically a platform of different players, and we collaborate together on the products and the policy, infrastructure. So we provide the full cycle services from the diagnostics. So we're doing a bunch of researches to understand the current state. We're now working towards the more experiments, supporting, incubating pilot products, and then monitoring the success of the whole program and the policy of the virtual assets market with Mint Digital and other agencies and businesses. From the other side of our institute, there are different experts. We could say that tech, legal, and economical expertise are being keystones for our work, and in general, facilitation of innovation, R&D space. So together, all of that combined seems to be the solution for the improving the relation of between the public and the private sector, because most of the projects we're speaking about are like public-private sectors, not purely one-sided. This year, our team has grown, so you could see new faces here. Maybe some of them you know. We're super happy to have experts and PhDs and prominent leaders like Mitro is one of the authors of the current law on virtual assets. Valerie has launched this educational program, and she will have a speech in this conference regarding the program and the plurality research we're doing. Mike is our partner from Switzerland. Dima will be presenting the research on the needs of the businesses and the founder's vision to the Web3. So I hope somewhere during the conferences you would get to connect with more of our experts, and we also always are looking for the talent. One of the biggest emphasis I would probably do on the research that happens, so like that is happening or would happen or happened. So I already mentioned you this foresight research on the website of VA 2030. There is like a 100-page report and like a shortened version for English, like maybe 10 pages on the results of this research. This is like a really foundational document for all of that, what we do. Besides that, earlier this year, we participated in the global report on the Web3 ecosystems, providing the list of the conferences, players, universities, and so whatever happens in Ukraine. It's going to be published, I think, end of this year. Yeah, currently we're working like soon to be published, and sometime during the conference you would hear about the report that is briefly called Talk to Founders. So the idea is that founders are in the forefront of innovation. They possess the unique insights to what really drives markets. So if we want to engage their perspective to the governmental policies, so we're asking them about like what are the current like stoppers, obstacles on the way to in Ukraine, and how in general they see the usage of Web3. Really interesting research. It also touches 50 founders from all of the different types of businesses. So really recommend you to listen to that. Another big research I'm involved in is the study of the current Web3 government projects. So it's not something which is discussed frequently, but of course those cases appear since 2017. One of the maybe longer shots is the CBDC, of course. You know, we are yet to see the development of it, but Ukraine was among the first to start testing out the blockchain technology back then. But not only CBDC, there's also projects, say, in the supply chain, like in the timber industry. There is like international NGO that facilitates the responsible usage of timber products, and together with the Ukrainian agency, they piloted on the scale of a whole region the supply chain of the wood. So the restricted wood won't come to the markets or would be controlled. So we also have like quite significant problem of our woods. So besides supply chain, it's also the immutability of the auction records. So of course, this is like the early experiments. We're gonna draw some conclusions out of that to make it more systemic, to make it more goal-driven and share the knowledge among all the other participants. So please stay in the loop. We'll publish it maybe in the nearest months. One of the other interesting projects is the plurality book translation. So one of the speakers here would be also Glenn Vale, one of the really well recognized researcher in the Web3 space. And we were happy to support the translation of his book and the Minister of Digital Transformation of Taiwan on the influence of the technology like Web3 on the democracy. It's a really interesting read that provokes thought, I would say. And finally, we currently are working, there's like a innovation strategy that is built for the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the Ministry of Education. And we are working on the piece for the digital economy in it. From the ideas about what can come next, already we, of course, have a bunch of ideas. Some that are more formed are around the research of the global professional education programs. So we would like to understand what are the best practices and courses, and what can we like learn and borrow from the global expertise on the educating Web3 professionals to bring it to Ukraine, and about the usage of Web3 for the energy cooperatives. Like maybe any cooperatives, but energy cooperatives specifically in the face of our struggles here. So also would like to say a few words about the education. As I mentioned, we have this course. This is a big course because it got over 7 million views and around 20,000 of participants. And we're gonna work towards the development of the program, including more of the content there, like structuring, implementing suggested improvements, working on the English version for the global audience, on the interactive part of it, so people would have more practical skills. Another focus is the integration of it in the universities. We currently are piloting it in one of the Ukrainian universities, but we see already some needs in terms of preparation of the teachers so they can assist this course and promote these courses, about the certification of it, so it would become an official part of the program and can add scores to the students. We're looking at the topic of the financial literacy overall, and approach to investments in this field, working with like younger audience. And here we're really open to the collaborations. If you do something in the education space, we definitely want to talk. And also another like interesting field for us is the piloting, incubation, and acceleration. So probably the next year we would be working a lot on those kind of projects. I can't I will share information gradually as we will reach agreement about the like processes and partners. But what I can share already is that most prominent use cases are, for example, in the identification. Like, as you might know, DIA application is like one of the best sellers on the global scene for Ukraine, and is used by the super like big percentage of Ukrainians. So we're thinking about the access to the Web3 ecosystem, how to preserve the security of it, privacy of it, connected with the trust of that country can provide or government can provide. And it might come as well in attestation, but also zero knowledge technologies. So we're thinking, how can we become even more advanced in the identification field, still preserving the human rights aspect of it. Of course, supply chain is probably one of the most clear cases, and cases regarding the rebuilding of Ukraine, like improving the trust to the process from the other countries and other like partners, being able to track the materials or funding from the start to the final checkpoint, to the project's done. So make it really transparent. Also in the aspect of the controlled goods, maybe like alcohol or something like those. Tracking of those things seems to be a good case for Web3 implementations. And finally, the public goods funding. So we're also looking at ways to engage citizens in the process of rebuild with a way to, for example, vote for priorities or impact the priorities with the mechanism like quadratic funding. It's going to be described also, I guess, in Glenn's presentation about the novel ways to fund public goods together. If you are looking into any pilots or projects in the Ukraine, it's also very interesting to get in touch and see where we can support you and make the process easier in the integration for the government. So on this note, I would like to thank you, open up the floor to questions. I'm always available for contact on the email, and check out the websites. Yeah, we'll be looking forward to speak to you. Thanks. Sergey, you're on mute once more.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm muting myself because there are some noises on the side, and yeah, basically, yeah, it was very insightful, and I would like to tell you more, ask you more. Can you share some additional details about the virtual assets 2030? So most of the presentation was focused on the Web3 Institute, and if there is something you can share that may be helpful for the audience to understand what is happening and what are the plans, what are the activities.
Yeah, sure. So the Virtual Assets 2030 as a public union was formed briefly after this foresight. So as the government is kind of more of the facilitator of the process with the businesses, the specific programs and projects were mostly on the shoulders of private sector, you could say. So for that, it was formed to enable those kind of projects to receive funding from the businesses and hire experts to do those projects like this educational project. It's called Virtual Asset 2030 because the program or the vision that we developed was until 2030. In the board of it, there are for example, CEO of Haken or Yuskutum, so various active players in the field of crypto and virtual assets in Ukraine.
Understood. Yeah, thank you so much for this. So let us ask the audience for the follow-up questions, if there are any. So yeah, there are no questions. And Max, thank you so much for being with us. And yeah, I will start the introduction of our next speaker.
Thanks. Cheers.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, hello you. So Yuan is actually head of IEEE Standards Association. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And Yuan also holds multiple other official positions at IEEE. and we're delighted to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining. And yeah, I'm passing it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So one quick question. Should I share my screen, or you will advance the slides for me? I can do either way.
So you need to click the button present, and you will be able to upload your slide, and we will be able to start it.
Okay, I probably will do a share screen. Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah,
so
you can do it.
Good afternoon. It's my great honor to speak at this important meeting, especially in the current, world. So give me 1 second to share my screen. So I will be talking about metaverse and AI and sustainability in my, I believe it's like 30 minutes. So okay.
I also while we're having this pause, I also wanted to say that Yuan is actually a director at IEEE Board of Directors. So it is a very high position at IEEE.
Thank you. Where we are. Okay. Could you see my screen?
Yeah, I'm adding it. Yeah. Now everyone can see it.
Okay, so let's talk about the metaverse. I'm going to talk about why metaverse is the next biggest thing. I'm not just saying next big thing, but I'm saying next biggest thing. So the concept is that we have been hearing like the rise of AI starting from February or March timeframe. Some people are concerned about or questioning if AI is replacing metaverse as a hot topic. The metaverse is no longer a hot topic. But that is not our view. That is not our observation. So I will explain to you why we predict that the metaverse is facing a great opportunity for explosive and disruptive growth. And also, we will work together to accelerate the takeoff of the metaverse industry for sustainability and humanity. So first of all, let's take a look at the metaverse and AI. So we believe AI will help boost the development of metaverse on both the supply and the demand side. Why? Because first of all, when we are talking about the metaverse, we are talking about large scale and fine-grained virtual worlds, virtual objects, virtual scenes, and virtual characters. So if we create those digital content with our human labor, it will be almost a mission impossible. But with the help of generative AI, we will be able to create those virtual content at 100 or even 1,000 times faster. So that would be something like making impossible possible. So we call that enriching the content. Metaverse will, without AI, metaverse will face a challenge of lack of content. But AI can help enrich the content of metaverse. And also, another aspect is about NPC, non-player characters, or you can say that virtual characters. So in metaverses, there will be hundreds of millions or even billions of virtual characters. So they can be driven by generative AI so that they could provide deeply personalized, interactive, and interactive experiences and services for users. So that's another important aspect from the supply side, that AI can help drive the intelligent non-player characters in metaverse. And the third one, some of you may have watched the demo of the Apple Vision Pro or the Meta Quest 3. So those AR or MR devices, in order to precisely place virtual objects onto the real world, they need to have a very precise understanding of the real world. So AI, especially its subset computer vision, can directly help devices understand the world. That's another very important dimension. Also, helping devices understand the users is also very important because in Apple Vision Pro or like the Meta Quest 3 and many other devices, they are using your gesture, your hand, and your eyeball tracking to understand your intent, what interactions you want to make. So those kind of things will also rely on AI, especially like machine learning, those kind of deep learning, those kind of technologies to make the understanding more precise and more correct. So that's the fourth aspect. So overall, we believe AI will help the growth of metaverse from the supply side. But more importantly, let's look at the demand side. So demand side is like metaverse. Previously, some people will question who will need metaverse. It's like metaverse is not a rigid demand. However, AI is driving a transformation in the labor market, which will indirectly make metaverse a rigid demand. Let me explain to you why. So look at the diagrams. In many professions, generative AI will significantly improve the skills of amateurs. So previously, our human beings, the skill level distribution is like a pyramid. 20% or 25% of people, their skill level is above average, so they can call themselves professionals, and they can make money by performing that skill. They can call that a job. But people with skill level lower than average, they are amateurs, so they cannot call themselves professionals. They are not eligible to make a living, because if your skill level is below average, who will pay you for doing that? So that is the current situation. But with generative AI, the skill level of any human being will be significantly improved. Let's say like 90 points or like 95 points. So that would be the plateau shape on the right. So, which sounds like a good thing, by the way. Like everybody's skill level is significantly improved. However, as a result, the average is also significantly improved. So only a very, very small number of people can continue to be called professionals and make a living doing that as a job, which means more and more people, many people, they will have to look for either new job opportunities, or they should just enjoy fewer working hours and more leisure time. So we are facing new needs. Either we need to provide new job opportunities, or we need to provide new facilities and services for people's more leisure time. So where can we accommodate those needs? If we accommodate those needs in the real world, we will face another challenge, which is called sustainability. So that's why we believe accommodating those needs in metaverses is probably the most sustainable and cost-effective approach. So that's why we believe AI will also help boost the development on the demand side. Let's also take a look at how metaverse can help AI in turn. So the conclusion is that the metaverse will also help boost the development of AI. So the further development of AI, especially when we are talking about the generalization of capabilities of large models, like the embodied AI, like the so-called artificial general intelligence, AGI, they all require a real-world training environment to obtain massive multimodal training data. But if we use if we use our real world to provide such a data, such a training environment, it would be financially not good, and with very high risk, safety and so on, and also energy consumption and carbon emission. So metaverse can provide such a training environment with the lowest cost and risk, and also the highest efficiency and diversity, so thereby helping boost the development of AI. This is not just our prediction. This is already happening. Actually, in some industries, particularly autonomous driving industry, so everybody has been, every company has been testing their autonomous driving algorithms in virtual worlds. on virtual roads. So we believe that is already happening practice, and which will be more and more common in other vertical industries as well. So overall, we believe AI and the metaverse are synergistically accelerating and helping each other. And so we say metaverse is the next stage of digitalization. So if we look at the history of digitalization or digital transformation, we can say that the digitalization 1.0 was automation, digitalization 2.0 was interconnection, along with the rise of internet from desktop internet to mobile internet and the Internet of Things. That digitalization 3.0 was about personalization, which is about Web 2.0, massive user-generated content and personalized recommendations. And the digitalization 4.0 is happening and exploding, which is about, we call that intelligentization, which is about using AI in everything, including generative AI, AI-generated content, AI-generated services, and so on. And the next phase we believe would be metaverse. We also call that realitization, because thanks to the digital technologies, we human beings, we invented, developed, and accumulated during the past decades. So for the first time, we are able to develop new digital realities. We are able to develop new digital universes. So that's why we call this realitization. So we are currently between two stages of digitalization: the already exploding intelligentization and the upcoming realitization, or AKA metaverse. So let's take a look at metaverse, its relationship with everything. There are fundamentally, there is still no common understanding of the definition of a metaverse, but we try to give it a most inclusive definition. So there are two views. One view, we call that experiential view, which means metaverse refers to a kind of experience in which the outside world is perceived by the users. Users could be humans or non-humans. So perceived by the users as being a universe, and that universe is built upon digital technologies. So there are three major types of metaverses. It could be either a digital and a different universe. We call that virtual reality. It could be digital extension of our current universe. You can call that augmented reality or mixed reality. You can also call that a digital counterpart. Well, the third type is digital counterpart or digital copy of our current universe. We may call that a digital twin. So these three types have covered all the variants, all the possible application scenarios of metaverse. But there's another view, another dimension. Some people like to describe a metaverse from the functional perspective. So functional perspective or functional view, some people say metaverse is the next version of World Wide Web, Web 3.0 or 4.0. Some people say metaverse is the next generation of the internet, when the web is different from internet. So web is actually, you can say, is a subset of the internet. And more, I would say, broadly, some people say metaverse is the next stage of digitalization. I truly believe that. So metaverse will have a profound impact on everything, on our work, our play, our life, on all the industry, consumer industry, academia, and the government usage. So while we believe AI is a very big thing, AI is transforming production. AI is transforming forces of production and the relations of production. We believe metaverse will redefine production and redefine life. So that's why we say metaverse is the next biggest thing. Let's also talk about the relationship between metaverse and the sustainability. So metaverse will be a cure for sustainability challenges. Why? Some people are concerned about like metaverse infrastructure could be very energy consuming and also cause much carbon emission. Of course, we need to develop and build metaverse infrastructure with low energy consumption and low carbon emissions as fast as possible. But meanwhile, we should also recognize that the metaverse can also be used in environmental protection, education, climate science research, and other fields to provide more support for for addressing global climate change. And more importantly, maybe most importantly, is that metaverse will transfer more and more activities from the real world to digital worlds, reducing energy consumption and carbon emissions. So collectively, we believe metaverse will provide an effective path to promote sustainable development and address climate change. So that's why we believe metaverse will be a cure for sustainability challenges, and we should work together to advance metaverse technology in a sustainable manner and for greater sustainability. So let me briefly talk about how IEEE has been driving standardization efforts to pave the road to the metaverse. We have been organizing the IEEE Metaverse Congress as a series of virtual hybrid sessions to provide a global and a comprehensive view of the metaverse. So from the themes I listed on my screen, you can see that we have been addressing the trendy topics of metaverse. At the beginning, we were talking about the definition of metaverse, and later we started talking about how to develop and deploy the metaverse. And starting from this year, we were talking about the synergistic acceleration of the metaverse and AI, and Web 3.0 and NFT, things like that. So collectively, we have already attracted 500,000 attendees, online and offline, making this IEEE Metaverse Congress one of the best known events in the global metaverse industry. So you can stay tuned by visiting metaverse.ieee.org, which is very simple, metaverse.ieee.org. And we also have several ongoing standards projects. 2048 is about metaverse terminology and definitions and taxonomy. So we believe this will become a very popular standard, similar to in autonomous driving industry, which is my favorite example. So everybody has been talking about, hey, your company is developing a level 4 autonomous driving, and my company just delivered a level 3. So those levels are from SAE G3016 standard, specifying from level 0 to level 5 different levels of autonomous driving. So we believe metaverse also needs such kind of terminology and the taxonomy standard to set people's expectations and the roadmap for the industry. And we are also developing standards for metaverse-related ethics. For example, the 1716 and the 1716.1 addressing ethically aligned design for metaverse systems. And other topics we are standardizing, including identity framework, including blockchain-based energy metaverse application, including metaverse financial system, ecosystem reference models, and so on. We also have two IC stands for industry connections activities. So in IEEE, IC is a very different animal. It can address everything except for standards development itself. So it's basically like a study group, a long-lasting study group, but it could also be helping with the deployment and the adoption of standards. So we have two ICs so far. Persistent computing for metaverse is addressing how to create persistent virtual worlds. And the decentralized metaverse initiative is about how to create a decentralized metaverse in a good way. And lastly, let me introduce you something we are about to launch, which is a new program, the Metaverse Acceleration and Sustainability Association. So the background is that we found that, okay, there's a huge opportunity for metaverse to take off. So we want to work together to catch this opportunity and make sure everything will happen in a sustainable way. So this new program includes 7 work streams, but I'm not going to promote each work stream. Instead, I want to highlight that all these work streams are very necessary elements, no matter within any organization. Those work streams are necessary for the metaverse industry, the metaverse ecosystem to really take off. So we carefully designed those work streams. Number 1, we will be developing landscape outlook and roadmaps for metaverse. You can see on my screen, this is a draft metaverse technology landscape, including spatial computing, which is about extended human sense interactions, persistent computing, which is about how to create persistent virtual worlds, and the consensus computing, which is about digital finance and economy, aka like digital assets, decentralization, blockchain, and so on. We will also be developing open standards conformity assessment and certification based on our collaboration with other SDOs and also our own gap analysis. So we can develop fast lane standards to fill the gaps. We will also, this is probably one of the most important work streams. We will also develop open source reference implementations and pilot applications for metaverse, which include but not limited to software, hardware, design, and data. And also we will be facilitating the launch of pilot applications in various niche markets and vertical industries. Digital assets pool and exchange. So we found that the growth of virtual economy and the digital economy is an inevitable trend. So we want to embrace this trend. And also we figure out that, okay, so in some cases, especially when we are talking about industrial metaverse, those digital twin assets, virtual assets, are not being reused from project to project, which is a huge waste. So we want to solve this problem by providing metaverse digital assets pool and digital assets exchange, so we can have a better ecosystem based on digital assets. We will also organize competitions and rankings related to metaverse. For example, this is a challenge we co-organized with AWE earlier this year. So we got 230 teams submitted their results, and collectively the impact included we reduced 300k tons carbon. We impacted 132 million people, which was huge. So we will keep doing those kind of competitions, including contests, hackathons, and challenges. And we will also organize some rankings to constructively foster innovation. And of course, advocacy and lobbying is also very important to for better acceptance of adoptions of metaverse by the industry. I mean, not only the metaverse industry, but also all the other vertical industries and academia for sure, and the governments and the policymakers, and of course consumers and the public. And lastly, we have been hearing concepts called responsible AI development. So we are also beginning to we should work on the responsible metaverse development as well. So we drafted 5 principles for responsible metaverse development: safety, privacy, ethics, inclusion, and sustainability. So we need to work together to make sure that the metaverse is providing us a bright future instead of a dystopian future. So lastly, well, I think I can. We are actually in the phase of call for funding members for this program. But the point here I'm sharing with you is that I think the most important takeaway is that metaverse is the next biggest thing, which is a very cross-disciplinary and cross-industry topic, and we look forward to work together with you, with all of you, to accelerate the arrival of the real takeoff of metaverse, and making sure it will happen in a sustainable way, and also contributing to the larger sustainability and humanity. So I stop here. I put my contact information on my screen. By the way, if you heard of the Metaverse Standards Forum, I have also been a supporter for the Metaverse Standards Forum from the very beginning. I'm an initial director of the Metaverse Standards Forum Board of Directors, and also currently serving as a chair for Metaverse Standards Forum. But of course, as introduced before, my major role for today, especially, I'm the president of the IEEE Standards Association, and also a member on the IEEE Board of Directors. So welcome to contact me by email or connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you so much. I'll stop here, and maybe we can take a couple of questions. Sergio, you are muted. You're on mute.
Yeah, forgetting all the time to unmute myself. You know, I have actually 2 cats, and the smaller one is starting to attack the bigger one, and it started to become noisy. So this is why I'm doing this. So thank you so much for this very insightful presentation. And I actually, metaverse is widely discussed topics, and some people are actually kind of do not put much trust into this. And maybe by addressing some questions, we can change it a little bit, because I literally read the comment on social media by some reputable person that, if metaverse is not the town in France, and there is a town in France which is called metaverse, this is just a computer game. And the result of this may be something which is happening on crypto conferences, because I have heard quite a few times speeches of metaverse projects, and the way they present it, it really looks like a computer game, but for some reason it is called metaverse. However, on your presentation, it is becoming obvious that it is not only like related to gaming, it is related to many verticals and many industries. And I wanted to ask, what do you think? Again, it is a developing industry, so basically we're not talking about some like precise question. We're not looking for some precise answers that it will be like this and exactly like this. It is just like a vision or direction or a pattern. You see, what industries except of gaming do you think will be affected by metaverse?
So, of course, gaming is one of the very representative industries for metaverse usage, for metaverse applications. But others like news and media, like entertainment. Well, entertainment is related to gaming, remotely working together. Those kind of applications are all very related to metaverse. I would also like to refer to Second Life, which is widely recognized as the first embodiment of metaverse, the metaverse concept. So Second Life itself was not designed as a game. It was designed as an environment for people to, virtually live together, play together, and social and so on. So of course, yeah, social applications, social networking is a very important application. But I think fundamentally, that's why I love the name of Second Life. So we have only one life in this real world, but with metaverse or metaverses, we can have multiple different lives in virtual universes. I think which is that is the most important point. That's why I like the name Second Life, because it precisely described why people need a virtual environment or virtual universe. Because in that way, you can live a second life. You can live multiple second lives. So which provides tremendous or infinite possibilities to our work and our life. A simple example is that, like today, I could not, because I have another commitment here in New York, so I could not come to join you in person, but we can still have this conversation. I can still deliver my speech virtually. So which is a very preliminary example of what we could do later in the 2D, 3D, and the immersive virtual universe. So I think the potential is huge. It's probably much, much bigger than anything we have seen in humans' history of technology.
Well, thank you so much for this response. We have a question from the audience, from one of the speakers, but I would like right now to follow up with the question related to the industries, and then I will ask the question from the audience because they are kind of like going in the proper direction. We are speaking of the education industry, because there are a couple of education programs which are happening right now in Ukraine, where participants and involved people are considering applying the metaverse to the educational process. So some virtual teachers will go through the process of educating people, maybe implementing some tasks, maybe implementing some gamification procedures. What do you think on this? Do you think it is a good idea? What can be your, if you think that this is a good idea, what maybe can be your suggestions on this topic? And just
it is definitely a good idea. I think it will significantly increase or improve the equal opportunities for education. For example, like in the real world, some children, they never have a chance to visit the Forbidden City in Beijing, or the Metropolitan Museum in New York, or like some museums in Europe. But with Metaverse, they could virtually be there. They could virtually visit and experience every like painting, those kind of sculptures, things like that. They could even watch those items more closely than people who are in person in those museums. So I think that's a huge advancement in terms of the equality of education opportunities. And also, I should also point out that this is just at the very initial stage. Those are, even we call that education, metaverse application in education. Those are actually some renaming from like a virtual reality or augmented reality applications. But I'm not saying that it's not good. I mean, like those kind of things, they used to call themselves VR and AR. Now they call themselves metaverse. I'm fine with that. Although metaverse is sort of like an ultimate goal, so with much more better experience. But still, I think at this stage, I think it's a good thing for people to call some preliminary VR or AR or like 3D applications as metaverses or metaverse applications, even they are still preliminary. But the industry will need some time to really grow to the ideal stage. So I think those examples you can say from AR or like those 3D worlds. Those are all applicable to the, I would say, the preliminary application or scenarios of metaverse.
Well, thank you so much for this. So now the question from the audience. I'm quoting. Great presentation. Could you please elaborate more details on the borderline between virtual and digital realms in the terms of metaverse definition?
So basically, I believe you are talking about like difference between like a virtual universe or virtual reality and the digital twin. So digital twin is like as I said, there are three different types. So virtual reality is typically about a completely different universe, similar to you are playing a game. You are actually in a virtual environment, which is not really relevant to your real world, not relevant to your daily job, your real environment, and so on. But the digital twin is about particularly digital twin has extended application in industrial metaverse, so-called industrial metaverse. Digital twin is about you will, for everything in the real world, like in the factory, for every machine, for every element, it will have a digital counterpart or digital copy in the digital world. And then by manipulating, by simulating, or in the operations or behaviors of those virtual objects, you will have a better understanding how the real world will perform. And based on that, you can adjust you can do a better risk management, or you can improve the performance of the real world. So that's the so-called digital twin, which is currently very popular in the so-called industrial metaverse. And the augmented reality is the third one, which is about a mixture of real world and virtual objects. Those virtual objects may not have their counterpart in the real world, but those are like the experience is a combination of the real world and the virtual objects. For example, you after you wear like AR glasses, you can say a virtual like advertisement board on the side of the road, but in the reality, there's no such kind of a board. So such kind of thing is one of the examples providing additional point of interest, advertisement, and so on in the real world, and enriching the experience once you put the AR glasses on. So you can tell that those are three very different application scenarios: different virtual universe, mixed universe with a mixture of the real world and the virtual objects, and mirror world. Like a digital twin is basically like a mirror everything in the real world and creating its virtual counterpart. But those are all classified as metaverse according to our definition. And I also believe our definition currently is the most inclusive one and has been accepted by more and more people.
Understood. Thank you so much. The question to Umit Kali, who is actually a speaker and who will be speaking in the next section, in the following section of today's date. Please let us know if you have any other questions, or if it addresses the questions, or anyone from audience have more questions. So while people are thinking about the questions, I actually wanted to go to slightly unrelated to metaverse questions. Yeah, Umit says thanks. Yeah, we basically unrelated to metaverse question, we actually the question about the standards. So we are currently doing some work, and we are going to increase this work regarding the potential involvement of Ukrainian researchers or research group or institutions to the IEEE SA, to IEEE Standards Association activities. I wanted to ask, maybe you can provide some high-level description for the audience to know how this process works in general. So we will, of course, will be able to guide them through the particular details of this, because also I'm the member of the working group, and we have other colleagues who can help with this. But just on a high level, so our audience can understand how the process works and why this is beneficial and why it is important.
So that could be another 30 minutes speech, but let me make it short. So standards are sort of like we use standards to shape the future of the industry. So previously, like the industry feels like, okay, when technology is mature enough, we need to develop a standard to increase the interoperability between different stakeholders, between different participants, which is still one of the very strong needs for standardization. But another thing we call that market driving standards, which are before technology or before a market is mature enough, we need the standards to pave the road for the industry. The autonomous driving standards level 0 to level 5 is a good example, because without such kind of standard, people will not have a common ground for discussion. So everybody is saying, hey, I'm doing autonomous driving. So who can tell if company A's autonomous driving is better than company B? We need some kind of standards like that. So I think that's I would say that one of the good things from developing standards. And also standards can help you build your ecosystem around your own products and services, and people work together to make a bigger cake. But on the other side, we are also saying that, hey, if you are not at the table, you are probably on the menu, which means you need to join the standards development, which to define the future, to shape the future. Otherwise, you will be ending up with just following the standards developed by other guys. So joining standards development from the very beginning is very important. And IEEE standards development has been completely open to everybody. So I do welcome and encourage you to participate in any IEEE standards that you may be interested.
Well, thank you so much for this response, and yeah, I think it covers the question in full, and let's allow our audience to ask any questions if they have them, because currently we don't have them. And if there will be no questions, you shared your contact information. After event, there we will distribute the recording to basically to the publicly accessible video channels. So they will be able to get back to you, and we also will be, if we have your permission, if somebody will approach us, we can run the introduction.
Sure, of course. Of course, my pleasure.
Well, thank you so much for this. And yeah, we are currently, currently we are having like around 30 minutes, actually 34 minutes break. So, and after the break, we are returning at 2:30 Kyiv time, and it will be the we will start with the speech of Alex Norta, who is the head of IEEE Finland blockchain group. Thank you so much for being with us, and we look forward to seeing you in 34 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Hello everyone, we are back. So you're back from the break. I hope you had a good time to rest. And now we are processing to the second section of this day. And we are welcoming to the stage, to our virtual stage, the next speaker. So, hello, Alex. Welcome to our virtual stage. So, for audience to know a little more about you, so Alex is the head of IEEE Blockchain Group. He also was recently featured in IEEE Blockchain podcast series. So, if you will go to blockchain.ieee.org, the first banner you will see will be the banner of our forum, which is thank you so much for Blockchain Technical Committee for supporting us. The second will be about technical briefs, and the third will be related to Alex podcast. The topic of podcast was it was related to his early theoretical research and how it relates to distributed ledger technologies and decentralized autonomous organizations, which is called DAOs. Alex, welcome to our virtual stage. I'm passing it over to you.
Thank you. And if you listen to this podcast, just one little disclaimer. I had my little boy tied to me, my little baby boy. So if you then hear occasionally some, baby sounds, that came from him, basically. Yeah, in any case. Yes, so I believe I have half an hour. That's correct, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's correct.
So I have the slides ready. I will go to the slideshow.
Yeah, it is already on the screen.
Yes, and then, so.
Yep.
Okay. Do you wait? It's still loading.
Yeah, I suggest you to enable the slideshow. So basically,
Yes, I do. It's loading. Yes. Do you see the slide? Do you see it? Is it good now?
we see the browser right now, but it may work like this as well.
Okay, that's interesting. Because I went into screen share, and you don't see the screen share.
I got it. Basically, there is an option to use the Google Slides. So basically,
Yes,
you select the presentation, and then you do.
Okay. Let me do this.
And then it plays them.
Okay. I'll go to here. Yes. Okay. So I stop the screen, I guess. Then I say present. I go to the slides. I go to Google Slides and then add the Google Slides. Let's see. Okay, my slides don't show up. They don't show up.
They don't.
No. In any case, I can just do screen share.
Yeah, well, let's do screen share. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll go back here. Recent.
You can also send me the presentation and I can upload it for you if you wish.
That is also a good idea.
Yeah.
Let me just do a quick download then. Download. And how do I send them now to you quickly?
You can send it over to my email. Yeah, and I'm already opening it.
Okay, if you quickly type your email address, then I will shoot them over to you.
Yeah. One moment.
In the chat, I suppose you will share your email address.
It's actually my first and last name through the dot at IEEE.Sergey.Grivnyak.IEEE.org.
Probably I have it already.
Yeah.
Email address. So Sergey, recipient Sergey. Grivnyak. Yes, I have it.
Yeah. That's me.
Okay, next slides. I will just attach them quickly. So. Okay, and they're on their way. I thought I had done the upload somehow, but you have an email?
No, not yet.
Yes. Well, I can start a little bit. So the presentation I want to talk about today is about the intersection of blockchain, Internet of Things, and security. The presentation has several parts. So the plan is that I first go into the very basics about blockchain. So many presentations have already been conducted along this way. So there's not too much for me to say. I can cut some time there because I have too many slides actually. Then I want to talk about the Internet of Things and what the implications are. Certainly with respect to the explosion of the amount of data that Internet of Things systems generate. And thirdly, I would then go into conceptual properties of security that one has to pay attention to, and how they then implicate the securing of IoT systems that we have ever more diffusing into society. Do you have the slides?
It is uploading. It is uploading.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I go now to slides and Google Slides, then they should show up.
Yeah. Now adding to the stage. Yeah. Is this correct?
Yeah. You are now showing them?
Yeah. Now you are able to.
Here we go. Yes. Okay. And do I tell you then how to switch the pages or what the slides?
You can switch them yourself.
Just myself.
Yeah. You can do it. Yeah. You just point here and point to the screen, and then there will be slide, next slide, etc. Do you have this option? I will be doing it for you.
Okay. Now, in any case, yeah, that's me, Alex Norte. I'm a member of IEEE Blockchain. I have also the leads of IEEE Blockchain Finland before it was for IEEE Blockchain Estonia. And I used to be an associate professor at Tallinn University of Technology at the Department of Software Science. And I also have my company Dimaxion, which I run. And I don't see any button to switch further. So if I just tell you, please the next slide. Yes. I think I have already done the introduction. So in addition, I would like to raise the point that this is all in the context of the so-called machine to everything economy, which I will briefly introduce. I think the rest I've already covered. Next slide, please. Yes, so if you want to find me, I'm on LinkedIn, and here's to the right the ETIS website, which is the Estonian Research Council website, where you will find my biography. I'm also on ResearchGate. Otherwise, you can just type in Alex North into search engine of your choice, and you will probably find a lot of material you don't even want to know about me. So it's very easy to track me down. Next slide. I'm also the editor of a special issue about blockchain technology and security in IoT networks. So the deadline for all the submissions. So as you can see here, that's a Q1 journal, impact factor 3.847. That's quite nice. Puts it into the Q1 category, and I'm very happy if more submissions could come in. Next slide. Yeah, so what's the motivation? It's the rise of the so-called machine to everything economy, M2X economy. Next slide. So here's a little paper that is a position paper actually that we published. Benjamin Lading was one of the was my master student, and I co-supervised him for his PhD students, and Priyanka Sharma was at his department in Clausthal in Germany. So we came up with this position paper extracted from the award-winning M2X economy PhD thesis of Benjamin. Yes, I would suggest it's very nice if you could read this paper that also justifies how blockchains and security fit into this M2X framework. So here's a bit of a lengthy definition at the bottom, but it's basically a system where you have interactions, transactions, collaborations, and business enactments among humans, autonomous and cooperative smart devices, software agents, and physical systems. So thereby an ecosystem emerges that's automated, globally available, a heterogeneous socio-technical e-governance system with loosely coupled peer-to-peer resembling network structures, and by its dynamic, continuously changing, interoperable, open and distributed nature. And typical manifestation of such an M2X economy as, for example, cyber physical systems or Internet of Things and wireless sensor networks. Next slide, please. Yes, so I already alluded to before that this presentation will discuss the intersection of IoT, blockchain, and security. Next slide. So first, a bit Internet of Things. Internet of Things that build a bridge between digital and physical world, ever more without human interaction. So what are the functionalities of IoT devices? They're smart, sensor-laden devices that autonomously exchange data across the internet. They receive and transmit data to different devices and allow more than one device to be connected with each other to create real-time linkages. So this creates many new business opportunities and new market opportunities. At the moment, so 55 billion IoT devices are forecast to hit society by 2025 from 9 billion in 2017. So that's really a dramatic increase, yeah. And so also the investment amount is very considerable then. So the forecast is between 2017 and 2025, which is not too far away. Will be $15 trillion US or euros, is pretty much the same these days. And we potentially, so the selling point of IoT devices and systems is that they improve our lives. For example, the monitoring of health matters like blood pressure, blood sugar. Yeah, that's one example. Energy use optimization and much more. Next slide, please. So this raises, of course, many significant problems. Yeah, so we get the rosy picture of what is all being resolved thereby. Yeah, but These devices have many problems which are interesting for scientists and students to resolve, to make an impact on the market. We have, with this rise of the IoT devices, billions of transactions per device, which creates a lot of latency. We have lacking standards because these devices are produced by many different companies that don't agree on the standards. So that's where IEEE comes in very nicely, putting a lot of emphasis on industry standardization. IoT devices have low computing power and data storage, and there's also problems with good network connectivity. Also, when it comes to security and privacy, there are many problems. So if you know Amazon's Alexa, yeah, it's been blamed for spying on conversations. I have a little link here for entertainment that you can click on later. So I hope these slides are being shared with the audience. That would be very nice. Then it's possible to click on these slides on the hyperlinks to further information. Heart pacemakers, they can be hacked. Yeah, I've seen this personally with a cybersecurity student who did this very, very easily. Security cameras can be hacked, consequently also baby monitors. As a result, I mean, with these anecdotal examples, 2/3 of consumers think that IoT devices are creepy because you just can't trust them. Next slide. The other problem, which is particularly interesting also for researchers, is that the current IoT system model is very much centralized. So it's a bit organized like a starfish topology. And so there's a cloud in the middle, yeah, and all the communication and control happens through the clouds to the IoT devices that are around it, yeah. And if IoT devices want to communicate through each other, to each other, it happens through these clouds. So yeah, the problem is connections can only be identified and verified through this cloud. There's a high maintenance cost with this type of construction. Extra infrastructure has to be added with best IoT solutions. And of course, if the number of IoT devices is interconnected at a time, the number of communication increases. And so there are economic scalability engineering issues. Yeah? And so if these issues go beyond a certain limit with the cloud services, that leads to security issues. So if I'm a hacker, this is a honeypot. Yeah? So of course, I want to make sure I get into the cloud and then I can just take all the information out. So potentially the solution lies in a decentralized network. Next slide, please. And blockchain lends itself here, which, well, I guess I don't have to, given all the prior presentations and the audience, I don't have to say too much in this respect, but came up, of course, with Bitcoins. And initially, so I got into this research very early, already in my old PhD thesis, before blockchains were around as we have them now, was very much about, you could say, in modern language, DAOs and smart contracts and how they collaborate across DAOs. So not too long ago, if you wanted to get into this type of research, blockchains and so on, you were the drug dealer and the money launderer and whatever strange stories they mentioned. But nowadays we have, of course, much more acceptance, and the importance of blockchain technology in society has been acknowledged. So there's much more funding. There's a widespread industry adoption throughout so many sectors. And yeah, so the popularity is increasing dramatically. The use of blockchain in so many different areas. Banks, even legacy banks are adopting blockchain technologies, and even on a EU level, there are very significant blockchain initiatives. So the point is that they're cryptographically secure, immutable distributed ledger technology, blockchains. And I would assume public-private key or concepts and so on, that's all known here. But maybe from a quality point of view, I mean, non-functional requirements, I would say immutable traceability is a key aspect that blockchains bring us. And as such in society, blockchains can then function as some sort of trust engine, because once an event makes it on a blockchain, can't be undone anymore. So there you have traceability about events that have occurred. Next slide, please. Yeah, this paper is well known. I think in this audience, I don't have to go too much into it. It's the most famous Bitcoin paper. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a screenshot taken out of the Bitcoin paper from Satoshi Nakamoto. It just shows that you have an arbitrary number of public keys, yeah, that can, for transaction purpose, and your private key you basically should keep to yourself, yeah, and then you can sign off transactions versus the public key only into one direction, yeah. That gives you a pseudonymous, so to speak, a quasi-anonymous scenario for transacting and collaborating. In the meantime, we actually also have fully anonymous solutions, whether it's in the crypto token space or also on a smart contract level. This is very nice smart contract blockchain system called Dero.io, D-E-R-O.io. That's fully private. I would say quite an improvement to, say, the pseudonymous smart contract blockchain systems. Next slide, please. Yes, so this goes further into the nature of decentralization of blockchains. So you have basically blocks that get in a decentralized way mined into existence, and so you get a chain of blocks, and this gets replicated out to nodes. And if a node gets corrupted or attacked or whatever, you can heal that just by synchronizing again with the other nodes. Thereby, you have a very robust system provided there are enough participants to participate, say, maybe in proof of work riddle competitions. Also in more in other systems, we have proof of stake to not have to expend all this computational power on solving the riddles. Next slide, please. Yeah, so proof of work, proof of stake, the difference probably is quite well known here. And so yeah, is there anything new? I think I've mentioned all of this already. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so with versus the initial crypto token systems, what we have then coming up was the smart contracts, basically an extension of the protocol layer on top of the blockchain layer, with the most important system being Ethereum initially. And thereby you can kind of orchestrate transactions, yeah. And this, of course, then is the foundation to very exciting decentralized application or DApp developments. Next slide, please. Yeah. So again, so the nice thing I would say about all this blockchain work is how open source it is, yeah. And here's again the Ethereum white paper. Here it's actually mentioned that we have also decentralized autonomous organizations emerging with this type of technology. I would say this is a very hot topic for governance, so certainly for the Ukraine. I would say DAOs and blockchain-powered DAOs for e-governance should be something that hopefully will be looked at for the digital transformation. Next slide, please. And we have, in the meantime, a huge amount of different types of blockchains, smart contract blockchain systems. There's, of course, Ethereum with the first move advantage, fully public, where anyone can participate. And then on the other extreme, we have Hyperledger, which is permissioned, where you have to kind of knock on the door, allegorically speaking, to be let in. And then we have between those two extremes on the spectrum of being fully public or fully permissioned and private, we have systems, smart contract systems in between. In the meantime, we have really a huge amount of different smart contract blockchain systems. So if you go maybe a little bit into my ETIS research profile, you will see many papers that we've published. Me together with my PhD students doing systematic literature reviews about the pros and cons of all these different smart contract blockchain systems. Anyone is interested? Next slide, please. So from a security point of view, then we have these very, very common aspects that we need to look at, certainly for securing IoT systems. That's confidentiality. So that means data is secured to authorized parties. Integrity. So that means that the data can be trusted, and availability, so that the data is accessible when and where needed. That's a so-called CIA model in security, which is very well known. In addition, with the adoption of blockchain technologies to achieve decentralization, going away from this honeypot scenario with the clouds in the middle governing all the devices, we can now also consider non-repudiation. So that is tied to, so that means service provides a trusted audit trail. This is something you can clearly achieve through blockchains, because you simply store the events on chain, which are then immutably traceable. So this goes together clearly with non-repudiation. Then you have authenticity, so that means components can prove their identity. So in a most intuitive, obvious way, that's achieved very much through the public-private key mechanisms I alluded to earlier. And then we have also privacy. That means the service does not automatically see customer data. So, and that again ties in very much with public-private key infrastructure of blockchains. So, in other words, an entity, whether it's a human or non-human or an IoT device, can decide to whom data is being disclosed, in a quasi-sovereign way. Next slide, please. So let's now quickly delve into the intersection relating IoT data, blockchain, and security. Next slide. So what we see is that the IoT security budgets are exploding. By 2020, that we have seen an increase versus 2015 from 1% to 20%. So probably we're coming close to 30% pretty soon, And we have IoT bottlenecks and technical deficiencies. So the autonomous devices must be integrated into a larger IoT system infrastructure. They have virtual identities that create trust issues and authentication issues. Certainly when we lack standardization, there's point-to-point communication. It's complex to coordinate and easy to attack. And then there's the data integrity, which means it's potentially easy to compromise data, certainly when you interfere into an IoT system. So allegorically, we could say it's a bit like a castle with a wall. And as long as the wall is up and intact, there's no problem. But if the enemy can take just one part of the wall down, then the enemy can just intrude and take over the city behind the walls. And it's a bit here the same. So you have all these devices that are autonomous, and that should integrate with all the other devices. But if only at one point this is compromised, then you basically have this scenario where just one small part of the castle wall is down, and that's already good enough for the enemy to invade. Next slide, please. So there are many security threats like unauthorized physical device access, software attacks. You can have distributed denial of service attacks, impersonation, device spoofing, and so on. So the many opportunities to break into IoT devices. And to alleviate that, to mitigate that, we have solutions that are focused on identity management and encryption. And what is really needed is that we have kind of a life cycle understanding that should be established. Yeah? For IoT systems, a micro life cycle per device. The device is mounted into and integrated into an existing IoT device. Then there are communication channels changing. There may be updates, and at some point, a device is decommissioned and taken out. Yeah, so there's a kind of a micro life cycle, and then there's a macro life cycle for the entire IoT system that goes through epochs. It's initially set up, and then parts of the system are upgraded, certain device categories are replaced with more modern ones, and so on. Yeah, and eventually maybe the entire IoT device itself is being taken down. So blockchains could mitigate providing a framework with automated security and attack prevention. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello? Hello, hello?
Yeah, which of the slides? This is slide 25. This is 26.
Yes.
Which one would you like? Next?
Yeah, the next one. Yes, please.
Yeah, next.
So now it's crashing a bit.
This one?
I don't see now what's going on. Okay, what can I do? It seems. Oh yeah, okay. So something happened. I'm still here, but okay. So my browser disappeared, and I don't know where it went. Where am I? Interesting.
We lost Alex. Let's give him a moment to get to return to us, and then we continue. Oh yeah, Alex is with us.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Alex, yes, you're back.
Go one slide back, and
yeah,
and one back. Okay, yes. So to cut the long story short, because I think I'm already a bit over the time. So the point is that with blockchain technologies, how you can tackle this centralization problem. So on the one hand side, with blockchains, you achieve a bit of an adoption of a more standardized approach to treating security. You can also potentially achieve that blockchain technologies create a peer-to-peer scenario, yeah, between the devices to communicate. and the communication is also encrypted. And the idea is that you have a wallet, and a device can ask another device to set up a communication channel. And what happens there is that basically keys are exchanged to establish such an encrypted then communication channel. Everything is logged, so you can audit with timestamps, of course, on chain what's happening, and thereby very quickly determine if a security issue occurs, who's responsible for that. Next slide. So I worked on a solution for that a bit, also for the well, trust establishment, but maybe we can skip this about multi-factor challenge set self-sovereign identity authentication. Next slide, please. The idea is that for such complex systems, one key is not sufficient. So just one public and private key is not sufficient. So instead, that you create challenge sets that are configurable depending on the context. And with that, you have a much more fine-tuned option if the challenges are issued and the responses are collected and evaluated. Everything goes on chain to then determine if the other device is really trustable. Next slide. Yes, what I still wanted to mention was there are problems also which are very, very interesting for scientists. Potentially, blockchains resolve the issues of centralization and security, as pointed out, but of course, due to the limitations of IoT devices, it is not possible to store entire blockchains on a device. Also, proof of concept is proof of work where you resolve very elaborate cryptographic riddles. That's also, of course, not an option for energy and capacity limited in general IoT devices. So instead, probably to not have to require every device owning an issue of an entire blockchain, which can be many gigabytes. One option could be to work with shards. So this means you have just elementary parts of a blockchain that get stored into a device so that it can operate, and these are then swapped out and replaced from the overall blockchain. And of course, very nice open issues. Then also the verification algorithms, validation algorithms of blockchains. So proof of work, as I said, is too time consuming. We already have latency issues. So other algorithms for that have to be considered. Next slide, please. So here, so this is just a list of other blockchain use cases. Maybe you just go through, if you just click and show, I have in the slides, which hopefully you can share with the audience, looked into papers. So if you just click through, just go through them, please. Next slide, and so on. That this is really happening, this type of research domain. So if anyone wants to get into this, maybe you have many students in the audience. Application cases like blockchains for energy management or smart city management, of course, e-healthcare, logistics like here, tracking, preventing counterfeit products. Next slide, please. This is office-based management and blockchains towards a smart city kind of context. Next slide. Energy sector, I mentioned already. Next slides. Yes, and also this is a very vivid field to look into. If you just can click through, please, as I speak. Here's just the evidence. These are very current papers published precisely in this intersection, blockchain, IoT, and security. Just please, next slide. Yes. Also for Web3, of course. This is very interesting. So this is really a very, very growing field of investigation, and I would encourage people in the audience to move into this space. So I think we can move to the conclusions, because I'm already 10 minutes almost over the time limit. If you click further to the...
Yeah, no worries about that. We have a later break, so this break was a little longer, so we
No, okay. Yes. No, but you can go to the conclusion. Thank you. So that's pretty much the last slides. I tried to really hurry up. Usually this takes me about an hour to present, but I think you still got the main points. So the main issue, just to summarize, is that we have IoT systems with centralized architectures, which are a single point of failure and a honeypot for hackers, and they really create kind of a bottleneck scenario that doesn't scale for IoT systems. The conceptual security properties that exist are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So that's the very traditionalistic cybersecurity CIA framework. But with the advent of blockchains that you can, in theory, adopt into this IoT space, you can then also work with notions of privacy, authentication, and non-repudiation. Blockchain technology does present itself as an option for IoT systems that generate then really, really large data management problems. But we have these very interesting limitations, interesting for scientists, also engineers who like to experiment and adopt challenges. So the current performance and scalability of IoT are incompatible with blockchain functions and vice versa. So we need really new types of blockchains for IoT to connect these 55 billion IoT devices. And in fact, there are already IoT-oriented blockchain systems emerging out of research and development. So I've seen some papers in this direction. This is very encouraging. And we need novel consensus and validation algorithms. So I mentioned before, proof of work is not really a good option for capacity-limited IoT devices. Proof of stake is probably also problematic. So this is, again, very nice field for researchers to be very active. So these IoT devices are a massive source of raw data that we generate, unspeakable amounts. And another point then that becomes very interesting is that we need to then figure out how to combine and understand this unstructured data. So here, once again, if we go to big data and machine learning and all of this stuff, a big problem of this is of these domains is where does data come from? Is it trustable? So you can have the most amazing and most sophisticated machine learning algorithm and so on, but if it's garbage in, then it's of course garbage out. So in order to have trust in the data that you feed, in the quality and authenticity and so on of data that you feed into machine learning algorithms, again, blockchains are very good for what is called in English provenance tracking. In plain English, you need to know then with the help of blockchains, where does data come from, and is it trustable data? Which is currently not the case. So we need to learn. So this is then a very interesting combination. The IoT systems, they create huge amounts of data. They themselves have to be secured. But then also for all the knowledge that we can generate out of these massive data sets that IoT systems generate, we need to also have trust in those data sets, where they come from. So that again makes it very clear we need really blockchains because of this immutable traceability quality feature or non-functional requirement that blockchains satisfy. And we can then extract certainly also with means of artificial intelligence. Yeah. Very, very strong, good knowledge. If we combine blockchains with AI, we get high quality knowledge, and then actually all this massive amount of data that the IoT systems now generate very explosively, as I hopefully have made clear in this presentation, that actually becomes workable, and it's something that hopefully will improve society. Thank you, and sorry for being a bit over time. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, there is a question. So it will be like a little bit of a high level question. So you mentioned many times the work with basically the distributed ledger technologies and specifically blockchains with IoT. And you mentioned multiple consensus algorithms fitting or not fitting the requirements. Can you please provide your view on maybe high level regarding the what are the core requirements for distributed ledger technology to be a fit for IoT? Is it a light device, low hardware requirements? Is it basically a decentralization of the system, so many devices can have nodes set up, or is it like high scalability or something like
that? Yes, I mean definitely it's very high scalability. So I mean, of course, it will help that the IoT devices themselves improve and achieve better capacity. But still, yeah, you need. I think what would make a lot of sense is to look very much into notions of sharding. Yeah, how can you efficiently manage shards that are then very dynamically onloaded and offloaded of devices as they need them on the go, so to speak, as they operate and communicate with other devices. And for that, maybe the current, maybe for that, so my colleagues in Tallinn, they're working on blockchain types that are very much tree structured. Yeah. So then, I mean, if you have a tree structure, then it becomes actually possible that you cut out a subtree, and that you add into, I mean, as a shard, so to speak, into a device. The device can even go off chain, and then in return, if say IoT devices then work, maybe even in an off-chain setting for a certain amount of time with such a tree structured shard, then it can at some future point in time be onloaded again with the overall blockchain and synchronized. So I would say this is a very important aspect that should be looked into. Yes, and it must certainly be pretty much a lightweight solution. I mean, you can't just fork say the Bitcoin blockchain and expect that to be sufficient then for IoT solutions. Is completely impossible, of course. So, but as I said, I mean, there's a lot of good work happening in this direction. Yes, exactly. Q&A. Good work happening in this direction, and I would again encourage certainly students, PhD students, to move into this direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the response and the presentation. It was very insightful. And
sorry for the crash of my Chrome.
No worries. Technical issues always happen. So let me check if we have any other questions. I think we don't. So Alex, thank you so much for being with us. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, we are and definitely by at the end of this event, again, I highly recommend to go to blockchain.IEEE.org, wait until third banner will appear, and to listen to podcast of Alex, so where he share other different aspects of his work many other interesting things. With that being said, we are welcoming on the stage our next speaker, which will be soon after the video. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everyone. So I'm happy to give the virtual floor to Umit Kali, who is the professor of the digital engineering for future technologies at University of York. He is a former associate professor of energy informatics at Norwegian University of Science and Technology. He is also an expert panel member at EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum. Umit also serves as a vice chair of the standard group of named P2418.5 Energy Blockchain Working Group at IEEE SA. Also, the title of his presentation will be DLT and AI as enablers of a digital green transformation. If I'm correct, and Umit will correct me if I'm wrong. And over to you, Umit. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for inviting. Thanks for introducing me. I think it looks like you can see my screen. Is that correct?
I am aiding the presentation right now.
Actually, yeah, I can continue then.
Yeah, you can continue. I'm leaving it to you. Thank
All
you.
right. So hi everyone. So the agenda of my presentation is I will start with global landscape as an introduction and talking about a little bit about cyber law aspects of it, and try to explain the digital green transition or shift and connection with DLT and artificial intelligence, and come up with some conclusions. So when it comes to the high-level explanations of what is happening actually in the broader landscape, I prefer to use a framework which is developed by some of the British colleagues, Giles and colleagues, which is generally used for explaining to societies. But I adapted this for our work in terms of how we can explain the digital green transition. That is the addition from our group. So the multi-layer perspective approach has 3 layers. The top layer is the landscape or micro level. Meso level is the where we are living actually. Our societies, our organizations, IEEE, legislators, companies, universities. And the micro level, I will be explaining it. It is just underneath. So let's start with the landscape. This is the higher level. You can just imagine that there are massive pressures like vectors in physics. These are rare, but when it happens, they applied very high pressure, like I would say global events. Normally the individual human being has less influence on that, like Fukushima earthquake, or OPEC oil crisis in 70s, wars like the recent war in Ukraine and many other large incidents. They are impacting the lives of people in many ways. So it also impacts the societies and industries as well. So usually individual human being has less influence on that, and they are massive as mentioned. The second part is the part where the industries, lawmakers, universities, and human beings, just like our societal life is happening here. So it's a kind of cloud. You can imagine that it shapes dynamically. It's shaped by dynamic impacts. And the energy political, I would say, legislators or digital law type of legislators are impacting this society to shape this. And there are rebound effects as well. This is highly dynamic. So when it comes to the last micro level, where we have new innovations like blockchain technology, quantum computing, these are like small and gentle pressures, but these are too often, especially in Industry 4.0 and towards 5.0. We have tons of them. It's not like massive, smaller vectors. These are many vectors, but if you add them together, they also have a very massive impacts, like generative AI or other type of technologies like mRNA, RNA technology. Recently, they also start developing the cure for cancer if it will be successful, and also in IT arena. So the smaller steps are accumulating and yielding very massive impact on the society. So there are also rebound effects as well. If something is happening here, then you will have also some rebound effect, and it's shaped dynamically, as mentioned. So as we discussed, we have 3 levels, our territories, like colorly indicated here. And I will try to explain the digital green transition within this context. Actually, the micro level events like climate change, wars, low frequency, high influence impacts, as discussed with examples, are impacting the technopolitical drivers. Like United Nations have various, I would say, regulations and action plans on, let's say, sustainable development goals or many others about immigration, IT solutions, XYZ. This is not approved, but they have intentions to just pushing some US Green New Deal agenda. In Europe, it is more successful, and other countries, they have similar agenda in terms of sustainability. These are technopolitical drivers, but at the same time, the green shift is also real. Actually, according to me, there are 3 tones of green. The first category happened actually in 70s when the OPEC crisis happened, when the financial system shifted to fiat currency on 15th of August 71 with the President Nixon's executive order. The entire world entered a system, and it's also impacted by various incidents in terms of petrodollar type of, I would say, geopolitical issues that I don't want to go in details over there. And this triggered many green energy patents applications, like number of photovoltaic patents skyrocketed at that time. And the second wave was also the Energiewende, led by Germany, but later on China and other countries also catch up and had great, I would say, traction. And after pandemic, there had been other large waves also coming. Again, there's a rebound effect. That means if there are some crises like wars impacting the sustainable development in Europe, let's say if the agendas for the governments are changing and the definitions of green energy is also changing, like nuclear can also be counted as green energy and all this foundational stuff is also shifted, then that means this is a very dynamic impact as well. So the other part is, I would say, the green digital shift, which is also impacted by the industrial revolutions. I would just pick 2 of them. The Industrial Revolution 3.0 is not new at all, then that means the digitalization is not a new issue. It had been there for more than 50, 60 years. SCADA systems and computer networks are already in the I would say, ecosystem. And the Industry 4.0 is actually this is deep digitalization. This is the terminology that we use mostly in our studies, which is shaped by cyber-physical or cyber-physical social systems, AI, machine learning, generative AI, 5 or 6G, distributed ledger technology, and quantum. Especially the smart contracts, as also Alex indicated and other speakers today, is also very important enablers of digital transition, which will be the link between the business rule engines, business world, and the, I would say, technological and other parts of area. And new legislative framework supposed to be done or proceeded by European Union or national law in order to just make the cyber contracts more legally interoperable. So when it comes to, I would say, the economies or markets, I think blue ocean market was known. It is basically a new market, which is like defined by less competitive markets, started from blue sky type of ideas. Let's say Airbnb or Uber had been just in blue ocean market in the beginning, but right now in the purple territory, because there are other players like Bold and other companies which are pushing to such kind of areas or business sectors to the red ocean markets where the competition is very high and bloody. But I'm referring to the green ocean markets where the sustainability in any terms, it can be energy or ESGs or different type of stuff, is also impacted by environmental, social, economic, and security type of impacts, most importantly, innovation. But I need to just warn that even though we are discussing here the digital green shift and new potential markets, it can also be a next big bubble, which also consists of risk and just related. Such risks might be also related to the greenwashing as well. Therefore, we should be also very careful in terms of which use cases, which hypes are real and which hypes are not real. But this is real and existing, and it's upcoming. There will be new opportunities. And most of them, they will be shared with decarbonization and digitalization and digital green shift, actually, type of incidents. So as previously discussed, I think you also discussed previously in the morning as well. He also put Industry 5.0 here with Metaverse. But more or less, we have like impacts of digitalization. This is the first wave of digitalization, and second wave of digitalization, which is deep digitalization. But decarbonization have also earlier track records, which is also coming from the first industrial revolution, using the coal or such kind of stuff. And later on, step by step, people try to just get rid of the environmentally polluting, I would say, materials, but still the mass production and electricity generation are still there, but transformed. Therefore, all these intersections or interactions are shaping the digital green shift or transition. There are many things to explain it, but because of the lack of time, I just skipped the basic introduction to this topic. I usually define the energy or different type of sectors as cyber, physical, social layers. The physical layer is anything that you can see physically, the analog world. Electricity itself, AC or DC, is physical, unless it is converted to 0 and 1s. This is called digitization with electric meters and sensors. Then we enter to the new territory, which is green here. So the telecommunication or communication layer is responsible to transmit the signals from point A to point B. We have hundreds of thousands of protocols in telecommunication. Fiber optic 6G is also coming right now from one edge to another edge. And layer number 5 is the most important layer of this presentation, which is information and data layer, where blockchain and AI and quantum computing is playing a role here. And depending on the sector, of course, optimization, control, optimization, and operation layers are embedded to here. When it comes to energy markets, we have social layer, energy economics is here, and the profitability of the markets or enterprises is here as well. You have an investment, it can be cyber or physical investment. Cyber investment can be digitalization investment using blockchain technology or different type of AI technologies. You need to spend time and money on it. At the end of the day, the return of investments shall be liable, so that the business layer will be satisfied. And at top, we have the energy policy or policy level, regulatory layer, which is responsible to determine the rule of the game. So that means any system which is designed without considering layer number 1 wouldn't work. Even though the technology will work, it will be illegal. So that means we need to consider the legal aspects, regulatory aspects, cyber law aspects of the entire spectrum very carefully. So when I start talking about cyber law aspects, I think the smart grid is very well-known definition, which is a modern or next generation electric network or power system, which is also use the advantage of ICT, information communication technologies and control systems. So which is a very classical definition, but what I want to give an additional reflection is the following. It's not only cyber and physical. Of course, the cybersecurity is also important, but cyber's physical security is more important. And it's also very important to elaborate that legal and legislative landscapes shall also be investigated with multiple layers, because this is about energy law, environmental law, and cyber law or IT law. So how the data is governed, processed, what are the ethical issues, such matters shall be discussed jointly. So I think because of the lack of time, I just can give very brief introduction about cyber law landscape and the sovereignty. Digital sovereignty is very important, which has 2 subsectional areas, technology sovereignty and data sovereignty, which is the data sovereignty is about the data where the data is processed and stored, especially GDPR, e-privacy regulations are about it. But at the same time, we have technological sovereignty, which is more about the hardware and other peripheral elements like the chip X and AI X is also how to use the data in this case. Algorithms are also a matter of the technological sovereignty. So that means if European Union using a couple of, I would say, hardware like 5G or whatever, it shall be compliant to the chip X. So we should make sure that the data is not transmitted from European Union territory to another country or place without any, I would say, consent of the government and at the same time users. So if we would like to give an overview about the European cyber law landscape, it's not limited with this one, but it doesn't start also in 2013, but very important landscape step was the EU cybersecurity strategy was there, and digital single market is also developed here in order to achieve the harmonization between the member states, 27 member states, and also peripheral area later on. And there are some ID, I would say, an electronic wallet or different type of applications or just frameworks had been under the guarantee of such, I would say, legislative framework like GDPR, PR, and NIS directive, which is responsible for information and network security. And the second one is also, I would say, here, NIS2, where this critical infrastructure was in the center of those discussions in terms of cybersecurity. Energy and power systems had been and is among those critical infrastructure from NIS directive, but NIS2 directive is also extended with space applications, not only on Earth. Especially the digital sovereignty discussions are also very important in anywhere. Like Starlink is also impacting, and the owner of the Starlink, international politics and sovereignty as well, the physical sovereignty. I don't want to go into that detail, but I think you are very well aware of the recent discussions in the last 4 to 6 months. That means some players like here, this is GAFAM or GAMAM, Google, Amazon, large players are just start playing like governments, right? So we are heading to very interesting, I would say, ecosystem in the digital arena, where the governments will be there, but there will be new players like large companies which can also penetrate the digital and physical sovereignty of the states, which may not be acceptable actually in some degree. Of course, we have some driver technologies, the artificial intelligence and the use of an energy field. In the last 20 years, I had the privilege to apply many of those, including my PhD and work in the Fraunhofer Institute and later on in the United States. The AI applications in many areas of energy, like animal detection, forecasting of load, electricity price, and many other applications in the wind energy field, predictive maintenance, for instance, using AI, machine learning, or deep learning, depending on the use case. These are all elements of artificial narrow intelligence. The next level is artificial general intelligence, and the third level is artificial super intelligence that we are not there yet. With generative AI, we are stretching the boundaries of artificial narrow intelligence towards the artificial general intelligence, the second phase. So use cases in energy forecasting, as mentioned, for almost 20-25 years, I had been working on applying AI in the field of energy. At the time, in 2010 or before, we developed wind power forecasting system for the entire Germany when I was working for Fraunhofer Institute. And also we did it for Denmark and other applications for offshore. Then that means successfully AI are used for many years. I'm not the only guy, of course, using AI in energy field. There are tons of other research institutions, companies, but these are just selected examples about the past work. We can use AI algorithms to also make more benefit on the energy markets in Nord Pool, the Scandinavian energy markets, or we can use new generation artificial intelligence like explainable AI to have better electricity load forecasting for, let's say, the Oslo and regional forecasting or many other applications, which gives us opportunity to make better, I would say, predictions, because this gives us the insights, additional information of the input data. It helps the features engineering as well and developing the models. And it also involves various experts to the game who has no idea about artificial intelligence, can also be participate in the game, which is a great potential because we gain other professionals to make better solutions. It worked. For Norwegian case, we use real data and we forecasted considerably well in comparison to even some commercial, I would say, products. So it's also possible to use in animal detection. We also had some real examples here. Actual anomalies can be happening in natural way, like physical faults in the energy systems, or there can be communication faults. It's also natural. It can be also natural or parasites because of some weather events or whatever. But the faults also can also be mimicked by using artificial intelligence. So it's a kind of very sophisticated way of attacking the critical infrastructure. So that means it shall also be just investigated and also mimicked. These are just classical ways of cybersecurity incidents, which might be like a case for any type of industrial systems or OT and IT systems. And these are cyber physical. We work on categorization of such stuff in cyber physical ecosystem. And also it can also be just identified, like the anomalies can be detected using, let's say, artificial intelligence or bundle of artificial intelligence, more algorithms. And in our experiments, we saw that LSTM and BiLSTM and CLSTM are very simple algorithms, but surprisingly very functional in detecting the anomalies in Pacer measurement units. These are the measurement units which measures the voltage levels and different type of, I would say, physical analog measures of power systems in milliseconds in a very precise manner. So we are able to identify the anomalies very successfully. But adversarial attacks based on, I would say, artificial intelligence can also be just used from the cyber attackers, or cyber physical attackers to manipulate, let's say, forecasting algorithms or animal detection, like we discussed before. That means the first set of AI algorithm is just responsible for forecasting or animal detection, like in previous example. And the second set of AI is also just responsible to attack the system. And the third one can also mitigating it. So it's a kind of battle between AI algorithms. We also develop some test beds here. There will be a recent paper that we will be releasing soon. Then there will be 3 sets of information that they are fighting each other in terms of, I would say, preventing the AI-based attacks in power systems using real data and real algorithms. So, of course, the DLT is the main topic for this event, and I just wanted to elaborate the use of AI, distributed ledger technology here. So the power systems have been one-directional, and it's becoming multi-directional or bi-directional with the power systems, because previously only the larger generation units like power plants are just pushing energy from one side to the consumer, generation sides to the consumer. But now we have prosumers, that means producers of electrical power and consumers of electrical power. If you have photovoltaic panel here, you are counted as prosumer. Or we can have bidirectional charging, even though the electric vehicle batteries are not under the guarantee of bidirectional charging. Manufacturers are working on it. Theoretically and practically, it's possible. So that the flow of energy is bidirectional. There can be also peer-to-peer energy trading, or aggregators can also be here. So as you see here, the centralized transactions, this is also a digitalized system, very old, is not actively very effective anymore. Decentralized and distributed transactions are more eligible right now for this kind of modern networks, power systems. So I think blockchain technology is a very good candidate for such infrastructure. So in NTNU right now in University of York, we are we check more than 200, actually 500 companies plus, I would say, the literature, which might be one of the largest portfolio in terms of investigation. And we also saw that the peer-to-peer energy trading is the most popular one. But this is misleading, because it doesn't mean that everyone is just going towards a false or less potential use case. It is true and very high potential, but this is what the literature and the startup companies rushed. We have another study right now with 20 very prominent experts about to finish. We try to put some expert opinion to normalize this and see how many companies are started and just like disappeared in the field of peer-to-peer energy trading and others, which are highly ranked here. and which are more sustainable for future. So it's another study that is almost done. The distributed ledger technology is used for many purposes. The first and the very important feature is immutable data recording or track recording, which provides to establish the trust, which is the key element of any business. And at the same time, we have, this is data recording, and we have financial transactions. We mustn't necessarily use cryptocurrencies for it, but we can alternatively use cryptocurrencies or fiat currency, where we use tokens to just to keep the track record of accounting in an electronic way. But we mustn't necessarily use cryptocurrencies here. But financial transactions are real and possible. And the commodity is also transacted here, which is the energy transaction. At the top of it, we have smart contracts, which regulates all of them. So fourth layer. So if we just color code them with data recording, basic principle of AI, distributed ledger technology, financial transactions, commodity transactions, where the commodity is energy here, or derivatives of energy, which is certificates, renewable energy certificates. And we have contractual transactions, which is number 4. Smart contracts, these are the use cases in the field of energy that we can use blockchain technology like peer-to-peer energy trading, electric vehicle charging, and many others. We segmented them underneath the energy value chain, starting from bulk generation to the consumer or prosumer. We have renewable energy power plants, electric vehicles, batteries, and service and markets are here. And as you see here, this mapping had been truly done with our working group. Right now, we are about to release almost 100-page documentation, which is like standardization framework, or just like one step before guidelines, where we investigated systematically with almost 100 experts from all over the world. So we just take a look at different use cases, which blockchain can be used in which area. Let's say if it is a, let's say, transmission system operator type of network, the permission blockchain, private blockchain, proof of authority, or any type of stuff close to that is a very good application area, because you don't need anyone's hand here, because this is limited arena. But when it goes to the prosumer side, electric vehicle and public side, of course, it is inevitable to have slightly different versions of blockchain. So we need to be very careful in terms of using which blockchain technology in which arena or domain. So there are different type of use cases. We identified 70 energy-related use cases, and 11 of them, or 12, had been very high potential. So we also had another working group, BCT. Right now, it is another, the name change, Energy and Blockchain Technical Committee. So we also have some demonstration projects. We just showed that how it's working, and some our working group members, especially Claudio Lima and others, altogether we just propose a new architecture here. I think the trusted oracle is a very important part of it, because we need to manage the balance between off-chain and on-chain. I think in terms of privacy or AI applications, big data shall not be in the on-chain. It shall be in the off-chain. Therefore, the trusted oracles are playing a very important role between on-chain, off-chain ecosystem, but at the same time between physical and cyber landscape. So we had very successful outcomes of our working group in terms of cybersecurity. We came up with, I would say, some frameworks which is applied to distributed ledger technology and the cybersecurity aspect of it. And we also mapped them for very important use cases like where electric vehicle charging, energy forecasting, renewable energy generation, and many other use cases are interconnected to each other. And we just mapped the blockchain technology's usage, potential usage, and in terms of OT and IT cybersecurity aspects, we just investigated the matter in terms of, I would say, cybersecurity, especially MITRE attack matrices, which had been very important, which is a very important American framework in the cyber physical security or cybersecurity. We had another paper, the follow-up paper, which appeared as well as a like a cybersecurity aspects of blockchain. So what are the solution? Because I'm just approximating to the end of the presentation. I think it's better to just develop intelligence systems where the security and privacy matters have been just designed by default. And second, I think trusted oracles and very innovative elements of interfaces shall also be designed very carefully, and we mustn't necessarily put every type of data on the chain, right? We shall be very selective, like Joe explained today, like only the issuers of the certificates are sufficient in some cases to put on the chain. We mustn't necessarily put the entire diplomas from the universities on the chain because of the data issues, like data storage issues, energy consumption, plus privacy and IT and IP law related issues. Therefore, we should be very careful in terms of being interdisciplinary and design the systems accordingly. I think the technical part is very easy, but it's necessary to be very conscious in terms of, let's say, other aspects as well, right? Privacy, cybersecurity aspects. At the same time, the metaverse and digital twins are becoming very prominent. We had also some work on that, and we are also working to develop next generation energy platforms where the metaverse in virtual world and also digital world can be used as a solution, also in educational level. So we are working on some prototypes in University of York, which have great experience in different technologies of augmented reality and different type of I would say creative industries. In terms of education, in Norway, I developed a lecture about it to explain the, I would say, digital grand transition or renewable energy informatics, which hadn't been existing. And we wrote the book about it. And then based on this book, there had been 1 or 2 lectures, one PhD level, one undergrad level lecture is generated. So similarly, we try to convert the digital twin and metaverse books outcome that we wrote this year, and new one is also coming in digital twin technology for energy sector. 80% is written to convert it to industrial, and at the same time, I would say academic textbook, and come out with some educational sessions on that in the universities and outside. As a conclusion, I think the tournament is almost done. I think it's evident that COVID-19 accelerated the transition to the full digital economies, and digital economies and markets are open targets for cyber attacks that we should be very careful. But at the same time, we should be aware that the technologies, after eliminating or filtering out the hype, has great potential, like the AI and DLT or quantum computing. It's also very emerging in terms of using in the field of, I would say, digital green transition or any type of economies or creative economies at the same time. Standards are still pending. There are great efforts, but we still need probably a couple of decades that we will have standards for metaverse, AI, DLT in more broader aspects. But I think the efforts of all the colleagues that I'm also a member of some of the working groups, as Sergey mentioned, we are doing our best in order to serve this global target. And I think the legislative and cyber law aspects of such technological, I would say, frameworks shall also be investigated in terms of digital privacy, data privacy or protection, cybersecurity and ethical matters jointly. And the lawmakers supposed to develop solutions with small or large companies. And at the same time, these large companies shouldn't dominate the entire market. We are proposing distributed ledger technology as a democratized solution, but what if it will be under control of a very large governmental organization or company? So the impact will be just the opposite. So that means the policymakers are supposed to be very good gatekeepers to clean the territory for future references. Thanks a lot. If there will be some questions, I will be happy to try to answer them.
Umid, thank you so much for the great presentation. Basically, we have a lot of questions, I can say that. But yeah, we are a little bit limited in time, so probably we will start focusing on the main ones. So one of there is one question from the audience. Does energy DLT allow organizing the operation of the energy market in real time or at the microgrid or nanogrid level?
Yes, good question. Actually, it's also a matter of reaction times or TPS values. If we go to more technical details, transmission per second or throughput values. So it's also related to which type of consensus mechanism is used. Like proof of authority, let's say if we use proof of authority, let's say in higher levels of hierarchy, I will try to go back to one of the slides, which might be useful. Let's say here. So that means if we need milliseconds response, right? And if we just use a public DLT, it wouldn't work here, right? Because the reaction time will be very long and costly. But if we use a private blockchain, permission blockchain like proof of authority, it is lightweight, less energy consumption, and TPS values are extremely good. So in such, I would say, applications, we investigated in working group in a very detailed manner, and we mapped also the applications as well. It works, but we should be very conscious where to use which technology and what is the reaction time of each and every use case or sub-use case. It is possible, but we should design very carefully.
Well, thank you so much for the response. Please let us know if there are any follow-up questions to this response. And at that time, I will ask the questions we have. So basically, it will be like a high-level question. So currently, Ukraine is in the state of a war conflict, and basically the energy infrastructure is getting affected by this. Which actually, like an informal topic of this conference, was a rebuilding of Ukraine. So let's say when these terrible events which are happening right now in Ukraine ends, and as long as there will be a rebuilding, and we don't know the level of damages, and we don't know how it will look when the conflict ends, but we basically there will for sure be efforts of rebuilding it. And what would you suggest in terms of, and again, we are rebuilding something for it not to be like it was, but we will probably be rebuilding it the way it should be built. And there are different levels of complexity of, you were saying about 70 use cases. Based on the level of complexity, what do you think should be the starting points for Ukraine to start considering in terms of digitalization of this process and kind of rebuilding the energy ecosystem properly?
Okay. We all wish for the peace as early as possible and as soon as possible. So I think there are different layers of, I would say, reconciliation processes which can be done to recover after war. I would prefer to give a broader answer, which will not only cover energy. Actually, one of the greatest challenges right now, the civilians, which are distributed all over the world, like kids, ladies, and many other people. I think it's a social impact. Blockchain technology can also be used to help, like as a social work element, to track record the Ukrainian citizens which are not in their homeland right now and very well connected by heart at the same time. This is one application, like social security type of stuff, right? Try to track record with digital wallets in a safe environment. What's happening with them? Do they have any problem, right? So you need a plan later on to have them back to the country in as safe as possible. So this is one application area which is definitely not energy, but it's social works and social, I would say, ecosystem type of stuff. And later on, the entire infrastructure, we don't know the damage. You don't know the damage, exact damage, but most likely critical infrastructure like energy, water, and different type of hospitals are just damaged. So that means, I think, in order to just have a track record of all this type of damage, like investigation process, shall also be digitally done. Blockchain technology is one of the examples. Not necessarily we don't push any single technology, but blockchain technology can also potentially be used for that. And later on, which I would say construction companies in a fair way to eliminate, I would say, corruption and such kind of stuff. Or this is everywhere, right, in business. So, and if there be some, I would say, external players to help, let's say, Ukrainians rebuilding the infrastructure, blockchain technology can also be used for that purpose as well, for like donations or different kind of stuff from Ukrainian citizens and others. When it comes to blockchain technology usage in energy, of course, under this reconciliation of critical infrastructure, it also can be used, I would say, to manage, I would say, track record of what is needed, what shall be done, and giving priority. Of course, blockchain technology is not used for priority. Optimization algorithms and AI can be used for it. And then later on, just like locate the needed resources step by step. And if you would like to build a next generation energy infrastructure, everything is bad in war. But sometimes if you would like to come up with the state-of-the-art system after, I would say, having such kind of damage, it can also be an advantage in future. I don't want to say that all this stuff is advantage, but after peace, if you want to build something from the top, you can do it from state-of-the-art. That is what I mean. So I think there are great opportunities of any type of digital engineering or blockchain technology elements for Ukraine after war to normalize everything in the country. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for this response. There is one more question regarding the collaboration with Ukrainian universities. So we touched this topic briefly when we were meeting a year ago on some other IEEE conference, and on a very high level for how Ukrainian universities can collaborate with, can participate in these activities in research and development of this digital transformation of the energy sector, or maybe other sectors as well.
I think European Union has great framework for it, and there might be bilateral agreements as well between the countries. But I think let's start with the first segment and cluster. I think if there be some universities from Ukraine, Romania, or other neighboring countries, or anywhere from the Europe or associated countries who are eligible for, I would say, research frameworks of European Union, Britain is also again re-signed, I would say, the contract. So that means for research purposes, excluding fusion energy, it's another story. UK is full there. Then that means if there be something from my side in terms of like representing Norwegian University of Science and Technology, or more importantly, my full-time position in York, University of York, we can try to find some European Union projects and try to be partners, and then just focus on not like blah blah type of stuff, but really real potential problems to just solve. Of course, there might be some theoretical framework that we can talk about hypothetic and advancement of the research, but I think the applied research is more emerging right now in order to just provide some post-war, I would say, normalization processes. These are very important. Yeah.
I understand. Thank you so much for this question. This is not the last question we have, but probably we were already quite limited in time. Thank you so much for very insightful presentation. Thank you so much for the answers, and we will be reaching out to you shortly with the follow-up questions regarding these possible directions of collaboration between Ukrainian side and European side, European Union side.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me, and we wish for the best for your efforts. And thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So, with that being said, we are currently inviting to the stage our next speaker.
Hello, Sergey. Yeah, hello, colleagues.
Yeah, we are welcoming you here on our virtual stage. I will briefly introduce our next speaker, whose name is Roman Kravchenko. He is the CEO and founder of 482 Solutions and Electrodo. He also serves as an ambassador of GBBC, which stands for Global Blockchain Business Council. And the topic of his presentation will be blockchain, institutions, and markets. Over to you, Roman. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sergey, for invitation, for such opportunity to share some of our modest experience in this area. Do you see my presentation?
No, we do not. Yeah, I can.
One moment.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
okay.
Here it is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, colleagues. My name is Roman Kravchenko. I'm CEO of 482 Solutions, and today I will provide some our experience of using blockchain from the point of view of institutional economics. Briefly about my background, I have experience more than 15 years in ICT and digital economy, more than 7 years of this experience in academic area, and last 7 years our company and I personally involved in different Web3 and blockchain related topics. My area of professional interest is building Web3 and blockchain platforms and protocols, using blockchain for building institutions and ecosystems, first of all, industrial ecosystems and transactive economy. Today, this brief agenda of my presentation. I will share some key concepts of new institutional economics related to using blockchain as paradigm and approach, and we also try to understand what the markets, networks, and transaction costs, and how we can use blockchain to manage transaction and value inside these markets and networks. And I will provide some few of our industrial use cases related to these topics. Very briefly about our company. We are a Ukrainian company and also have Singaporean international office, and focusing on engineering, industrial Web3 and blockchain-based platforms, protocols for green energy, green finance, and sustainable value chain sectors. We partner in with leading Web3 and blockchain related organizations like Global Blockchain Business Council. Also, we participated in one of the working group of European Blockchain Association. In Singapore, we are a member of one of the Center of Innovation for Energy, and focusing on our key topic of using blockchain for building energy infrastructure. Also, we are technological partner of Energy Web Consortium, in which participate such companies like Siemens, Schneider, General Electric, and we are working together with Energy Web on building some components of Energy Web technological ecosystem. In Ukraine, we are strategic partner of DTEC in the direction using applied blockchain solution in energy sector. Also, in addition of our collaboration with business, we have a lot of activities in Ukraine with Ukrainian universities and research institutions, like National University of Kyiv-Mohyl Academy, in Odessa, this National University Metchnikov. In Singapore, we are partnering with Singapore Institute of Technology. and also when we have like free time, we working on research studies and have some publication in IEEE and other international journals. So current presentation is a continuation of our previous research study. We published result of the research study in IEEE repository, and this topic has focused on using blockchain for building a cluster economic system with digital twins. And this presentation, our next step and our current status of this topic. And if briefly, we had a lot of investigation how we can use blockchain for building institutions. And last 3 years, we are focusing on building institutions for some specific industrial topic, like sustainable industrial clusters. So let's start from overview of technological evolution. We move from 19th century from industrial technology to 20th century to information technology, and now we are on our early stage of understanding how we can use the next era of technology, blockchain and fintech, different components of fintech machines. And this topic is related to evolution also of key assets that we need to manage. On the first stage, we manage energy, and human build different machines to manage energy, different energy types and sources of energy. On the next stage, there was the era of data management, machine and technology, and now they are on the stage of understanding and designing the value management machine. And this evolution also reflects to evolution of firm and enterprise. If previously companies focusing on building and using manufacturing execution system, for example, for manage manufacturing and production process, also this combination of enterprise resource planning platform and finally of using some components of business process management system. Now firm need to move to the next stage to understand how we can build value process management and or enterprise value planning platform. So it's new type of industrial platforms which focuses on different aspects of gathering, calculation, processing, and sharing of value across value chain. So as conclusion, we can say about evolution from industrial enterprise to financial institutions. So all like industrial firms finally will move to a financial institution and start to focus on financial asset and transaction management. And how we can understand this concept? We can't use traditional classic economics to describe this system. So we need a new paradigm, new approach of describing such evolution process and a new organization structure of industrial ecosystem. And we inspired of few directions of new institutional economics. First of all, this theory of Ronald theory of transaction costs from Ronald Coase. And briefly, I will provide some definition and key concepts of new institutional economics. First of all, institution. This some rules of the game or some rules of the communication between persons and organizations in the form of, for example, some laws on some constraints, informal or formal constraints, such norms of behavior, conventions, or even agreement between organizations. The next key concept is institute. And we can define institute as organization, a group of individuals bound by some common purpose to achieve the common goals. So there are differences between institution and institute. Institution is about rules of game, and institute it's about the players of this game. In this aspect, we will talk about economic interactions. Also, when we need to describe such new economic approach, we need to provide definition of transaction. So transaction is the transfer or the process of transfer of or exchange of ownership of value. So it's can be exchange of goods, services, or different assets, both tangible or intangible, across a technological separable interface. For example, it can be some market, energy market, where we generate different types of energy and share this energy sources across this market. Also, we can define transaction as the process of establishing and maintaining property rights of this value. And in this case, also we need to describe two key components of institutional economies: market and firm. Market is an contractual framework or some institutes combined within which a transaction is located. And so market is environmental where some organization and individuals can interact between each other and create and share some types of value in the form of different assets. And the key component of transaction cost theory from Ronald Coase is the firm. We can define the firm as the system of economic relationship or transaction organized in the hierarchy managed by entrepreneur. And entrepreneur can use contracts to reduce transaction costs. So such costs that we need to pay for making these economic interactions. And we can define transaction costs also as a cost for transaction execution or as a fee for using the different institutes, for example, market or price mechanism, and also similar different institutes. Transaction cost divided by few categories. The first category is the costs of search and searching information. So this payment which organization pay for finding some information about counterparty on the market, and the cost of searching for products, sellers and buyers. The second type, the contracting costs. So this is the costs of execution, bargain, and setting up and carry out the contract and agreement between counterparties. The third type, this monitoring costs, this is the cost that we need to pay for ensuring that the terms of this contract or agreement have been met. Like final type is adaptation cost, the costs incurred in making changes during the life of the contract or agreement. So this is like the cost of maintenance of our agreement. And the key impact of transaction cost theory that was described by Ronald Coase in 1937, that he proved that external, so in market, transaction cost more than internal intra-firm transaction cost, and this is the main reason that we can see a lot of firm in the market. This important, based on this important conclusion, later was described a theorem named by Coase, and there are some few conditions of this Ronald Coase theorem. So if we can build open and competitive market, if we can provide and guarantee free access to market information, if the property right clearly defined in this on this market, and we can minimize transaction cost. So in this case, we can transform external transaction costs, so market transaction costs, to internal transaction costs, and can achieve high level of efficiency of economy interaction between participants of this economies. Like we can say about economic equilibrium in this case. And our idea was to provide the application of this Ronald Coase theorem in line of using blockchain technology. So we can use different blockchain related technological solution to meet these conditions of theorem. So, for example, we can use approach of building open DAO to build open and competitive, fully competitive market and provide some consensus mechanism which provide communication layer and agreement layer for participants. Also, we can use public blockchain for market transactions, not for all data, but for market transaction, and all market participants can see this data and can free access for this data. We can guarantee property rights on assets using self-sovereign identity, for example, or different application of digital identifiers standards, and using Web3 protocols, we can minimize transaction cost. And based on this fourth component, we can build a new type of economy. This we can say about industrial digital economy that based on combination of different platforms, market platforms, instead the using market mechanism. So move on, describe also the such components of this cluster economy, this value. We can define value as social relation taken as a thing, or more simple is the different types of products, services, and assets. And we can define values, measure of the benefit provider by these goods or services to economic actors, some stakeholders in economic system. Value in this case is linked to price through the mechanism of exchange. Value can be tangible or and intangible. And in the new era of a new type of economy, the more valuable will be intangible assets. So we need new types of institutes which we use to which we can use to describe how we can create guarantee ownership for this intangible value, and providing instruments and mechanisms of sharing this value. So in this case, we can talk about blockchain and using blockchain technology as a next generation platform, and we can this blockchain is one of the blockchain technology. It's one of the type of fintech machine, and blockchain can provide out of the box provide the necessary mechanism for value management. So starting from approaches and technological solution based on SSI and verifiable credentials, we can prove and provide guarantees on of ownership of the assets. Also, blockchain platforms provide the layers of execution transactions in the open ledgers. So all participants of the system can check and get proof of execution some transaction, and understand, for example, the real price of exchange some assets. Also, one of the application of blockchain, this tokenization mechanism. So we can tokenize different types of real assets or intangible assets in form of standardized tokens, and we can consider these tokens as pieces of value that we can share across technological networks. And using smart contracts, we can provide the mechanism of this agreement between counterparties of the economy. And smart contracts is one of the powerful component of this, to build this value management mechanism, and finally to build value management machine. So smart contracts, it's not about execution transaction without third party, but first of all, it's about transformation of different institutes in the form of source code, in the form of automated executed source code. And in this case, we can transform different institutes in the market in the form of smart contracts, and we don't need to pay fees for using some institutes, but instead we need to pay some small amount to execution smart contracts and sharing or storing some information about assets across this value chain. Here you can see the system design of value management machine. So we describe this machine as three-layer machine. On the first layer, you can see hardware layer, this different combination of smart things like smart devices, machines. In the case of, for example, energy system, we can talked about different energy machines that generate energy, different types of energy. It can be solar panels in the case of generating renewable energy, or different types of energy machines. On the second layer, we need to manage data and information. In this case, we aggregate different smart things in the networks, and need to build the layer of web or IoT applications to manage these different machines. And based on these two layers, we can build intangible layer or machine of value using blockchain, different blockchain related mechanisms like smart contract, apps, and so on. And on this layer, we can start manage the assets, different assets in the form of tokens, and we can manage finally the value and exchange value across all participants in this cluster economy. And this, in nutshell, the third intangible layer of value management machine. A typical value management machine, there are the first component, identity access management, and we can provide mechanism for authorization, registration, authorization, authentication for different actors in this system. On the second layer, there are depository or asset lifecycle management layer. Also, we need the layer to exchange the ownership and in the form of, for example, contracts or agreements. This layer provides the functionality of ownership management on assets. Then the next level, the settlement level, there we execute and finalize the transaction, and can provide payments for all participants or all stakeholders in this cluster economy. And finally, some application layer to interaction with human or machine. Let's finalize our presentation by providing some details about industrial use case. So it's not about just theory, but we also focusing on implementation, real implementation of this approach described previously, to build some components of future cluster economy. Like our focus on building approach, how we can transit from enterprise economy to cluster economy. So cluster economy, it's about combination of different economic agents like firms and organizations in the same borderless environment with the similar and understandable rules of interactions or institutes to execute economic transaction between these economic agents. And based on this story, we can build we named this recursive sustainable cluster economy. So this economy has such properties as recursivity, emergency, and sustainability. And theoretically, we can build like economy without any markets mechanism, but it's theoretical. But the real goal is moving to building such industrial economy in which we can reduce the using of market mechanism and we transform these non-effective and very non-effective economic mechanism by building market platforms and different economic application inside this economy, and that's why we can achieve the high level of efficiency and productivity of such industrial cluster economy. As the proof and example, in European Union, there are more than 3,000 of clusters, and worldwide, more than 7,000 clusters. And average productivity in clusters is more than 25 higher than average productivity on the industry. And also, like very interesting metric that some of high performing cluster has the productivity more than 100 above average. So we can combining and building some cluster based industrial economy, we can achieve high productivity, and also add some components of blockchain technology and transforming some interaction between the participants of these clusters in the form of smart contracts and self-executed agreement. We can achieve very low transaction cost in this system, and that's why it will be a very high efficient economy. And a few details about first use case. Together with Deep Tech in 2022, we finalized the first stage of project of building first Ukrainian B2B marketplace for energy market, and we analyze the current situation of the Ukrainian law in this in energy sector, and the current situation of energy infrastructure, and based on this investigation, we built first version of this digital platform, which provide and demonstrate how we can step by step evolutionally can change some elements of interaction of this on this market, energy market. I mean, by using blockchain related technology, smart contracts, and mechanism of tokenization. Hope we'll continue this project on the next stage, and but the first stage we finalized with success, and we together with the tech, we understand that in the condition of Ukrainian energy infrastructure and Ukrainian legislative system, we can launch such platform. The second use case is our last experiment under the IFO Trust program with one of the sub-project of Horizon 2020, and during this experiment we built data space and environment of interaction between industrial enterprises, producer and consumers, both in the same system. So this like first example of building cluster-based economy, and using combination of different technology from, first of all, IFO Trust, this technological solution allow us to build data management layer based on standardized protocols and technological solution, which fully compliant with European Union digital infrastructure. Also, we use in this experiment some components of Hyperledger Fabric framework to manage transaction between participants, and it was the first real example of building cluster-based decentralized industrial decentralized economic system. So we'll continue soon this experiment by inviting some industrial clusters in the next stage of experiment. So yeah, that's was the example how we can move from market-based economy to cluster-based economy, and instead to pay for market mechanism, we can pay for execution transaction inside the industrial fintech platforms as components of this cluster economy. So few takeaways related to the topic of current conference. It's the thoughts about using such approach. So Ukraine need to take the best practices from European Union of building cluster-based industrial economy, and like on the stage of their building our economy, we need to understand how we can use this new approach and new technological solutions to transform non-effective market mechanism in high efficiency transactive mechanism to guarantee the economic equilibrium in such economic system. Okay, that's it for this time. If you have questions, I will be happy to provide answers.
Yeah, Roman, thank you so much for very informative presentation. So one of the answers you have already provided, because there were people, please return to the previous slide, because there were people who were asking how to get in touch with you. So this is the answer. So yeah, let's keep it for some time. Unless you need to return to the previous slide, we can, yeah. So basically, yeah, so thank you for providing the contact information because people were asking. I wanted to ask, this was very informative, very detailed presentation. We should remember that not all of on these conferences, not all of visitors are from academy or industry field. I would like to ask on the very high level, what are the key elements which should be preserved for this new institutional economics to exist? Is it law? Is it regulations? Is it the way we're doing some like business related activities, the way we educate people?
Mm-hmm.
So what are these key factors?
Yes, thank you, Sergey. This is like a key question, and what we need to start first of from what our first stage. We need to provide the clear and understandable rules of guarantee of the ownership rights in such system for organization, for business, first of all, and it can be the first powerful motivation to understand that the businesses can start invest in our internal economy. Also, this approach can attract the international investors, and there are a lot of examples of sustainable, stable economy, where the key elements of interactions, I mean the ownership of property rights, was guaranteed by government and some different institutions. So we need to start from this point and provide clear, understandable rules and laws on how we can create, protect and share ownership rights on not only tangible but also for intangible assets. And there are one of the low efficiency in Ukrainian laws, unfortunately, and one of the compromise in this case, this using some kind of sandboxes to build private environment where we can start demonstrate some components and elements of this new agreements between government, businesses, and other stakeholders in this economy.
Got it. Thank you so much. That provides a very good answer to the question. Let me check if anyone else have any other questions, and I kindly request you to return to the previous slide, to the final slide. So somebody who was asking your the other direction. Yeah, this slide. So yeah, please, somebody who was asking Roman's contact can make a screenshot. And yeah, please let us know if you have any questions. Otherwise, we will be moving to the next speaker.
Yeah. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, colleagues, for your time. Yeah, keep in touch. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Roman. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next section of our event will be connected to the paper presentations. So basically, so for audience to have an expectations, this is the results of research provided by different researchers in the reference to particular direction of the development of the technology, maybe particular subparts of some projects, maybe particular solutions to the problem. So it's not like the complete picture of something. This is the presentation of a part of detailed presentation of the part of the research with which individual researchers or research groups are conducting. So the first speaker is already here, and we're starting the video. So,
okay.
Hello, Alexander. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. At least I can hear you. I assume others, if I can hear you, probably others also can. But if somebody has issues, please, please please write in the comments so we know that we are experiencing some difficulties. So we are heading to the stage of the presentation, and yeah, the topic is cross-chain proof of membership. Alexander Korbatov from Distributed Lab. Alexander, the virtual stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you see my screen right now, or not yet. Okay, I assume that yes.
So, yeah, we see your screen, yes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, my name is Alexander. I am lead of cryptography and research at Distributed Lab, and at the same time, I am receiving a PhD in cybersecurity. So yeah, we try to solve like a really simple problem. It sounds problem, but like on the practice, it's not so like easy as it sounds. and we tried like to build a prototype for cross-chain proofs of membership. I mean, like the situation when you particularly can have a separate accounting system, and the first system can account some like whitelists. This whitelist could be organized by different ways. So it can be some like NFT owners, it can be some array with allowed participants or something like that. It doesn't matter. Only like the first blockchain, the first one accounting system includes the list of allowed participants, the list of allowed external owned addresses. The next one, this is like consumer system. It also can be blockchain based. And the goal of the second system is storing some proofs and verifying these proofs. And these proofs can be connected to different things. For leaving some anonymous feedback, for providing some service, for like timestamping some like actions or like events, something like that. But like the main goal, it's like provides a way to properly verify of the second system proofs that is generated based on some state on the first one. So yeah, you know that the majority of platforms regulate the access of users based on some whitelist. As I said before, this whitelist can be different. But in our example, we will be managed by some NFT contract. So it can be ERC-721 contract, and just we assume that this contract can provide to you the list of NFT owners. So yeah, for traditional systems, it's not a big deal if the following set of rules is like provided, is set. So the first one, the whitelist is formed and managed internally. It means that if your accounting system allows you to provide some like administration internally and allows you to form this whitelist internally, you will have no problems. The problems you will have if this whitelist is generated by external party. In this case, you should like transfer this data from the external system to the to your own. As next one, access is provided based on authentication mechanism native for the system. Under the hood, we will presume that every good system should provide you the ability to verify your actions using digital signature. So we are not talking only about blockchain-based accounting system. Like any secure and any protected systems should allow you to do something based on digital signature and some kind of public infrastructure. And the last one, the privacy of users isn't provided. So yeah, for example, if you register it in some system, if you have account in the system, yeah, definitely you can do some action and the permissions that is connected to your account will be verified by the public key. But in this case, the validator or the sites that should perform some transactions or operations or something like that, they will know who exactly did something. And if you are going to achieve some privacy, you should use other options, and today we'll talk about them. So if the system wants to provide access based on the external whitelist and anonymously, sometimes it's very difficult to implement, especially when the consumer system also is blockchain based. So you need to implement this verification logic on chain. And usually for that, you can use smart contracts. So yeah, let's provide example. And we have built a prototype for this example. So let's imagine some marketplace, and there are a list of there is the list of conditions. So there are some marketplace based on the separate accounting system. So just imagine that this marketplace is a private fork of Ethereum, So it's based on Ethereum virtual machine. It can have some consensus reaching mechanism, but with permission in some permissioned environment. The next one, marketplace integrates a lot of product seller. So yeah, Farfetch, different other marketplaces. So they are aggregators of different sellers, of different I don't know, product producers, and that's it. next one, each product seller, each like product creator, they issue NFTs to their consumers after product purchase. Just imagine that you bought something and you should have some proof that you bought this thing. For example, you can show that to someone. For example, you bought some like Rolexes, and later you can prove that you bought that without like showing them to everyone. You just can like show NFT, and everybody can be sure that yeah, that's true. So yeah, for organizing some like consumer business relationship, we can use some like tokenized asset and in our example, that's NFTs. So yeah, and there are two conditions. The first one is obvious that marketplace can't issue this NFT because a marketplace isn't like initial product producer, and so business is interested for organizing this relationship with the final consumer, not with marketplace, not with like third party. If you bought something from Nike, from I don't know Rolex, from something like from Mercedes, they should have a connection with the final consumer. They should have their own user base. So obviously, marketplace can produce these NFTs. It should be issued directly by the like product creator. And the next one, sellers issue these NFTs here on any network they prefer. So you can push them to issue NFT only on like some preferable network. So you can say, okay, you should issue these NFTs only on Ethereum, only on Polygon, only, I don't know, Polkadot, only on Bitcoin. So it doesn't matter. They will decide themselves how exactly and where exactly they're going like to issue these NFTs that confirms their relationship with consumers. So yeah, but marketplace wants to provide the ability to leave a feedback about the product. It means when I use the traditional marketplaces, I'm not sure that feedback was left by authentical consumer. I'm not sure that some bot didn't leave this feedback, but if these traditional marketplaces provide this ability, they will know who exactly left this feedback, because they don't provide you different tools for achieving privacy of end consumers. So we are in the angle, and we should resolve the following problem, where you can leave some feedback on the second chain. The second one, you should do that anonymously. And the third one, everybody should be sure that only the authenticated user, so only the user from allowed list, left this feedback. Okay, yeah, so there is like not a simple but pretty clear scheme that there is a user, there is the system number one where initial NFTs were issued. There is system number two, this like accounting system of the particular marketplace, and there can be some verifier contract or verifier like model that should consume some proofs, verify these proofs, and like timestamp the feedback that left by the particular user. There definitely should be some Oracle. Oracle is a party that transfers the data from one system to another one. It can be centralized, it can be decentralized, it doesn't matter. And the last one, that's a client. So by the client, I mean some like applications, some softwares that can generate these proofs properly and can send that to the like target accounting system. So yeah, we try to implement that via three ways. So the first one, you can use Zika circuits and private key directly for proving that some user is included in allowed list. So allowed list consists of the list of public keys, not public keys, but addresses. And so the private key should be sourced from which some of these addresses was generated. And you can like add this construction to the circuit and prove that some particular public key, some particular private key derive some public key and address, and this address is included in Merkle root of the like final like, I don't know, timestamp for final state. The next one, this like old school example, this is a ring signature, so you can use approach like in Monero for like creating these proofs. And the next one is using ECDSA signature in circuits and provide like the proof that the public, the some address belongs to some signature that is provided as a private input, and that's correct, but without revealing which digital key is used for verification of the signature. So yeah, let's go through these examples. The first one is like the simplest model. We are not talking about like the key constructions, not about like gross 16 scheme, etc., etc. So in the first example, we use private key and ZK circuits.
Alexander, my apologies for interrupting. Please continue, but just be aware that the paper presentations are limited to 15 minutes with questions.
Okay.
They're not like keynotes. Yeah.
I have only like 9 slides or 10 slides, so it will not take a lot of time. Okay, yeah, thank you. So yeah, in the first case, we have some circuit, and so we have like 2 private input in the circuit and 2 public ones. The private key and Merkle branch. The public one, the message hash and Merkle root. Yeah, so that's like the simplest model what we can to implement, but it so you can see that verification cost is not like not much. Proving time also like the small. The proven key like not so small, but anyway you can upload that to your web browser, to any application, so it shouldn't like be a big deal. But there are some disadvantages. The first one, you should provide the direct access to the private key. And right now, not all wallets allow you to reach private keys and use them for like different crypto algorithms, for using them for different schemes. Yeah, so for example, for MetaMask, you can use MetaMask snaps, but not for all wallets you can use that. So that's like user experience, some difficulties, and so that's not a totally user-friendly model. The next one, ring signatures. Yes, shortly, the verification of the signatures is pretty difficult by the smart contracts, so you can use that if you have only 3 signers. Like the verification cost will be like really high, and you will like spend a lot of money for verification of this transaction on some public network. But this scheme no require trusted setup. It can operate only like with public keys and signature. But there are the list of disadvantages. The first one, yeah, expensive on-chain verification. So if, for example, you have the backend that should verify that, it will not affect on the cost and something like that. And it will be like really fastly. But if you're going to perform the verification on-chain, you should pay for that, and you will pay a lot. The next one, you need to store the full list of addresses. So in the final contract on the destination chain, you should store not only like some Merkle proof, but all list of public keys or probable public keys. Like you also should pay for storage these keys in this contract. And the last one, it's impossible to receive the public key for particular address if no transaction sent before. So if, for example, the product creator sent the NFT to your account, but you did no transactions before, it means that nobody can recover your address from the signature, and nobody can recover the public key from CDSA signature. And it means that this scheme for some like cases is unuseful. And the last one, it's like more a user-oriented scheme, but like pretty, I don't know, heavy. That's like ECDSA signature and ZK circuits. But you can see that number of constraints. That's like parts of ZK program. is like really huge. And it requires a really like big proven key for verifying, for generating these proofs that can be consumed by the verification contract. And it's obviously that almost 1 gigabyte can be uploaded to your web application. It's very non-usable by the user, etc., etc. But verification is not so like expensive, and proven time also the small. The main reason is like the CDSA curve supported by Bitcoin, but by Ethereum, etc., that isn't ZK friendly. It means that you can't do official computations with this. With these keys. And let's briefly see on the comparison of existing solutions. So there are like 3 famous realizations. The last one is our, for Spartan ECDSA, it's like consumes. It requires the minimal number of constraints, but it uses the separate curve. So that's not compatible with Ethereum, with Bitcoin, etc. There are 2 implementations of efficient Zk ECDSA and Circum ECDSA. They consume less gas. They provide less constraints that, for example, our implementation, but they requires setups. They require some preliminary computations. And this computation should be provided by somebody. Usually this like some centralized party. In our case, you can verify that on chain, but this kind of it can be like more efficient with precompiled contracts. But you can use it directly, but with like high key, with a large key, as we discussed before. But it's possible. Okay, that's it. Later we are going to do some experiments with Starks, and we are going to build the prototype of the solution top on Stylus. It's like Arbitrum based protocol that allows you to create a set of precompiled contracts and write different contracts using Go and Rust languages that probably can provide more efficiency in computations of all these constructions. Okay, thank you so much. Feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you, Alexander. So there is a question, but first, the most important, basically the most important announcement to 2 speakers which are going after you. The paper presentations are limited to 15 minutes. They are not the same as keynote speeches. So tomorrow you will have 30 minutes keynote speech, and 2 following presenters, I kindly request you to try to fit into 15 minutes slot with questions, because we are already having speakers who are waiting their time to speak right now. Alexander, I had a question to you regarding the implementation of this. Basically, how it is limited to networks? Does it work for only Ethereum-inspired network, or does it work only for networks which enable smart contracts, or does it work for networks which enable something else? What are the requirements?
Okay, in theory, it can be implemented on any network you prefer, but it makes sense to test that on existing network, because this should be some kind of applied for end users, and there is anyway you have some limitations. These limitations can be a block size. For example, in Bitcoin, these limitations can be in gas amount of gas that can be consumed within 1 block. That's limitation for Ethereum. That's the reason why you can't realize bulletproofs based on Ethereum, because it consumes more than probably can be included in 1 block, etc., etc. So if you have some backend part, centralized backend part, it doesn't matter which scheme you're going to use. but yeah, it will be verified by the centralized party. If you are going to create some on-chain proof, you should select the technology properly, because sometimes you can use everything. You should like spend a lot of time for selecting the right methodology, the right approach for generating like these proofs. But yeah, we tested that on Ethereum, on testnet of Ethereum, because yeah, on Ethereum.
Yeah, well, 80% of the major chains supports Ethereum, so yeah.
Yeah, a lot of like built based on Ethereum virtual machine. So there are a lot of developers. There are a lot of products. So it makes sense to build that with Ethereum smart contracts.
Got it. Thank you so much for this great presentation. We are forced to move to our next paper presenter, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow giving a keynote speech.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So, hello, Nikolai. Yeah, it is a pleasure for us to having you on our virtual stage. I'm currently activating your presentation. So yeah, this is using blockchain to protect data from biometric systems for analysis and access control. So the stage is yours. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Sergey. Good day, everyone. Our topic of our research, me and my colleagues from Information Technology Department, is using blockchain to protect data from biometric systems for analysis and access control. Well, it's actually an applied decision, software plus blockchain technologies. So a little bit about us. It's National University at the Odessa Polytechnics. We are presented 126 fields of IT, and we are also an organizers of each year scientific practical conference, which topic of research are actually considered and connected with our today's topic. It's IT, data analysis, and software engineering. So problem relevance. First of all, we need to say that today's a very important task for today is pattern recognition in images, which were previously considered technically due to a number of different difficulties and various reasons when we're talking about the security. In particular, processes of detecting anomalous phenomena on images or subjects located, wanted, or posing a threat to society or business, and are relevant in the field of security and ensuring access of individuals to close the limits objects. For example, and it's a subject of our researches, is an access control systems. Also, these systems can be provided in local problems and in enterprise. And we discuss our problem in a context or risk-based approach to preventively informing security services about possible risks or damages caused by things when important data is might be hacking by some other people. And we also need to clear that among the science used in practice in different papers or softwares, recognition of individual subjects actually faces is carried out, and there are different problems and different ways to make recognition worse. For example, it's close speed of movement if we're talking about video video cameras, anthropometric kind of different different features. And not all of the existing systems that we can see in open access are open and effectively for supporting biometrical personal data recognition. So the urgent task is develop an application, concepts, methods, and of course in the software, which can implement relevant methods for recognizing biometrical data, as well as many as a means for ensuring the protection of information of access security systems capable of accounting for various sets of features. And of course, it's really important to make sure that all these tasks are calculated and works in online. So we can say when we're talking about access control systems operating different difficulties. So we can say that the first difficulty is large values of stored and regularly updated information. Databases for recognition results, credential of people and persons with different access rights to the system and so on, logs. Second one is centralized solution architecture, which makes it difficult to scale data protection and replication mechanisms, thereby reducing the overall reliability of such systems. So one more problem is high risks of gaining unauthorized access for commercially available data. And the last one, of course, is data leaks. So we discovered and we decided to use some recognition concepts and build it in one whole system, and maybe even a hybrid method, which consists angle faces, algorithms and methods, local binary patterns, and we can improve it in our research with deep neural networks convolutional architecture. On this slide, we can see some formula about angle faces approach. The way we can calculate the basic components of image to discover it on a picture or even on a video flow if we discrete this video flow by the pictures. And the second one concept, it's a local binary pattern algorithm. We can see also on this slide some formula that mathematically describes this algorithm in a few steps to calculate and make it clear and have additional features by brightness values of pixels of picture, and to find the area in a picture which we need to analyze actually a face. And the whole concept schematic of our approach is shown in this slide, and we can see that results of angle face model comes to a LBP model, local binary patterns, and also the next step is to get this data on input of deep neural network model. Well, what about the blockchain? We discovered that the problem of our system is actually the cybersecurity problem, because the main field of our research is data science, data mining, and machine learning. But we need to provide high level of security data of all these video streams or pictures that we can collect while our system is working. So the generated chain model is based of blockchain by the Ethereum architecture, and it's private due to a number of disadvantages specific to the proof of work algorithm in our case, in particular due to restrictions imposed by its security part. So modifications, some modifications of this approach is proposed by one of our co-authors of our state, and we use the ECDSA algorithm to achieve the greater degree of performance when processing protection multimedia data of high permissions. Actually, I didn't say that the volume of data is kind of big, because system can work online a lot of days, and people who are working with the system, they generate a lot of faces, a lot of data. So the second one, the essence of blockchain application process can be described as follows. The generated images are placed in a private decentralized data registry. Each uploaded file, image, log, metadata, and so on is hashed, and as a resulting unique fingerprint of this file is entered into a blockchain. The recording contains timestamps, which includes the possibility of making changes. No, we all know it's, I guess, we all good know this. The recording contains, it's necessary to verify the authenticity of record, a rehash operation we need to perform. And the received IPFS hash is compared with the other one, which is stored in the blockchain. And for the purpose of additional protection, we use the Juno protocol, but actually Juno protocol is used now only in the project, but it's not implemented as a different module in the system. But it can be done in the future, and it can improve the security functions of the blockchain, protecting against accidental hacker attacks, but we did not test this feature for that moment. A couple of pictures of our system. That's a use case diagram. In short way, we can upload in our system prototype. It's actually a Python Django software for this moment. We can add persons to database, to our work space, update information about persons, and start recognition and train our models and choose algorithms. This slide shows us a class diagram fragment. Actually, there's a lot of program classes, but here we can see some of classes that consist of model of our one of the model of our system and its connections to the base model on the Django framework. A little bit database fragment we can see we actually have a SQL database and NoSQL database. SQL database for structuring some metadata and some test data, and NoSQL is Mongo DB we used to perform structuring data with different cameras, different input devices to have a big heap of data. We can analyze it with our different models for different things. The system deployment diagram for actually not for industrial, but or actually for test use, because our system is now as a prototype. We can see on this slide, we can use MySQL, as I said, as a SQL database, and some components as integrates programs, control staff programs, and interface programs. Actually, it's different packages of modules. And system performance, we need to discover and to research the ways our system works. And we use 3 modes of operation without data protection at all. With Hrua implementation, it's kind of old, but actually workful way to build a security system for images, and with blockchain implementation. The whole implementation, as I said, based on Django framework, Python, some of libraries for data science and machine learning, as we can see on this slide. And we also used HTRR metric, half on a total error, which led us to calculate the mean quality of our system works. So we make a couple of experiments for that moment. We used some central processor. We used couple of cameras to collect data and simulate the operation mode with 16 cameras. We used about 6 hours of work day in office of workers, actually our co-authors help us with this data. And during this period, about 800 faces per hour was detected. We also use ready data sets like a FLISC face, male and female faces, and YouTube faces to aggregate more powerful data set to train our deep neural network on this data to to learn our model to make it more representative and more discrete in a sense of quality. And we actually have such a result performance. We can see that CPU use with blockchain is kind of a little bit lower than in Hua, because Hua is not so effective in memory operations. And no security, of course, it was faster, but we can see that it's not the way they use such systems as we can develop for access, because it's not the best way to do. And blockchain shows great results for us. We can say in the conclusion that, as we can see, the last mode, like I said, implements blockchain is characterized by a slight decrease of recognition accuracy, but it's not so big decreasing, and the system performance remains in the level of other less resource-intensive modes. And I would like to say that studies of the development concept within the framework of creating software prototype of our system showed its adequacy and expendency of use of the practical tasks in the future. The stability of blockchain-enabled systems that we used in this our approach, the high scalability of level security led us to state that in the future we can make this system more standless and deploy this system a larger number of nodes and make it in a microservice architecture. And as a last conclusions, we can say that our system prototype can be flexibly supplemented with new functionality due to the modularity of its structure, because we also are working right now with new modules functional. In its areas of application can be not only for biometric identification for ACS, but with different tasks to create systems that can store security information, not only images, but images at the first stage, of course. And further ways to develop the projects are adaptation and addition of our data protection approaches along with the blockchain, addition and development of the created prototype with larger number of algorithms, not only with two of our angle faces and local binary patterns, cleaning and processing data, elimination artifacts and profiling methods in order to study and compare the features of the work of different configurations of objects, and work with the pictures, with the images, and with video streams, video flows that have a bad quality. And thank you for your attention. If you got any questions, I would like to answer it. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this paper. It actually looks that you are very much prepared and you are far in developing the proofs. Maybe it was in the paper. Maybe I just missed it. It is already 6 hour end of the 6 hour of the presentation. So can you please tell me, you did try it with the real data, right? So there was some real data tests where you got some accumulated data, and this worked for you, right? Can you elaborate this part a little bit?
Yes, I actually didn't present it here because it's a part of a different state, which we are now print in a different conference. So I can show it for that moment. But shortly, I can say that we actually collect real data and used also ready data to make better data set. And we also discovered the quality and the metrics not only with this, like I said, with the blockchain, but without blockchain, just the models, how it works. And we measure accuracy, function loss for a natural network, for example. We were discovered different hyperparameters for deep learning, deep neural network. Used a grid search method to find the optimal values for our models of natural networks. It's about 10 or 11 experiments we did. Each experiment in time was about 2 or 3 days, because as it's a lot of data we need to process to create our models. And we showed that using our methods, like I said in the first part of our presentation, when we combined angle faces, LBM, and deep neural network, without deep neural network, only with 2 methods, the accuracy was about 60%. But when we combine all these in a hybrid system, we showed the accuracy of image recognition about 89–92%. I mean, it's about plus 25–30%. It's our experimental results. We can show it, like I said, in different papers in a different conference. And it was the first step of our research. And the second step is that we are doing now is to provide blockchain actually in our system to protect it, because our work is more as a research and development, but not really close to security. So we decided to combine these things and combine this great thing, blockchain, to make it possible to make it the level of our security in our system is more higher.
Well, thank you so much. That's a very good answer. Let's check if anyone has other questions. And if not, we are processing to the next paper presentation, which will be the final one for the final paper presentation today. And then we will go back to the keynotes format. Well, I don't see other questions. So then, yeah, thank you so much for being with us. I am starting the inviting the new speaker to the stage. Nicholas, thanks for the good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, everybody. Good day.
Yeah. Have a good day. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, Ruslan. Welcome to the stage. Do you have a presentation of your of the paper presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, so you need to upload it by clicking the button present.
Okay. Thank you. 1 minute.
So are you using Google Drive or PowerPoint? Okay, yep. So yeah, here is the presentation. The stage is yours.
Hello, dear colleagues and conference participants. I want to present to you a report on the topic light workers and waterfall. In the traditional blockchain concept, each node is required to maintain a complete copy of the entire ledger, as well as receive and process every block generated by any node, which can be computationally expensive. Additionally, in state-based systems like Ethereum, each node must also store the state of one or more blocks, further increasing computational and storage requirements. For example, the Ethereum state and ledger have the following values. The processing and execution of operation related to the functioning of a full node also strains the system. All of this collectively leads to a high entry barrier for the network and necessitates the presence of server-grade hardware, limiting the influx of new users. Our task is to make the waterfall network accessible to everyone and allow it to be run on a regular home computer or even a smartphone, which have limited physical characteristics and cannot operate in most networks. To address this issue, we propose the concept of light workers. There are two types of light node concepts. A light client has less functionality than a light worker. It allows us to make certain requests about the state of the blockchain and to sign and send transactions to the network. It only stores parts of the blockchain that are relevant to the light transaction being performed. A light worker is a node that does not store all the data of the ledger, yet fully participates in the network workflow by generating new blocks and validating the blocks of other nodes. For Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto proposed the solution with a light client. The idea is that a node doesn't store the entire chain of blocks, only their hashes. We note that approaches to creating light nodes differ in proof of work and proof of stake. In proof of work blockchains, creating a light miner is not difficult. In proof of stake systems, the concept of a light worker fully participating in the consensus is not yet whispered. The most interesting results have been achieved in the Mina system, which is based on the use of ZK snark, allowing the entire blockchain to be compressed to a few kilobytes in size. Additionally, there have been advancement in the direction of statelessness in modern Ethereum research. In this presentation, we introduce an alternative approach to addressing the issue by integrating light workers into the proof-of-stake block DAG system called Waterfall. We propose the integration of light workers in 3 phases. The first phase is the full operation phase. In this phase, light workers operate continuously, retaining the complete state of the blockchain. However, unlike full workers, they do not store the entire ledger. The second phase is the blinking phase. In this phase, light workers operate periodically and maintain the complete state of the blockchain. And finally, the last phase is the full light phase. In this phase, light workers will be modified to store only those parts of the blockchain that pertain to the execute transaction rather than the entire state. The reason for dividing the process into phases is to assess risks in the early stages. Integrating the subsequent phases will require more time and resources, which is inefficient in the early stage due to the relatively small number of users. Now, we describe the network's functionality in the first phase, the concept and the mechanism of light workers that do not store the ledger but retain the complete state. First, we consider light workers in the context of proof-of-stake systems. They have a much lower entry barrier compared to regular workers. This means that the required stake is significantly smaller than the stake of a regular worker. Also, rewards for light workers' functionality will be lower than full worker rewards. And penalties will be lower. And light workers will work less frequently than full ones. Light nodes are necessary so that users without server-grade hardware can run a node on a regular home computer or smartphone and participate in the network's operation. This will help increase decentralization. We propose the following features of light workers. The stake of light workers is a fraction of the stake of full workers divided by a preselected integer. Light workers in the coordination network perform the same function as full workers, but the value of their vote is reduced according to their stake. In the block dark network, light workers do not work in every epoch, but in a fraction of epochs according to their stake. This slide describes the mechanism of distributing light workers across epochs. All eras are divided into packs of Q eras. Prior to beginning the first era of the pack, The list of all light workers is shuffled, and the shuffled list is split into Q subgroups evenly, so that the numbers of workers in any two groups differ by no more than 1. Each of the received groups works in the corresponding era. New light workers start working in the block dark network with the start of a new peg, while new full workers start working from the beginning of a new era. The next issue arising with light workers are the problems of initialization and synchronization. To address this problem, we propose two approaches. The first one requires fewer changes to the existing architecture and can be implemented in the first phase of light nodes. The second approach is more cost-effective and involves the development and maintenance of a new concept, transition points, snapshots of the network state that can expedite the initialization and synchronization of light nodes. The next slides describe a solution with minimal modifications to the existing system, variant 1 and variant 2. And the second solution involves the addition of transition points blockchain, which will start data enabling first initialization and synchronization. Some notes about its operation can be seen on its slides. And next, we provide some data that demonstrates the importance of the initialization and synchronization problem for building light workers. Thank you for your attention.
Ruslan, thank you so much for this presentation regarding light workers. So there is a question from the audience. What technologies are you going to use to implement phases 2 and 3?
Thank you for your question. To implement the second and the third phases, we consider the possibility of using the following solutions. A riser coding, block or group of blocks archiving, ledger partitioning, and ZK snark and ZK starks. Thank you.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Please let us know if it answers the question. And there is one more question. What is the difference between the light workers in Waterfall and similar ones in Bitcoin and Ethereum?
Thank you. Bitcoin and Ethereum use the light clients and light clients is not full participants of the blockchain. Our goal is to create a full participant in the consensus but with reduced resource requirements.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, understood. If no one has any other questions, and I believe nobody has, if somebody please type it in. Otherwise, we are actually forced by the time delay. We are already like 48 minutes, 49 already, 48 still, 48 minutes behind the schedule. And I'm inviting the next participant to the stage. Ruslan, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good one. Thanks. So yeah, hello Brittany. Finally, the stage is yours. So yeah, apologies for the delays. Again, there are not that much people who doesn't know Brittany Kaiser, but I still should run the small introduction for those who may not know. So Brittany Kaiser is a co-founder of an Own Your Data Foundation, a co-founder of a Digital Asset Trade Association. She was also working on the Barack Obama's media team during his presidential campaign in 2007. And she is also famous for being associated with Cambridge Analytica and making the right choices during this process. Brittany?
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sergey. Such a pleasure to be here with you all, and really an honor to be able to keynote this conference. I'm going to quickly share some of my slides with you all. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right, can you guys see my screen? Here we go. Sergey, can you see that? Okay.
Yeah. I can see that, and I believe others also can see that.
Wonderful.
Oh, yeah. Now the stage is yours. Yeah, please let me know if I can help you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you for giving me time to address all of you today. So what I wanted to discuss with you is one of the, I would say, most prolific stories in the digital asset space, which is really how secure digital assets have helped Ukraine take control of its digital future and really become one of the world's biggest leaders in exponential technologies, but especially in distributed ledger. I think in order to really land the plane of how important this topic is to me, first, I will talk a little bit more about why I believe distributed ledger technologies are so incredibly important, and then tell a few stories about some of the ways that Ukraine specifically has been able to implement those in world-changing ways. So as you all have probably heard before, data is the world's most valuable asset class. It was in 2017 when The Economist told us all that data had now surpassed oil and gas as the world's most valuable asset. A multi-trillion-dollar industry around the world of data architecture that is unsecure, untrackable, untraceable, completely untransparent. And for that to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry without the ability to actually secure and encrypt and track and trace and monetize this data in different types of ways, there are just huge opportunities in exponential technologies like distributed ledger, like being able to encrypt and own your data and use smart contracting technology to self-execute data operations in ways that are much more secure, reliable, and auditable than ever before. And why did we really get here to a point where these technologies are necessary? It's because a lot of the tech giants, which now are the most valuable companies in the world are companies that are made up of our data, our digital assets that we have created. And some of these companies are worth hundreds of billions or over $1 trillion based off of the value of our personal information that has mostly been siphoned from us in ways that were not transparent or consensual. So when you think about that massive value creation that we as individuals have been able to do for these companies, you start to think about what are we missing out on as part of the value chain, and what could the potential of being able to encrypt and secure these data transfers, what could that actually mean for the world? Now, I guess, why am I the right person to talk to you about this, or how did I get to feel so strongly about these technologies? Well, I think some of you might know me from crypto or some of the work I've done with Ukraine, but also you probably might have seen that I was a big tech whistleblower. I used to be a director at Cambridge Analytica, one of the most infamous data science companies in the world, where we worked with governments, militaries, and companies in order to build out their backend data architecture and data science strategy. And once I realized the amount of companies, governments, and militaries that were using data in unethical ways, and in general didn't really have any control over where data was going and how it was being used, especially by particular unethical clients around elections, I saw that there was a huge opportunity to not just bring awareness and light onto these issues, but to actually start working on and promoting technologies that would help fix some of the problems that I saw in the data science industry. Now, the big data crisis, as a lot of people refer to it, is really just the tip of the iceberg, because every day with new exponential technologies, we're creating exponentially more data than the day before. So all of the problems that we've had with privacy, data protection, tracking and traceability, and transparency are only getting worse and more exponential. Now that we are in the age of AI, we have seen that because many countries did not work fast enough on legislation and regulation on data protection, we still don't have enough basic data protection and privacy protocols in place to even start to conceptualize of how we would regulate AI in an ethical manner. So I think talking a little bit about how we are unprotected in the way that data is normally used and what we seek to fix. What we're really trying to do is move from kind of the data Wild West into digital trust. And what digital trust means to me is transparency, actually knowing what data is being used and where it's going, consent, the ability to really understand what data you would be giving away and sharing and for what purposes it's going to be used. Then, of course, accountability, being able to show where data is going and make sure that it's only being used for the purposes to which people consented to. Then ownership, the ability to actually own your digital assets and be able to control them in either an anonymized or pseudonymized way when interacting with other people in the digital space. And then increasingly, the conversation also has evolved around sustainability. So as we scale up large-scale technology infrastructures, we need data centers that are running in a sustainable way. Carbon-free energy, renewables now comes into this conversation as well. For privacy versus AI, the reason why I talk about this is that a lot of people believe these things are completely separate from each other, which either we're going to be sharing more of our data for AI or we're going to keep our privacy. I don't think that that's the case. In fact, I believe using distributed ledger technologies, especially digital identity protocols, that we have the ability to share more data than ever before because we can share it safely and anonymously or pseudonymously. We can track and trace it. We can monetize the data that we have consented to monetize. And in general, we can make sure that technology is working for us as opposed to us working for technology. And I really believe that data can help solve the world's greatest problems. And I think some of the incredible initiatives that have been going on in Ukraine and that have been initiated by Ukraine really really show the best-in-class examples of case studies of how these technologies really can make an incredible positive social impact. Now, for me, I really see 3 different ways that distributed ledger is advancing and changing society. One is firstly on education and awareness for people actually understanding what their data rights are, cybersecurity protocols, digital security, digital safety, and how to run their digital lives in a way where they can not just protect themselves and their own interests, but where they can be successful leading a digital life and using technology products. The next, of course, is legislation and regulation. Through especially evangelizing distributed ledger technologies, legislators and regulators and politicians around the world are starting to better understand data protection and cybersecurity and how we can use new technologies to make the world a safer place while still engaging in our digital lives on a daily basis. And then, of course, thirdly, the development of blockchain and distributed ledger products and protocols is really proving in real time how incredibly impactful these technologies can be in people's lives. So I really believe that blockchain is here for helping us scale trust. And so I'm going to go through some Ukrainian solutions for data protection and empowerment that I'm sure some of you are familiar with some of them, maybe not all of them. I'll start with the most famous one, which I was absolutely honored to take part in, which was the launch by the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine of Aid for Ukraine, which was our original crypto humanitarian aid fund. I don't know if you see, I'm now wearing United 24, which is now the main humanitarian aid fund for the government of Ukraine. But we started actually with Aid for Ukraine, which was a fully crypto-only humanitarian aid fund that was launched 2 days after the invasion started. And I'll tell you a little story about it because you might know a little bit, but maybe not followed the process of how that was launched. So if you can see in the top left-hand corner, the day after the invasion started, I was lucky to get put in touch with the group that was organizing to launch this aid fund. And we started putting together a strategy of how we would actually launch a crypto humanitarian aid fund so that we could get the most needed humanitarian aid into Ukraine at a time where it was over the weekend at the end of February. So banks weren't working. And in general, it was difficult to get money in fiat into Ukraine at the time. So we started by launching with this tweet saying that the government of Ukraine was now accepting cryptocurrency donations in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and USDT. That immediately went viral, and we started getting not just donations from around the world, but also offers of larger donations if we would accept other types of cryptocurrencies. As you can see here, one of the famous tweets from Gavin Wood, who wrote to us and said, if you post a dot address, I'll personally contribute $5 million. Then, of course, the team at the Ministry of Digital and everyone that was supporting this quickly created a dot address, and we were able to post that dot address, and within 30 minutes received what was then $5.8 million in Polkadot, and it quickly went up in value with the amount of press attention that this donation received. So then you can see the government of Ukraine account thanking Gavin here. And that started to kick off tons of other thought leaders in the digital asset space to come and participate. If you see at the top here, Pac, one of the most famous NFT artists who is completely anonymous, had just done a huge NFT drop and project in order to fundraise for actually Julian Assange, or the Free Julian Assange campaign. And he had earned quite a lot of money himself in his personal treasury off of that as well. And he donated the entire treasury to the Aid for Ukraine campaign, which you can see here. That was 670 ETH, which at the time was nearly $2 million. Then, of course, Solana and Everstake Pool started their own campaign and their own fund. And so Minister Fedorov started a sole address for Aid for Ukraine as well. And then within the community, everyone started jumping on board and getting to be a part of this. As you can see, Time Magazine here started an effort called Make Art Not War, and that was specifically encouraging both Ukrainian artists and other artists from around the world to create art and donate the donations to Ukraine as well. Now, this was one of the ways to use humor in a horrific scenario, but there was one day, March 2nd of 2022, where the value of Dogecoin exceeded the value of the Russian ruble. And so in celebration of that, a Doge wallet was created for Aid for Ukraine, and millions of dollars were raised in Doge, which was really exciting. And then we created a Monero wallet, and then there was an entire NFT donation campaign, and a CryptoPunk was donated. And then Bored Ape Yacht Club noticed that their holders and their members had donated over $1 million in ETH, and so they matched it directly from Yuga Labs. So again, this was a huge snowballing campaign that became an example of how you could really create what became not just Aid for Ukraine, but also many other nonprofits like Come Back Alive and World Central Kitchen were starting their own crypto wallets. There was, of course, Ukraine DAO that did a huge auction and made a very large donation, around $8 million as well. And so amongst all of the different efforts, there were hundreds of millions of euro that ended up coming in to Ukraine in crypto. And that's how a lot of the first night vision goggles and bulletproof vests and food rations were brought in, because it took weeks for the European Union, which was the first public money that was allocated to aid for Ukraine. That took weeks to get sent in fiat and hit accounts in Ukraine. So the speed and the immediacy of the crypto and the ability for all of the first humanitarian rations and tools and kits to be purchased in Bitcoin and Ethereum and Tether is absolutely huge. It's the first time something like this has ever been done, and now it has been replicated all around the world in tons of different countries. Another amazing project that many of you are probably aware of, again supported by the Ministry of Digital of Ukraine's MetaHistory. So metahistory.gallery was the first government-backed NFT project. The incredible people that built and managed this worked with tons of Ukrainian artists and artists from around the world that created beautiful NFT collections that were then auctioned. And not only has MetaHistory done incredible NFT collections, but of course, the technology of NFTs and the tracking and traceability of art is being tested in Ukrainian museums, so that the tracking and traceability of antiquities, should museums get looted or stolen from in war, that we always know that those were Ukrainian antiquities and we can get them back, as well as know the authenticity of exactly where they came from. So the applications of technology specifically in the art world in a conflict scenario are incredibly important. Now, something else that is a little bit harder to talk about, but actually is my academic expertise. Before I got into tech, I was trained as a human rights barrister, and my expertise was in prevention and punishment of atrocity crimes, crimes against humanity, war crimes, genocide. And so I just started working with the team at Starling Labs, which is based at Stanford University in California, and works with the USC Shoah Foundation and Stanford Engineering in order to, for data integrity purposes, develop different tools and principles that can be applied. And right now, their main application is to be doing trainings for human rights lawyers and international justice organizations on how you can use blockchain technology to record evidence of atrocity crimes and make sure that that evidence is forever immutable on the blockchain and cannot be hacked and deleted by people who do not want that evidence made available to international investigators, especially the International Criminal Court and any ad hoc tribunals that come up in regard to the conflicts going on in Ukraine. So they're currently leveraging a number of different technologies, but one of their main partners is Filecoin, specifically using the blockchain to preserve history. And I think a lot of people who are huge blockchain technology advocates would say that the use of blockchain to preserve history is its #1 use. So this is an incredible project, and please don't hesitate to reach out to me if you're interested in getting involved or supporting that effort. Another an incredible Ukrainian technology product that has been built and led by the chairman of this conference, Sergey Waterfall Protocol, built by all Ukrainian developers during the war, both inside of Ukraine and living as refugees in other countries. So it's an incredible story of how this new L1 was created. And I suggest anyone that wants to learn more about it, please talk to our conference chairman. Now, the last thing I'm going to talk about before I go is that I had an incredible opportunity to work with the film team that created the Netflix documentary, The Great Hack, where I was the main subject. Some of the best filmmakers in the world. And they, after discussions with me in California, flew out to Ukraine around the time we launched Aid for Ukraine. And they embedded with the Ukrainian government and specifically the Ministry of Digital and created an incredible new documentary that just premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival for the world premiere. And so I hope everyone here will be able to see this film soon. It's called Defiant, and it follows different officials in the Ukrainian government, especially the Ministry of Digital, and all of the incredible bravery and initiatives that they have been able to accomplish, not just with technology, but with their diplomacy in the face of such an intense conflict and what they've been able to do. So it's a really beautiful film, and I hope that all of you will be able to see it on a big streaming platform very soon, and that it can help raise awareness of everything that is going on in Ukraine and the amount of support that we need from the global community. So I'll end my talk the way that I like to do usually, which is on a very hopeful note. A quote from one of my heroes, the late, great Dr. Stephen Hawking, where he said that technology will allow us to live in luxurious leisure. And what he actually meant by that was that the reason that we build technology products is to improve all of our lives so that we can concentrate on things we are passionate about. And all of the harder grunt work is actually done by the tech. So it's supposed to raise our consciousness, raise our ability to lead better and more prosperous lives. And I think a lot of these applications that that specifically have been led by Ukrainians both in and out of the government are really showing and leading the way for so many other people around the world to take notice and follow in your footsteps. So thank you guys so much for having me. Such an honor to be here. And if you want to learn more about any of the things that I talked about, feel free to reach out to me at Brittany@ownyourdata.foundation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Brittany. As always, informative, insightful, and inspiring. Well, separate thank you for mentioning Waterfall. So I wanted to ask, at the beginning of your speech, you said that basically there are 3 sustainable goals, right? And I was going to ask, what should be these steps for Ukraine? How do you see the next steps for Ukraine to progress towards this direction, to achieving this goal, or to move in? I mean, obviously nothing could be achieved in absolute, but making the next steps or multiple next steps, you know, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely, and I think rightfully so. The first important component of digital trust that I speak about is to become as transparent as possible, and that was really an amazing opportunity to work on Aid for Ukraine for me, because the Ministry of Digital started putting out reports that showed all of the transactions that were being used from the crypto donations and exactly what was purchased, down to the exact dollar amount, down to how many helmets, how many night vision goggles, how many bulletproof vests. And for a government to publish, especially in a military context, to publish how money is spent, that's probably the first time that has ever happened in the history of the world. So that was a huge opportunity, because Ukraine will continue to get more support if we can prove the excitement towards transparency and the want to become more transparent, because most governments around the world are not. And so if Ukraine starts leading the world in becoming more transparent and using these tools for tracking and traceability, then the ability for Ukraine to continue to lead the way in these technologies is a path that's really already been paved.
Well, thank you so much for this. And thank you, of course, for all the support you made for Ukraine. And let's ask. Yes, somebody may have a question here. Somebody is asking your contact information.
Yeah, here I can put it in. Is this a public comments box?
Yeah, public comments box. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I will join that real quick and add my email in there. It is, there we go. My email and my Telegram. Let me put that in there 1 second. Okay, so it's Brittany at ownyourdata.foundation. Please feel free to reach out to me anytime. And then my Telegram is at blockchainbk. Here you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, sounds great. If dear attendees of the conference, please think if you have any other questions to Brittany. Otherwise, if there will not be more, I will be inviting our next speaker, who will be Alex Starikov.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks, Brittany. Thank you for joining us. Have a great day.
You too.
Yeah, so hello, Alex. Welcome to our virtual stage. We know it has been a little bit delayed by the previous speakers, but now the time is now. So we are welcoming Alex Starikov, who is a growth manager at Whitebit, and Whitebit is one of the largest crypto fiat exchanges in Europe.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Were you able to hear us?
Yes, I apologize. I think we are a little bit early on schedule, so that's why I missed it.
Yes. Very little bit. So, do you need any help with uploading the presentation?
No, I'm fine. Let me click the present button, and I think I'm good to go.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let me know if you can see my presentation now.
Yeah, now we can probably see.
Okay, perfect. Okay, hey everyone. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Alex Starikov. I'm growth manager at Whitebit. And today I would like to talk about how we can leverage the power of digital identities and the Whitebit Soul ecosystem, which I will explain in this presentation, in order to push the adoption of the blockchain technology further. So in this presentation, I will walk you through the Whitebit journey and how the company went from zero to an ecosystem of Web3 products with over 4 million users worldwide. We will also take a look at the current state of the global blockchain adoption across enterprise and retail markets. We will discuss the challenges and the biggest problems that the technology is facing today. And after that, I will share the Whitebit approach for solving these problems with the help of Whitebit Network and Whitebit Soul products. So let's start with the Whitebit journey. So the company was founded in 2018 as a centralized exchange product. It was founded by entrepreneurs and Web3 enthusiasts from Kharkiv, Ukraine, which is like the second biggest city in Ukraine. And in just a matter of 5 years, the company went from the small team to a large team with a lot of talents. And we've built a whole ecosystem of products, which is currently used by a large number of both institutional and retail clients. So today, Whitebit is used by over 1,000 institutional customers and about 4 million retail users. We have about 1,000 employees, which are working across 8 offices worldwide. And our platform offers 270 digital assets, which are available for trading across over 350 trading pairs. To give you like a bit more details about what our ecosystem of product looks like, you can see this circle visualization here. And in the middle, you can see that our key flagship product is the trading platform Whitebit. But besides Whitebit, we also have a bunch of other products. Among them is WhiteSwap, which is a decentralized trading protocol. We also have WhitePay, which is a crypto payment technology, which allows online and offline businesses to accept payments in crypto. We have educational and entertainment products like Gagarin Show, Gagarin News. We have WhiteX, which is the crypto gift cards product. And we have our newly launched product, which is our own blockchain called Whitebit Network. This one went live just a couple of months ago. Okay, let me move on. So I'll just want to give you like a bit more information about our partners. And I would like to start with saying that we are big fans of sports and esports movements. That's why Whitebit is proud to be an official cryptocurrency exchange of Barcelona Football Club, national football team of Ukraine, and Trabzonspor Football Club. On the esports and gaming side, we have a strategic partner, Faceit, which is like a very large gaming platform with over like 21 million users. And together with Faceit, we've recently organized a lot of interesting gaming events when the participants of the events could compete for getting additional rewards in cryptocurrency. And also, of course, our friends from the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Together with them, we've launched a couple of Web3 educational products, and we are also exploring the ways to integrate the Web3 features into DIA. DIA is a digital app which offers government services to over 19 million users of Ukraine. And this is about half of the population of the country. Our partnership network is pretty broad. We work with market makers, exchanges, brokers, asset managers, private investors, and so on. And we encourage anyone who is interested to become our partner to join our network to add more synergy to our relationship. Now, let's move on into the state of the blockchain adoption slides. On these slides, we will take a look at some interesting data which was produced by some research companies over the world, which will also come along with our own observations about where we are, where we're moving, and what prevents the blockchain adoption from going into masses. So first, let's talk about some key global trends which we think will push blockchain adoption in the future. Among these trends are global uncertainties in geopolitics. Unfortunately, we are seeing that the world is going into a new geopolitics phase, and that phase actually means that moving forward, the players will have less trust, because typically the uncertainties, they lead to less trust, and that increases the speed of decision making, which in turn reduces the efficiency of the processes and reduces the and makes the negative impact on the economy and the social life of people. The next one is global automation and AI adoption trends. So what we are seeing is that AI is getting very hot topic right now. And in order for the AI builders to build more accurate, more efficient models, it would be great for them to have access to public data which might be stored on a blockchain. Having access to this data, to the patterns, behavior patterns of users, will allow the developers to create better and more efficient products. And we are a big believers in intersection of these two technologies of blockchain and AI. And we believe that on this intersection, we might have a really brand new generation of products which will solve the existing social problems much better. The next one is a growing trust in DeFi and NFT protocol sustainability. So what that means, we've seen recently that in the past few years, we had days with some crazy volatility, right? When the prices of assets were going up and down, there were some problems with centralized products, but at the same time, the DeFi products like decentralized exchanges and other protocols, they work smoothly. Yes, we do have some problems with scalability, but the protocols worked exactly as they were expected, which in our opinion creates and adds to the trust into the sustainability of these products. We are also seeing that big players are joining the game. We are seeing like the leading banks launching their own blockchains. We are seeing the leading payment companies launching their own dApps like stablecoins. We are seeing the asset managers worldwide are going to open the gate for their clients and allow them to invest in digital assets. So we think it's a very important signal that the big guys believe in the technology, and that will push the adoption further. Yeah, and the very last one, of course, is the new generation of adults are entering the global economy, which means that people who were grown on the narratives of Bitcoin, decentralization, Ethereum, Web3, all these people will soon make a huge impact on where our economy is today. And we believe that will also push the adoption of blockchain technology further. Okay, let me jump to the next slide. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we call the era of progressive centralization. So what is that? Well, in early days of Bitcoin and the emergence of blockchain, and all throughout till 2020s, we've heard the narrative that decentralized products will disrupt the markets, replace the existing leading players in many sectors of life, and that retail users will completely switch to non-custodial and decentralized apps to achieve financial freedom. So it was expected to go from here to here and eventually lead to a mass adoption, right? And some elements of this narrative did come through. However, we've seen that this concept also failed in some way due to the poor UX of new products, scalability issues of the technology, lack of education, numerous cases of bad actors stealing the user money motivated by pure power of human greed. And all of that kind of pushed the adoption back. That's why we believe that the new narrative that we will see in the next decade or maybe decades, will be that traditional brands, businesses, governments, all of them will eventually integrate blockchain and invest in educating their huge user base, which is typically millions of hundreds of millions of users, in order to stay competitive and compliant. That's why we believe that the key takeaway of this slide is that we are slowly moving into this so-called era of progressive centralization, which will move forward along with the traditional thought of decentralized platforms, and the synergy of both movements will craft our future in the next years. Another interesting observation and very interesting number which proves that the adoption of blockchain is here, it's already happening, this is not something that will happen in future, is the data provided by the recent research by Brew & Howard Digital, which was published in August this year. And the guys actually calculated the total volume of transactions of stablecoins, which were settled in 2022, and that number was a fascinating $11 trillion. You can compare that to 11.6 trillion, which was processed by the largest Web2 payment system. So it's equal, which is like fascinating. And also 11 trillion of stable coins that constitute about 1% of the total volume, which is settled by the Fedwire, which in my opinion is really amazing. So basically, stablecoin use case is already here. It offers unique benefits. I mean, the international transfer takes like a couple of seconds compared to days when you do it via traditional banking system. But is that stablecoin adoption sustainable, right? Maybe that was just like a temporary spike. And do we expect it to go down? Again, the data from the same report proves that this trend is quite sustainable. And if we take a look at the number of active stablecoin users starting from 2018 till nowadays, that number is only going up. And currently, about 20% of all stablecoin users, they do at least one transaction a week. So 20% are considered to be weekly active users. The average year-over-year growth is about 35%. And what's really interesting that there is currently a very subtle correlation with crypto trading volumes. So basically, the people using stablecoins, no matter whether the price of Bitcoin is going up and down. And yeah, and the very last point here is that basically public Web2 companies with hundreds of millions of users are launching their own stablecoins, expecting their users to start using the new type of dApps, which is also very good for the adoption. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, and the last slide about stablecoins, if we take the total number of stablecoin users, which is about 25 million accounts, and if we imagine that those users would become a bank, that would be the number 5 bank in the US, which is also like very interesting stats in my opinion. The next slide, actually another interesting data insight produced by the Boston Consulting Group in their recent report called Asset Tokenization in Crypto Winter. And it refers to the problem of illiquid assets. If you think of the world's wealth today, like a big chunk of that wealth is illiquid, right? When I say illiquid, I refer to illiquid assets like real estate, including home equity, natural resources like land, commodities, public infrastructure, fine art. I mean, this list is quite long. And right now, if you want to sell like one of these assets, the number of potential customers is limited typically to your location and to other factors. That's why we believe, and this is what Boston Consulting Group believes in, that by 2030, the total number of tokenized assets might reach like 10% of the global GDP, which sounds like a big opportunity for everyone involved in this process. However, it all comes with a piece of salt, and with all these benefits and new opportunities offered by blockchain technology, we are seeing the growth of the digital fraud and the problems of data protection. The most recent survey by GDP, which was called the Global State of Digital Identity, identified some really big problems in both retail and business segments. 83% of surveyed retail customers mentioned that they believe that data protection is the responsibility of a business. So they do not want to take care of their data protection themselves. They expect their partner, the brand they trust, the government, or whoever they are dealing with, they expect them to be responsible for the data they provide. 85% of the consumers prefer to work with the brands that has advanced identity verification systems. So despite all these complexities with identity verification, users put the security first. So it's all about security, and then it's UX. For the businesses, this report revealed some other interesting insights. Like 55% of the businesses who participated in the survey mentioned that they have suffered fraud attacks in the past year, which is like a lot in my opinion. So every second business was a potential victim for fraudsters who tried to steal the money or make the negative impact for the business in some way. While 66% of the surveyed businesses, they believe that the fraud levels have increased or stayed the same in the past year. So all of this actually reminds us about the importance of how important is it to make sure that you interact with the person and you know who that person is, and have some kind of a technology which ensures that the data provided by that person is real and the person is who it pretends to be. That's why we believe that solution to solve some of these problems, of course not every, but most of these problems can be solved with the implementation of blockchain and Web3 digital identities. So this technology will help us to make an easy access to decentralized apps. It will help us to deal with data privacy. It will help us to stay compliant with the regulation, and it will help us to minimize the fraud. That's why Whitebit, in August this year, we've launched our new product, which is a decentralized blockchain platform, which we called Whitebit Network. And Whitebit Soul is our ecosystem for digital identities, with the goal to solve this problem and make the positive impact on the whole industry. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what our blockchain is about. So we launched the blockchain based on the Go Ethereum protocol, which is considered to be the golden standard for decentralized platforms today. As a result of this decision, many tooling, binaries, and documentation of the blockchain is based on Ethereum. So we kind of utilize the familiar terms, the concepts which are commonly associated with the Ethereum ecosystem, and we ensure like a seamless transition for those who is familiar with the existing Web3 ecosystem of Ethereum. And while the underlying technology and terminology remain consistent, Whitebit Network blockchain brings unique features and some new innovations to the table. And we offer some new approaches to the distinct user experience and address some specific needs within the Whitebit products ecosystem. Talking a little bit about our blockchain, as I mentioned, it was a hard fork from Go Ethereum, so it's EVM compatible. We are using a proof of authority consensus mechanism, which allows our blockchain to be pretty fast. The block time is only 2 seconds. And the average cost of transaction is a fraction of $1. And the blockchain is powered by our native coin, which is Whitebit token. Since launch, the blockchain has processed 26 million transactions, and about 20,000 people joined our Whitebit Soul ecosystem. We've also made several modifications to the Ethereum protocol to improve its foundation. We improved the core functionality and also tailored it to the specific needs of our blockchain ecosystem. The goal was actually to optimize performance, enhance security, and introduce some innovative features, which we believe will improve the overall adoption. Now let's talk a little bit about our innovation, which we called the Whitebit Soul and its main components. So what is Whitebit Soul? So let me start with our mission, and at Whitebit, we kind of aim to support the mass adoption of the blockchain technology. So we've been seeking to implement some tool that will allow users to represent their identity on chain in an anonymous way, right? Without sacrificing their privacy and without revealing the data. And we took the inspiration from the concept of soul-bound tokens, which I believe most of you heard about. That concept was introduced in May 2022 by Ethereum co-founder Vitalik Buterin in his white paper and research that was called Decentralized Society, Finding Web3 Soul. So Whitebit Soul basically serves as a central point in our entire ecosystem, and it represents individual identities within the network. Any user of the Whitebit trading platform can create a personal Whitebit Soul. How are they going to do it? So they would need to link their verified profile with their blockchain wallet. We currently allow the user to connect up to 4 wallets to their profile, and each Whitebit Soul owner can mark a linked address as inactive or revoke address. They can change the primary wallet to any secondary one or restore a revoked wallet. So we kind of offer a lot of flexibility here. And to maximize security, we also, all procedures which are related to the Whitebit Soul are executed through the support of Whitebit team. Now let's talk a little bit about the main components of our Whitebit Soul ecosystem. It consists of 2 parts. It's soul attributes and soul-bound tokens. So I will talk a little bit about this. So we utilize the separate mechanism, which is called Whitebit Soul features, to characterize each Whitebit Soul. And it consists of 2 parts. So we have soul attributes and soul-bound tokens. And soul attributes, these are kind of immutable Whitebit Soul characteristics, right? For example, like the amount of Whitebit token that you hold on your wallet. And these characteristics, they can be changed over time based on what user is doing or based on his actions and some other factors. The soul-bound tokens, these are immutable characteristic of a Whitebit Soul. They represent some unique accomplishments or statuses which are associated with the soul. You can consider them as some achievements or medals which a user receives in exchange for some action. Think of this in a way that some protocols can motivate their users to continue using the service by offering them some unique soul-bound tokens, which later will open some new opportunities in the product ecosystem, which will offer some better yield, better reputation, and so on. So soul-bound tokens, they are tied to the user wallets. So once issued, they cannot be transferred or sent. So this is something that will live with your wallet forever. The soul component also serves like the foundation of our whole ecosystem. It can create new souls that contains rules for all other souls, and it manages all other souls. In contrast, the feature component complements and it expands kind of the logic of the use case of the Whitebit Soul ecosystem. Okay, let's move on. So how the whole Whitebit Soul ecosystem works. So in a nutshell, this is a set of smart contracts which are deployed on our blockchain, And like in previous slide, it consists of two major parts. The first one is a SOL component, right? Which kind of is a SOL registry smart contract, which functions are to create new SOLs. It also contains mapping to primary address and secondary address. And the SOL registry, it's used to execute SOL registry config, which kind of makes some changes to the contract. And it also executes the creation of new SOLs. And on the other hand, we are using the SOL features component, which kind of expands the functionality of the key SOL component. This one is a little bit more complicated. So here we have several smart contracts. One of them is SOL attribute registry. So the SOL attribute registry, it connects with our SOL attribute contract. And the purpose of that contract is to describe single attribute specification. And it also validates the value with the internal logic. Another component of the SOL feature is SOL-bound token registry. That one sent messages to SOL-bound token collections. And the SOL token-bound collections provides available token IDs, and it also asserts that token can be bound to a specific SOL. Okay, let's move on. So within this SOL-bound ecosystem, we have introduced the first use case, how this can be used. And we call that SOL drop, which is actually the on-chain dynamic reward mechanism, right? That is kind of rewards calculation system according to which users are encouraged to stake their Whitebit token in order to generate yield from the rewards fund. And all of this operates on principles of compounding, right? The more you hold your tokens, the more yield you get. It means basically that the rewards accumulated in the previous period becomes a part of the Whitebit token holding to calculate the next reward. A period is fixed time interval, which lasts like 30 days, during which the calculations are performed. All these calculations are remuneration, and it's based on the amount of Whitebit tokens in holding. And the holding level, in turn, impacts the period of reward percentage. So all these rewards are calculated based on these percentages and the amount that you held in your wallet. And the goal of this is to incentivize the users to hold the token to eventually achieve more substantial returns over time. The period of rewards percentage varies. It will depend on each holding level, which you can see in this table, starting at 1.31% for level 1 and going down to 1.67% for the level 11, which is like the maximum level in our mechanism. I also would like to mention that with the launch of the blockchain, Whitebit has launched the Whitebit Foundation Grants Program, and we are happy to get in touch with the most prominent builders who would like to leverage the solutions we offer and give a try to our Whitebit Soul ecosystem mechanisms. And feel free to scan this QR code and get in touch with us. That's pretty much it. We would be happy to stay in touch, and we are very grateful to the organizers for this opportunity adoption and represent our brand on this event.
Well, Alex, thank you so much for this data-driven and very nicely put presentation. I personally wasn't aware how big and how how many angles of activities and how many different edges you perceive. I actually the presentation was we can say longer than typical presentation. I mean, I'm saying this is the format of our event. So basically, thank you for this presentation. But there is actually there was a good book position in the battle for your mind, and which says that I would like to ask you, what are the 3 top products your company is currently providing to the market, which are the advantages of those?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, is our flagship product is a Whitebit trading platform. So I think the biggest advantages over the competitors is the user interface, the speed, and the liquidity. Like this is right. This is what is important for traders. They want to execute their trades fast. They want to have like a low slippage, and they want kind of to be able to trade as many assets as possible. So this is our flagship product, and we put a lot of efforts into keeping it competitive. The second most important product, in my opinion, will be the WhitePay. Basically, WhitePay solves like a huge problem of using your crypto to pay for real world products, right? And with WhitePay, we actually can connect the traditional sellers of products and services with the users who want to use their crypto to pay for their daily usage of the services and goods that they use in their daily life, right? That is very important. And I think number 3 will be our blockchain product, which just started. I mean, we've just launched it, but we are going to put a lot of effort and a lot of focus on this platform, because what we believe is that in order to build the ecosystem of loyal customers, we need to offer both centralized and decentralized products. Just like in that slide about progressive centralization, just like we mentioned, we believe we are moving into the era where we will have both like centralized authorities and companies using blockchain, along with the public blockchains and builders building on these blockchains. So in order to maximize the satisfaction of our customers, we will have this blockchain in order to keep these users within our ecosystem.
Well, thank you so much for this. Let's wait. Maybe anyone else have other questions, and otherwise I will be inviting to our virtual stage the next speaker. We have 2 more speakers today, Brian Telebi and Valeria Panina. Both presentations will be related to the education activities, and yeah, I think there are no more questions. Alex, thank you so much for this great presentation, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you more at our events. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, Brian.
Hey, how are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. So for audience to know a little more about you, so Brian Telebi is the CEO and co-founder of Ahura AI, which is a powerful platform that fosters through learning and skilled knowledge. And Brian actually is the person who can tell something about acquiring the knowledge and acquiring the skills, because at the age of 12, he became one of the youngest engineers. At the end of it, he started to teach himself quantum mathematics at the age of 12, and at the age of 16, he has become one of the youngest engineers working for NASA, Goddard Space Center. So, Brian, welcome to the stage, and yeah, I'm turning on your presentation, and yeah, thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and it's been very fun seeing a lot of the other speakers. You've brought together an incredible group of people, especially Brittany Kaiser and some of the other folks that are dear friends. So let's jump in. Education is an area that's near and dear to my heart. When I left a refugee camp in Turkey and came to the United States, I suddenly had access to the American education system, which catapulted me forward and allowed me to live the life that I do. So after I retired for the second time, after building a bunch of companies, I decided to transform the education space. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Look, I want you to think back to the 90s. Many of you remember the days before smartphones and before all these apps that we're used to. If you wanted to have a social life, you would pick up your phone, dial your friends' numbers, and see what they're up to. You would get updates about their lives. You would invite them to come hang out. If you wanted food, you would physically go to a grocery store or a restaurant and pick out some things and then take them home. If you wanted to shop, you would go to a store and physically pick things out. If you wanted to be entertained, you would pick up the remote control and you would flip through channels to see something that was interesting. The world has changed a bit over the past 30 years. Technology, and indeed artificial intelligence, has radically transformed the way that we engage with the world around us and with the people around us. So now if we want to engage with our friends, we go to Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or TikTok. Or LinkedIn for that matter. We see updates of our friends, but how often do we actually search for a specific friend to see what they've been up to? Instead, there are algorithms that surface particular pieces of content to us that remind us about maybe some friends that we haven't talked to in a while, and then we send them a message. Of the millions or hundreds of millions of posts that can be surfaced to you on Twitter or LinkedIn or Facebook or what have you, we only see a very small portion of those, and AI is what determines what we see. If you're hungry, and you're anything like me, likely you go to Uber Eats or you order your groceries online. And instead of seeing all of the options in front of you, they surface the things that you're most likely to want. The same thing goes for television. If you go to YouTube or Netflix or Hulu or Amazon, there are hundreds of millions of pieces of content that can be surfaced to you. You see things that the AI algorithms determine are most likely to resonate with you in a deep way. On the one hand, this can be terrifying. On the other hand, it's highly efficient because these tools and these companies understand you and your behavior better. There's these old stories, right, from Amazon where Amazon can identify when someone is pregnant before their own family and friends know, based on their buying habits and their behavior. Now, there's one industry that hasn't been transformed by technology in 200 years. Can you guess what it is? Think about it. If you guessed education, you would be right. Look, if you go to any school around the world, they look very similar to the schools and the classrooms from 200 years ago, with a couple extra smart boards and some laptops. But at the end of the day, it's still a teacher sitting in front of 30 students with a one-size-fits-all lesson plan explaining the material. Indeed, it's based on the Prussian form of education that was designed to train factory workers during the Industrial Revolution. During the Industrial Revolution, people figured out that if they train people from when they're young, they can get people to behave in a certain way using behavioral psychology, operant conditioning, classical conditioning. It's not that dissimilar from how circuses used to train elephants and lions. So if you remember circuses, and of course I don't think they use animals in the United States or the West anymore, but what they would do is when an elephant was a baby, they would tie them with a chain to a stick in the ground. Now, of course, when the elephant was a baby, they couldn't pull out that stick. And over time, as they grew, they would become these multi-ton behemoths who should easily be able to rip off those stakes out of the ground and run off and go where they want to. But They were trained from a very young age not to be able to do that. And so if you ever wondered why schools have such a reliance on bells that create these Pavlovian responses, where the bell rings, you go to class, the bell rings, you go to lunch, the bell rings, you go back to class, the bell rings, you go home, and you follow authority and the directives of the teacher. Because if you're working in a factory and you decide to be creative in your particular part of the factory line, well, that's going to mess up the whole line. Or if you don't show up on time, that's going to hold up the entire line, where every single person needs to do their job exactly the same way. But if you look at the world today, it's quite different. We don't necessarily need people in our economy that just do the same thing day in and day out. Robots and AI are rolling out that can do that. Well, we need to train people that can think creatively, that can think outside the box, that can work collaboratively with each other to solve interesting new problems. So how do you do that? Well, it turns out that AI can help. The same way that artificial intelligence is being used to radically transform and disrupt labor markets across the world. And I remember raising the alarm about this back in 2018 and consistently throughout the past 6 years from various stages, from the Unintended Consequences of Technology Conference to the World Economic Forum and the United Nations and the European Commission, and various stages, including Google and Facebook stages and Microsoft. But what we used to believe is that AI will replace blue-collar work. It will replace drivers, retail employees, fast food workers, factory workers, and so forth. It turns out that AI is also replacing many white-collar workers, many doctors, contract lawyers, accountants, writers, artists. And so we need to have an education system that can train the skill sets that the population needs moving forward. Now, here's the thing. In the first 3 industrial revolutions, we had 1 to 2 generations to retrain the populations for the new skill sets that were necessary. So it wasn't the farmers themselves that had to go work in factories. It was their sons and their grandchildren. It wasn't the factory workers that needed to learn how to work in offices. It was their children and their grandchildren. However, today, we don't have the luxury of time. People will need to be retrained in a matter of years, not generations. And we're seeing that across the world as we speak. So how can AI help? Well, it turns out that AI can help personalize the way that content is delivered to an individual in real time. It turns out that customization and personalization is key to learning. There have been quite a few studies about this over the past 4 decades, starting with the 1982 Bloom study. And what they did was they took 2 cohorts of people. They controlled for IQ and socioeconomic background and ethnicity and gender and all the other variables. And they had the control group study in a traditional educational system with a teacher teaching 30 students at a time. The second group, the test group, they had each student taught by 1 individual with personalized feedback. After a year, they came back and they tested all of the students, both the control group as well as the test group. The control group, they split into 5 quintiles, as you typically do when you give grades to people. So you have the top 20% of students, the second 20%, the third 20%, and so forth in 5 quintiles. But what they found when they gave the same exact examinations to both cohorts of people is that 90% of the students in the test group scored at the same level as the top 20% in the control group? That brings up a really interesting question, which is that 70% delta. So if you get rid of the bottom 10%, because, okay, those people, let's say, are just not able to learn. And of course, the top 20% of both are doing well. They're going to be successful no matter what situation they're in. But that 70% delta, that had they in the test control group been taught in a one-on-one way, they would have scored in the top 20th percentile, as the test group showed. And this Bloom study has been replicated dozens of times throughout the years. What that tells me is that 70%, it's not that they're failing in the education system. It's that the education system is failing them because they aren't being taught in a way that resonates with them and enables them to be successful. We've designed an education system over the past several hundred years that only works for a certain subset of the global population. So now what happens to our economies when we have a subset of the population that hasn't been successful in traditional educational paradigms, going to school, going to university, getting your degree, and then working in a white-collar job? So what happens when a significant number of these folks lose their jobs, not just to AI, but to people using AI, right? So at Ahura, most of our employees now are using AI to augment their work, and they're 10 times more productive than they were a year ago. The same person. We're seeing that across the entire tech world, where people using AI tools are able to be far more competitive and far more productive, which means that many companies right now, Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies, are either reducing their workforce or hiring fewer people because fewer people can do more work. So what does that mean? For the massive population of people that need to be retrained for the new skill sets of tomorrow, do we just send them back into a stand and deliver lecture format? Do we put them back in a school that failed them the first time? Do we put them in a massive online open course that just takes a one-size-fits-all approach and takes the one teacher to 30 student paradigm and increases it to one teacher to 3,000 students or 3 million students? My suspicion is that those things won't work. My suspicion is that we need to use artificial intelligence to hyper-personalize the way that we deliver educational content to individuals in real time. In fact, that's exactly what we did at Ahura AI. I founded the company in 2018 to transform the multi-trillion-dollar global education space. Now, initially, we're focused on adult learners, which is only about a $80 billion space. Adult learners that need to learn new skill sets to be more productive at work. So how does it work? Well, we collect about 10,000 biometric data points every second on every user through a variety of interfaces that everybody already has if they have a laptop. Now, we collect this data, and it's proprietary data. We collect it completely consensually. We ask permission. We tell them exactly what we're going to do with the data. We don't sell any of the data to advertisers or governments or anybody else like Facebook does. In fact, Brittany Kaiser, who was who spoke earlier today, is one of our advisors. We've made legally binding commitments around what we will and won't do with that data, and we do a lot of the calculations on the edge in a person's host computer so that we don't even collect some of that data. But what we're able to do with all of this proprietary data that nobody else has is we're able to analyze the optimal way to get a person to be focused for much longer periods of time, to then deploy content in a way that resonates with that individual more deeply, and then enable them to retain that information for a much longer period of time by personalizing the way that we engage with that individual. I'm not going to go into the details about how that works, but if you are interested in learning more, feel free to reach out to me by email. I'll put my email in the chat. We already work with the United Nations and a number of Fortune 100s We've had over a dozen sovereign countries reach out to us to ask us to allow them to use our technology to retrain their populations to deal with these disruptions in labor markets. We've been talking to the ministries of digital transformation in multiple countries as well to make sure that the skill sets that countries need are delivered. In addition to that, we proudly work with the World Economic Forum to solve for Sustainable Development Goals number 4 and number 10. For every license that we sell to corporations and governments, we give away a free license to members of underserved communities globally, especially people in refugee camps, people who are disrupted by war, people who live in slums or favelas, and so forth. And so we partner with a couple other organizations to provide laptops to these folks, as well as internet and energy, and then provide our technology to enable them to learn the skill sets that they need, and then help them get jobs working remotely in Western corporations so that they can begin bringing resources into their communities from the ground up. Now, our technology has been proven to enable people to learn 3 to 5 times faster than traditional education because of the way we personalize the content delivery and the focus on attention in an environment where companies like Alphabet/Google and Meta/Facebook and TikTok and others have invested billions of dollars and hired armies of psychologists, psychiatrists, and NLP professionals to find ways to capture your attention, to get you to doom scroll on social media for hours, and to then monetize your attention and focus to sell advertising dollars. And so we use a lot of that technology to enable people to maintain focus on their educational work and have control over what they're paying attention to. And then we use the technology to hyper-personalize the education. So I'm going to pause here. I'll give you my email address if anybody wants to reach out, either to leverage our technology in your corporation or your government to enable your population to learn the skill sets that they need, or if you're connected to an NGO or a nonprofit that can deploy some of our free licenses. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, Brian, thank you so much for amazing talk. I actually, so I wanted to ask, you provided these numbers 3-5 times. It sounds like you had at least a couple of pilots launched and at least a couple of experiments done. Can you provide us with the best results you achieved with this?
Yeah, absolutely. The best ones. So I can tell you that in 2018, when we first founded the company, our initial pilot and initial technology that we built, we rolled out at the Harvard Extension School. Now, I'm sure you know Harvard Extension School isn't Harvard proper. Harvard Extension School is for adult learners learning asymmetrically through distance learning at home. And what we found is that the average student was able to learn significantly faster. So it turns out when people are learning at home through distance learning, through asymmetric learning, for every hour that they spend studying, they actually spend 7 to 8 minutes studying. The rest of the time, according to the data that we collected on folks while they were studying at Harvard, the rest of the time they were on social media, they were on watching the news, they were watching the game, they were playing with their dogs, they were doing all sorts of things. The students that used our technology by the end of the semester were able to increase that focus and attention to 35 to 42 minutes per hour from that initial 7 to 8 minute number, which unsurprisingly enabled them to have significantly higher test scores. They learned the material much better, and it was proven to be successful. Now we work with a number of Fortune 100s, as well as the United Nations, as well as a bunch of SMBs, small mom and pop organizations as well. And we have found that in addition to the focus and attention by the way that we deliver the technology, they're able to learn the material significantly faster.
Well, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing this. Dear attendees, please, we don't have much left, but if somebody have any questions, please ask them. Otherwise, we will be, yeah, Brian.
Just so you know, I tried to post my email in the comments and it won't let me. So if people are interested, go to ahuraai.com. That's AHURAAI.com. Or you can email me at Brian, that's BRYAN at AHURAAI.com.
Okay, if got it. Yeah, let's do this. If you want me to post it in the comments, I can post it. Otherwise, yeah, we can leave it like this.
That sounds great. Hey, thanks so much for having me. It was a pleasure to chat. Right, bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, Valeria.
Hello, happy to be here.
Yeah, so you are our last speaker today. So for those who don't know, Valeria Panina is a blockchain education manager at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and a fellow researcher at Ethereum Foundation Next Billion Fellowship Project. Valeria, we're happy to have you with us, and yep, the stage is yours.
Great. My presentation is uploading. It looks like it takes some time. Shall I try to reload it? It looks like.
Yeah, you just need to press present, then you go to slides, then you go to Google Slides, and then yeah, then everything happens.
Yeah, it says processing.
Okay. So yeah, we're on the right track. Yeah. So yeah, well, I mean, not on the right track. We're a little bit late, but they were late for a good reason, because people had some insightful information to share, and it's our duty to allow them to do so. And gladly to the format of the forum itself. If some people even left us right now because it may be already a late hour for them, they are able to be later review the presentations, which we will post on some publicly available media.
Okay, great. I can see that Hi, my name is Valeria, and I manage blockchain education at the Ministry of Digital Transformation Project Office, and I am researching the state of crypto and DLT adoption within Ethereum Foundation's Next Billion Fellowship Initiative. My presentation is dedicated to the state of formal and informal crypto and DLT education in Ukraine, and I will divide it into parts. In the first part, I will speak as an educator and the producer of a national project with over 20,000 students, its premises, lunch, and outcomes. In the second part, as a fellow of that Next Billion initiative, I will present the research, its scope, and interim results. And most importantly, at the end, I will invite all educators working with this space to engage in an open discussion as a part of the research. To begin with, over 400 million people worldwide are using cryptocurrency. Ukraine has been ranked as one of the countries with highest crypto adoption, currently being among top 5 globally, the only European country in this rating for the last 3 years. Furthermore, Ukraine is working on becoming a crypto-friendly legal space. People's interest in this subject is also growing, though, according to a survey by Whitebit, more than 60% of people distrust the industry entirely. Therefore, a high-quality, practical source of knowledge is needed to help people make informed decisions as for their involvement in the industry. 3 years ago, government and community united to conduct a foresight research with the goal to outline the direction of the industry development for the next decade. And education became one of the 5 priorities. Following this, a pilot course in virtual assets was implemented by the experts with the support of the ministry to study the demand for such education. It featured live webinar and workshops, homework, 6 topics from protocols to practical use cases applications like NFT, basis of smart contracts, and DeFi. Recorded performance was better than expected. After only 1 press release without any additional ads, there were 400 quality applications with essays received. Out of them, 25 students were selected, 17 graduated, and generally giving highly positive feedback. Though such a format with live curated engagement from the experts won't provide a necessary pass rate with the goal to make a real nationwide project with the goal to reach as many economically active Ukrainians as possible. Realizing the need for more accessible and practical education, the decision was made to make the course fully automated, practical, and of course, keeping free for all the participants. A large number of the industry leaders representing the ecosystem in full have joined the project as the core contributors. That also signaled the interest of core ecosystem contributors in supporting such initiatives and that education is on the agenda. After 5 months of active development, the Crypto Literacy Blockchain Educational Project was launched in February this year. Together, we built 3-component interactive learners experience. The project offered 4 modules covering a wide range of topics, such as history of blockchain, smart contracts, DeFi, and more. The project has been a massive success with over 19,000 students currently and a completion rate of more than 25%. Also, you can see a bit of interesting statistics on the screen. Besides 500 universities that expressed initial interest in the topic, we conducted 4 pilots, and the course is prepared to be counted as an elective for those high schools interested, and we are working on opportunities for professional development for the teachers. We studied the learners' motivation, and some of interesting highlights are financial application is leading with more than 4,000 mentions in total of 22,000 applications. The second most popular motivation is interest in the technology with the keywords like blockchain, development, protocols, etc. almost the same as financial application. Top three highlight is, as people's sentiment, is that people treat the industry as opportunities, as something about future, something about trends, basically believing that the topic is a must for your future development. My team and I are planning to support and develop the current project and launch new initiatives. Happy to talk about it later. To continue, as an individual who is committed to the idea of popularizing crypto and DLT education and fostering adoption at large, I am working on a research within Ethereum Foundation Next Billion initiative that I'm happy to tell you more now. The ultimate goal is to understand how different groups of Ukrainians engage with such technologies, use them, how they impact their lives, and how this engagement changes over time, aiming to discover drivers, benefits, risks, challenges of such technologies for Ukrainians, basically collecting people's stories behind these impressive numbers that we hear from statistics. And the goal is to tell the world about the status quo of blockchain adoption in Ukraine and give insights and potentially foster collaboration among the participants, the contributors of Ukrainian crypto DLT ecosystem. I am focusing on three groups: educators, impact makers, and builders. Inspired by the V-Taiwan use cases, I have devised a structural approach that utilizes some of their methods and tools, focusing on each group's educators, impact makers, and builders. One by one, I'm following the next steps: primary mapping and categorization of the landscape, in-depth expert interviews with representatives of such categories, interim results presentation to win more collaborators and prompt broader open discussion and refinements, same interviews and open discussion with users, in this context learners, and comprehensive material analysis and presentation planned in February-March next year. Let's dive into the progress. I categorized the education landscape into the following groups: by provider, formal and informal; by focus, financial, development, and general application; and by type, structured and unstructured education, with the subsequent groups. Important to note that at this stage, all the findings are subject to further discussion, and I will gladly engage in any of them after the presentation. So currently I'm conducting interviews with representatives of the main subgroups, and some of the interim insights are: a significant amount of learners start their education in a peer-to-peer decentralized Telegram chat manners. And two most popular entrance point is interaction with stablecoins or figuring out what happened after a person has been scammed. The absolute majority of learners start education motivated by the novelty and general interestingness in the industry. The interest in education by both learners and educators surged months after full-scale invasion. Second most common interest is financial applications. Some third-party informal courses can now be counted in students' academic records in universities, and businesses and universities should interact more with one another to provide holistic education. However, the goal is to make a broader temperature check, and with the inclusion of as many contributors as possible. As the next stage, I am creating a polished conversation to let broader audience to take part in it. Basically, that conversation consists of statements. Some examples you just saw on the previous slide. A statement contains one idea or expresses a fact or a specific attitude towards a particular concept or phenomenon. Theses from my interim findings are some examples of it. Participants are then asked to indicate their attitude to these statements, agree, disagree, or do not know. And most importantly, to add their own statements that complement the conversation. This way, this platform allows not only to collect opinions on already existing points, as a generic survey would do, but also to make the participants interact with one another and provide meaningful contributions to the talk and build on the conversation. And most importantly, after a necessary amount of inputs, the platform streamlines relationship analysis among participants by dynamically mapping the patterns of agreement and disagreement, clustering them. That allows versatile data interpretation to see trends and opinion groups. That's why all experts who are associated with crypto DLT education are invited to participate in this open public discussion and express their opinion on the matter. Please join it, vote on existing statements, and propose new ones. This conversation is being held in Ukrainian because it's one of the criteria for the participants to be the contributors to this space. That said, I will be happy to dive deeper in any topic that I outlined today, and please connect with me on social media. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting back to the stage. So thank you so much, Valeria. Very insightful and very data-driven presentation. We are actually excited that such good results were achieved, which actually outperformed the expectations. Always pleasant to see such things. There was a question which you already partially answered. Is how people can join to these open discussions?
Yeah, of course. So that's the QR code. That's the link, and let me post the link in comments. Yes, it takes your time to let me do it. Oh, it says an error occurred. Let me send you the link. So please.
Okay, yeah, I can post it.
Yes. So the comments are moderated, but will enter the discussion, I guess, every business day. And yes, the goal is to collect as many inputs as possible to reflect the status quo.
Got it. So the link is posted. I assume everyone is welcome to join. And yeah, Valeria, it was great to have you. This is the last presentation of today. Let's give maybe a minute for somebody else to ask a question if somebody has. If not, then we will be wrapping up this first day, which appeared to be longer than we expected, but all for the good reasons. So, yeah, we see no questions, and Ivan from Incrypted is returning to the stage, and now, yeah.
Hello, Valeria. I was talking to Sergey in Telegram, and I was telling that your presentation was just my crush. It's very beautiful and structured, so I just was satisfied max.
Thank you
I
so
can
much.
confirm that this is literally what was happening. So
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
I guess that's what happens when you have passion for what you are doing. And actually, I'm so happy that we have our homemade Ukrainian platform to conduct such stream. And it's great to see how the community is getting more and more engaged.
And I can't even imagine how far we will come when the war will finish. You know, during the war, we're doing such great things, and everybody in the world, they just stunned. Like, you have war, yeah? What are you doing? Conferences, forums, and so on and so forth, products, and they just stunned. They say, okay, just wait for our victory, and we will show what Ukraine is.
That's true. Yeah, so my second stage of the research basically is dedicated to impact makers, and it also embraces volunteers and all that movement that appeared after the full-scale invasion when crypto and DLT technologies proved to be vital here. So I'm also can't wait to research it more and tell the world about it, hopefully on such conference next time.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, so we saying goodbye to Valeria.
yeah, goodbye, Valeria.
Wow, it was a huge day. My congrats on the first day of DLT Forum. It was tons of information. I'm sure that the link, by the way, the video is already on YouTube, and you can watch it whenever you want. So we will also cut the concrete presentations, and Sergey will host it, I guess, on their platform. So the more people could know about this. For the audience, I guess it's a bit hard, but gold doesn't given not hard. I don't know how to tell it. So if it's gold, you have to do something. You have to learn something, and that is why the people who will understand what is saying here will, I guess, have some benefits. Okay, so what we will do at the moment, I think we will finish the translation, and tomorrow, what's the time of starting tomorrow?
So tomorrow we start later than today. Tomorrow we start at 1 p.m. I also wanted to say thank you to everyone who was attending us earlier and still is with us right now. And yeah, so tomorrow 1 p.m. and on Sunday the link will be different. So we will post the new link to the website, and we'll send the link to individual participants, and then see you all.
And also we will post in our Telegram channel the new link to the day 2, and then we will post the link to the day 3. Because YouTube gonna say, no, guys, we will not do 72 hours translation. Let's divide it into 3 at least. So join Telegram channel to see the new links, and maybe tomorrow we think about that with the team. Maybe we will give some present to motivate people to ask questions, because it's very important to have a dialogue with the audience, and maybe we can motivate them. It'll be known tomorrow, so don't waste your time. Come and see the announcements. And now we're gonna finish. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Ivan and Incrypted, for helping us in organizing this. And yeah, see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.